How's everybody doing? I'm too scared to go to the doctor. I haven't been to the doctor in over a decade, so I'm not starting anytime soon. But yeah, we'll see how long I can last. My throat is fucked up. So... I don't have any lozenges, so I've drank probably about, I want to say at least a gallon and a half minimum of like black tea today, so I've just been chugging hot tea. I did get, in case of emergency, I have a bottle of Coke Zero on standby, which is like my default sore throat drink, so that should help as well. But yeah, I did add some honey to it. Actually gotta wait for my current cup to brew, because I just finished chugging another one before I got on. But yeah, I've got like a sore throat, like right in the back of your throat, like kind of where your tonsils are. That's not what the problem is, but yeah, like just that kind of general area. So it's definitely probably like an infection or some shit. I don't fucking know, man. Is it a coincidence that I get sick right after all the Indians get back from the cow festival? I don't think so. There's so many fucking Indians in my area, so it's probably exactly what it is. Disgusting. Shouldn't have to live this way. And they still have borderless window broken, I guess. Did they ever address why they deliberately broke borderless window? Or are they just like, too bad, so sad?
Alright, awesome. Thanks, nigga. Alright.
Let's see, there we go. HIV? I don't think so, man. I haven't been sleeping with any brothers or sisters lately, so... Raging Boar with the 5. Had kind of a bad day. Sorry to hear about that. But I'll get through it. Hope you get through the cold fast. Yeah, I'm hoping it's just a cold. It might be strep or something like that, but I don't know. Because I don't have, like, congestion or a headache or an upset stomach or anything like that. It's literally just, you know, pain in the back of my throat, so... I don't know. I have no clue what it is. Griffin doesn't want to address GTA. Didn't that already get delayed like months ago? Who cares? I'm not buying that dog shit, so. Like, I don't even know when it comes out in March, right? Who gives a shit? I won't be buying it. Yeah, this map kind of sucks. Oh, it comes out in November now? Yeah, I don't give a fuck. If it gets canceled, I'll be happy. Jeez, man. Running simulator? Yeah, we'll see how long I actually last playing this. This map is fucking dog shit, so it's already making me not want to play. This is probably the worst map in the game, which unfortunately it's a new one. Which means it gets priority in the fucking matchmaking. Jesus, man. Yeah, I don't know how long this is gonna last. Shit. Once America collapses, I'm moving to Greater Israel. Yeah, no. If the West truly falls, I'll move to Russia. I guess. I don't know. I gotta move to an actual white country. Maybe Poland. I don't know. Dude, Australia already has fallen.
All right, awesome. Thanks, nigga. All right.
You can't even do anything there. My state has fallen, so I need to look at getting the fuck out of here soon. But unfortunately, it probably won't be in any near future. What?
All right, awesome. Thanks, nigga. All right.
Dude, the thing is with Twitter and video games nowadays, it's like all performative, bro. None of them are actually gonna play the game for any extended period of time. That's the crazy part. You know, the glaze cycle of modern AAA is just literally get excited for next game, hype it up, don't play it when it comes out, proceed to hype up next game. Why didn't I stream that night? What night? You're talking about the election night. It's because I was sick. And I was like just asleep. So. The only reason I streamed tonight is because I fell asleep at like 6 p.m. and then woke up.
You're broke! You're fucking poor!
Griffin has to make up for that lost positive. Nah, it's just, I literally wouldn't be doing anything else. Like, if I'm just gonna sit on my computer and fucking, you know, rot, essentially, I might as well just live stream, I guess. I don't know. Same difference. Let's see. End of the 9s, the resurrected with the 5. Okay. Yeah, we can check it out. And tasty meat with the 5. Yep, we can check that out too. And even star with the 2. NintenDEEN made his cope video about 10 million Switch 2s. Yeah, I remember nobody wanted them. The sales are dropping off a fucking cliff, and Nintendo's just revised their numbers, increasing their expectations by 30%. So all these industry experts with, you know, YouTube channels were dead wrong. Shocker. Am I shocked by the GTA? I genuinely don't care about GTA, bro. If that the only way I would be excited for GTA is if it gets canceled. That'd be the only piece of news I genuinely care about that game. It's like getting excited for fucking NBA 2K or Madden for me. It just isn't gonna happen. I don't care. I'm not black or retarded, so therefore those don't really appeal to me, you know? Not really my category of gaming. The Zog Slop sports ball sims are not really for me. I don't know if they'll show off part 3 at the Game Awards. They said that they're done with the story, so maybe. They might have enough footage developed. I'm not sure. I mean, it's getting kind of close, because if they're going to release it in March again, then it's just a little over, what, 18 months away? Or no, it's, what, 16 months away. So possibly, yeah. You're black-pilled if you hate I've never liked GTA. GTA 4 is the only one I liked, and when I say liked, I don't think it's like anything amazing. It's fine. But GTA 5 to me was just like drag your balls on glass boring. And I fucking hate the multiplayer too, so... But yeah, who knows? By the time it comes out at this point, I may not even be on YouTube anymore. Who knows? If it keeps getting delayed.
All right, awesome. Thanks, nigga. All right.
I'll be on YouTube forever? Not necessarily. If I do end up getting a new job and I have to go in person and work longer hours, then there's a
all right, awesome.
chance I'll
Thanks,
stop.
nigga. All right.
Or at least not do this shit as frequently. So, it really just depends on what happens with work. If things stay as they are right now, then yeah, I'll probably still be around, but... You know, if I do find a different job or whatever, then, yeah. Just depends on that. Because, like, if I had to go into an office and shit every day, I'd probably just swap to doing more, like, pre-recorded videos and news slop shit. Because it's less time consuming. Ah. Fuck. If I found a way higher paying job, would I quit YouTube? And possibly. I guess it depends on how much. Like, if I got offered 200 grand a year and I had to work in person 10 to 12 hours a day, I would probably stop doing daily streams and shit. Because you'd have to add like an hour each way to get to and from work, so basically it'd be like 14 hours a day. And then I'd still have to take care of my dog and shit like that, so I don't know. It just depends. Holy fuck, bro. Damn. Oops. Why is there even a boundary right there? That doesn't make any sense. Like, why isn't that just, like, diagonally available? Ah, shit. Ah, shit. Yeah, this is a great map, man. I'm loving it. Did cavemen get insomnia? I know, the deep introspective thoughts of a 37-year-old. You know, bald cell, dude. No, I don't think I have a fever. It's just the back of my throat is like fucking killing me, dude. I've got like, it's up. It basically feels like the back of my throat, but like the, I don't know, like what would you call it? Like the roof? I don't fucking know. But yeah, like the very back top of my throat, like where your tonsils kind of are, that's where I have just like really, really bad. Like inflammation and pain. It just fucking hurts. I don't know. Which apparently it's going around my area, so I don't fucking know, man. It's probably all the Indians coming back from whatever that cow festival was. Bringing all their wonderful diseases with them. Let's see, Jacob C with the 5. Can you try this minigame in battle? I guess. As long as it's not, like, too hard to set up. Edward Tomlinson with the 5. Been seeing the main cathedral of the Russian armed forces a lot lately, and it's breathtaking. I wish we had churches like that in the United States. We do have some. There are some pretty cool churches in the U.S., they're just in more obscure locations, but we have some pretty nice Catholic cathedrals. They're mostly in like the New England area, but there are some. Not anything like super crazy, but you know, we have some decent ones. But yeah. I mean, Europe, for, you know, hundreds of years, their population came together to build, like, these amazing structures. And, you know, we don't get that here. Everything's just built super cheap and, you know, disposable. Yeah, we have a very rotten culture in the United States. I don't even know if you can call American culture culture. It's just consumption. The church I'm talking about is new, but follows traditional architecture. Yeah, I know what you're talking about. I mean, the thing is with Warhammer, is obviously it's very, you know, Catholic/Gothic coded in everything, including its architecture and aesthetic, but yeah. That extends obviously to the Orthodox Church. Stop eating? Nope. Well, I'm actually done with what I'm eating, but... I think that should be cool enough to put the lid on now. Stop being fat? Oh yeah, man. I'm sure, I don't even know exactly what was in there, but I think it was like mango puree, coconut, and then coconut milk. And it was just like a little, like, mason jar of that. I got it for free. I ordered whatever you call it, pho or whatever earlier. And on Uber, they gave you like 3 little free dessert jars or whatever the fuck. And that was one of them. So. It was pretty good. Not very sweet. Griffin loves Sabrina Carpenter and Ariana Grande. Nah. I'm more of a Taylor Swift guy, if I'm being honest, from a aesthetic perspective. I think both Ariana Grande and Sabrina Carpenter are pretty mid. They're just unappealing. They're very sexually unappealing. Like, Sabrina Carpenter looks like a fucking Funko Pop with Troon makeup. And Ariana Grande is just, she looks like a fucking, either a Skeletor or a white woman that's LARPing as a black. Which, either or is a no-go. Anorexia is gross, and so is, you know, LARPing is a black woman. Most women look better off without makeup, but the thing is Sabrina Carpenter has the whore gene. Like, she's a genuine whore, you can tell. Like, she's the type of bitch that would get fucked by 5 different dudes in one night. Like, you can just, there are certain people you get that vibe from where you look at it, you're like, yeah, that's just a fucking dirty whore. And usually those short bitches are exactly that, bro. The shorter they are, the more cock they take. And that's a fact, man. Short bitches get passed around like the fucking, you know, music festival blunt. Every single whore I knew in high school and college was short. So usually the desirable women are the taller ones. And they don't have to resort to being literal fucking whores to get attention. Like, there's just something so repulsive about Sabrina Carpenter when, like, you know, my Instagram feed gets loaded up with those fucking shorts of her, like, dancing in her underwear, I guess, on SNL. And it's like, bro, there's nothing sexually appealing about her at all. It's just like, ugh. I feel revolted. It's like, nah. You are, like, literally an STD factory. Like, there's nothing appealing about her at all. I find her revolting. Alright, so what is this thing? Community search? I don't know. I have to manually type it. It's fucking gay. I don't think it's working. This. Is this like a parkour mode or some shit? Griffin likes his women how he likes his coffee hot and black. No such thing. But hey, I don't drink coffee. Do I know who Mia? Oh, yeah. You mean Malkova? Yeah. She's an old porn star from back in my day. Back when I was a young lad. Yeah. Sounds like an unk? I am. I'm old. An actress, yeah, exactly. I'm a entertainer. The fuck? Or a model, yeah, exactly. Anything but a model citizen. Yeah, it is always sad when you see like a genuinely beautiful chick that does porn. You're just like, what a waste. Another one fell for the Israeli psyop. Nope. Gooning and sadness? I mean, that's kind of one of the reasons I stopped watching it, bro. It's like low-key depressing. Dude, watching porn is not healthy for your prostate. That is such a cope. Watching porn does not affect your prostate at all. That is a hardcore cope. Name my top 10 porn stars right now. I don't even know which ones are active anymore. I haven't browsed the hub in a while. Oops. Let's see. Nefarious of the 2. Final Fantasy concert happening here in Miami on the 16th. Nice, man. Is it the, like, general Final Fantasy one, or is it the, Rebirth one? I think it's funny, you know, Square Enix is thriving, having these live concert events and stuff. Meanwhile, PlayStation had to cancel all theirs because nobody fucking cares about their shitty modern games. It's all just internet glaze. There's no actual genuine fans of them. People buy them, but they don't really care about them. I have to pay an import real quick. Payment required.
I can't afford this shit!
Okay, no. Pay by card. Shit, I don't know my fucking CCV. Usually autofills. Let's see. Download that real quick. Yeah, bro, these European businesses and shit have to be hurting right now. Especially if they do a lot of exporting to the US. You have to pay out the ass to get international shipments now. Alright, let's see. See if it says it's done. All right. Yeah, I saw BMW like made what, $4 million or something. Their net profit was down like 90 something %. So, yeah. That's the thing, dude, is foreign countries need us more than we need them. We can live without foreign goods. That's just the reality. Oh. Do something else with my time? Like what? What exactly do I need to be doing with my time? Whoops.
Either subscribe, donate, or get the fuck out.
I've never really traveled outside the US, just to the Caribbean, which isn't really the same thing. I don't really have a desire to leave the US. And the various of the two, hard to say. I'll post a link. I'm trying to think what it's called. I don't know. It'll say Rebirth if it's not. If it's not Rebirth, then it's just the general one. I forget what it's called. Vendetta with the 1 month. What's going on with the Supreme Court and tariffs? I have no idea. Gotta wait till they announce their verdict. You think you know everything, but you barely leave your mama's basement, and you're hardly even alive, so I don't know what you want me to fucking do with that. Sorry, bro. Not everybody in their late 20s lives with their parents. I understand that's a normal existence for you, but not me. I haven't lived with my parents in over 10 years, so... Or just about 10 years. Not quite over 10 years yet. Think he's in the wrong channel. RT lives in his mom's basement. Yeah, exactly. No, I got kicked out of my mom's basement because I kept leaving my crunchy socks everywhere. With big words and little balls. Okay, bro. What are you, Mr. World Traveler? One of the minds of a great mind of our generation. Teenage millionaire. Which one? None. I don't sit around playing games all day spouting shit about the world. I don't know. Well, good for you, bro. Instead, you're sitting in my chat, so... Congrats, you're really doing something with your life. Wish we could all be like you, man. Jeez. What a world we'd live in.
All right, awesome. Thanks, nigga. All right.
Fallen behind. Shed more blood.
Why don't you become an engineer or a doctor? Why did the... Okay, you're definitely fucking Indian, bro. You're definitely fucking Indian. Either that or you're Southeast Asian.
Casualty on our side. Fallen behind. Shed more blood.
You're Slavic? I bet, man. What's your favorite cut of beef? See, this is how I know you're not actually Slavic, bro. Because no real Slav would ever complain against about racism. Slavs are some of the most racist motherfuckers on planet Earth, and proudly so, and rightfully so. So this is how I know you're not actually a Slav. Because every single fucking Eastern European I have ever known hates non-Europeans. So... Why the fuck would I want to see your face, bro? I don't care if you die right now. Genuinely. If you walked in front of a bus and were splattered into the fucking pavement, I genuinely would not care.
Our warband is halfway there.
I don't know a single Russian who likes Pajits. Yeah, exactly. Bro, you get your fucking ass beat in Eastern Europe if you have too long of a beard if they think you're Muslim. Like, dude. Yeah. It's not really an apologetic part of the world. Well, dude, there's a difference between an Orthodox priest having a long beard and a fucking Arab guy. So... little bit of a difference. You should move there, might find a woman. I wouldn't mind that, but I don't know. I just don't want to have to deal with a language barrier. Yeah, Eastern European women are very attractive, so... You've probably learned about the world from 4chan. Oh, that's right, dude. No, I've never been on 4chan in my life. I don't use message boards. Do I have any friends outside of the stream? No. I live in a completely different area from where all my friends are, so, no. Or were, I guess. I don't actually know where the fuck they are nowadays. That's tough. Not really. In case you can't tell, I'm not really a social butterfly, so it doesn't really bother me. What the fuck is happening with my controller? Dude, these X-Slop controllers are... Yeah, I mean, would it be nice if I had, I guess, friends or whatever, but, I mean, sure, but I wouldn't really have, you know, a desire to go and do shit most of the time anyway, so. Like, all the typical, you know, frienderino activities don't really interest me, so I don't really feel like I'm missing out. Vendetta with the 5, why does the Supreme Court need to be involved with the president? Just because they have to hear the case, so. It's sick how everything Trump does is resisted to the fullest. I mean, that's the thing, is Trump just needs to start telling the courts to fucking shove it, in my personal opinion. Just ignore them. Trump will be fine in the midterms. The problem is the Republican Party won't survive because the Republican Party is a fucking joke. They refuse to do anything once again when Trump is in office, so Congress is and has always been a fucking joke from the Republican perspective. When a Democrat's in office, the Democrats do everything they fucking want. When Republicans are in charge, they just sit on their fucking hands and do nothing. Like the true worthless, you know, controlled op that they are. Nah, DeSantis is another, you know, he's another Zog slave, so JD at least is, you know, not as much cocked to Israel, so.
Bring order to the chapter, brothers.
Like, DeSantis straight up made it illegal, I think, in Florida to talk shit about Israel or something like that. I forgot what it was exactly. But they passed some law where it's like, I think, like, an anti-Semitism law or some bullshit like that. So.
Anastasis is dead.
Dude, this boomer evangelical, you know, generation needs to just be purged.
Combat readiness. Fatality reported. Redeploy for combat.
Oh shit.
Brother killed in action. I return, ready to take my vengeance. Auts enemy closes in on victory. Renewed, I return to the fray. Fire tail.
Yeah, it's pretty crazy, man. So-called Christians will make it illegal to talk shit about Jews, but not illegal to talk shit about Jesus. Interesting. Isn't that interesting? Erica Kirk looks good for 35. Well, dude, it's more proof, too, that, you know, the cope that women have, that when they have kids, they, you know, they can't control how fat they get. It's like, yeah, nah. Bullshit. Yeah, a treadmill doesn't care if you've had a kid or not, bro. Did I vote? Yeah. Did I expect Republicans to win? Nope. They ran a terrible campaign. Terrible candidate. Literally a black female foreigner who wasn't even born in the United States. Genius, man. That'll really rile up the rural voter base of Virginia and get them excited to go out and vote. I don't know what genius in the GOP thought that was a good idea. I don't know, man. The only thing I can say is democracy doesn't work when you import literally foreigners who have the same authority as the native population. So, this shit's not gonna last.
Bring order to the chapter, brothers.
Jeez.
I return, ready to take my vengeance.
Yeah, that's the thing, is I'm not really invested heavily in who becomes president after Trump. The only thing I care about at this point is accumulating my wealth and then buying my freedom, basically. Snow for... I don't think it's gonna snow. If it does, it won't stick up here. It's been too hot. It's like 60 something. Usually during the days.
Restored. Brother killed in action. Reporting for mission.
No, I don't. I've never been a Mitt Romney fan. He's better than Obama, but that's not really saying much. But he's yet another one of the uniparty, you know, illusion of choice people.
Brother goes on the way. Iron Halo protocol in progress. Tactic ready. Obtaining armaments. When one falls, we all rise in retribution.
The arch enemy closes in on victory.
Redeploy for combat.
Nah, I knew Trump was gonna win from 2015, bro. When the primaries first started, I knew Trump was gonna win.
Fatality reported.
There wasn't a single man I knew that wasn't going to vote for Trump. So... How does the fact that JD Vance having an Indian wife help the white race? Because JD Vance is opposed to any and all immigration. Other than from Western Europe and South Africa. Very ironic because he has an Indian wife. Well, she's not off the fucking boat from India. So she technically was born in the US, but yeah, I mean, you can be anti-immigrant and have a non-white wife. Like, if y'all marry a fucking Latina mommy, it doesn't mean that you're, like, in favor of open fucking borders. So... like, if you wife up some fucking 10 out of 10 Colombian bitch, it doesn't mean that you're in favor of just pouring a bunch of third worlders into the country, so... those things are mutually exclusive, so I don't know. They're not exactly related. Yeah, Sydney Sweeney and her entire family are big Trump supporters. She got into drama back in the day because her mom had a MAGA birthday party. So, yeah. Her whole family is Trump supporters. I feel bad for Griffin. He hasn't experienced a good BJ. You gonna help me out with that, Key?
All right, awesome. Thanks, nigga. All right.
Let's see. Into the 9s to the 5s. So what's the new thing going on with EA? I have no idea. Made a Jew apology song. I have no idea. I haven't seen anything on that. And then...
Nigger Hall Hitler.
Skip it button, faggot.
But gosh dang it, I've had so much fun playing it.
I don't know. I have no clue. I haven't seen anything on that. I'm definitely anti-immigration. The only immigration I'm in favor of is white European Christians, personally. And that can be extended, obviously, to, like, South Africa and Australia. But aside from that, if you're not white or Christian, hit the fucking road, bitch. Because statistically speaking, if you don't fall into that category, you're just going to be a welfare leech. The only demographic that is a net tax positive over the entirety of their life is whites. And that's just a reality. So the more non-whites you bring into the country, the more they just suck off the taxpayer teeth. So if you want like an actual metric to go off of, you should look at net tax benefit. And, you know, most minorities don't even have any sort of positive tax, like, benefit to the country. They take more than they pay in. So it's like, why would you want to bring in a bunch of people that just leech off the system, don't pay in, and literally leave the country in a worse financial place than before they arrived? So that's the metric I use. So... well, when you say Asians, you have to be very specific. So South Koreans, you know, Chinese, Japanese, yes, but, you know, like Filipinos, Indians, no. So it depends. You gotta be careful. So yeah, there could obviously be, like, you know, exception countries, but I'm just talking generally speaking. Even then, I don't really know if we need more of them.
You shut the fuck! Don't you fucking tell me to my face to shut the fuck up!
Releasing front grenade.
Yeah, personally, I'd revoke every single H-1B visa overnight. Otherwise, they can pay a $200,000 fine to keep it. See how necessary all those cashiers really are.
The true gods have further use of me. Fatality confirmed. So easily slain. It was too frail for the storm. Iron endures all.
Being racist against those on your side that are minority but born in America isn't... that has nothing to do with immigration, bro. If they're born in America, then immigration has nothing to do with them. Yeah, I agree. All non-English speakers should be out. Period. If you can't even speak the language of the country you inhabit, you don't belong here.
I can't afford this shit!
warband holds the advantage.
Sounds bad for me? You're literally typing in English right now, bro. Most of these fucking people can't even read English. You can understand English. Most people can. So, it's like that video of the truck driver where they pulled him over and tried to have him read from a children's book, and they arrested him because he didn't speak a fucking word of English. Eastern Europe? I have no problem with Eastern Europeans. Dude, it's like that video. I don't know why I thought of this, but do you guys know that video where it's like I was gonna take her to Cheesecake Factory, but then I took her to a 5-star restaurant, and it's like this black woman with like the fucking eyelashes sticking off like 5 inches from her fucking face, just slurping up pasta noodles. Bro, I don't know why that image just came to my head, but dude, that shit is so repulsive. They've been pushing that video hard as fuck in the Twitter algorithm recently again. It's nasty. The fucking fake ass eyelashes, bro. Dude, that's the shit I don't like. Like, it's just so gross. The fake nails, fake eyelashes, fake hair, fake tits, fake ass, fake waistline, covered in tattoos. Like, nasty, bro.
The dark gods are watching.
Do I like real big tits? Depends on how big we're talking.
Death cannot claim what iron already owns. New rally point established.
No, I mean actual Europeans, not the fucking Africans and Muslims that are LARPing as Europeans. Ethnic Europeans.
You close those feeble puppets.
The thing is, though, is there wouldn't be any concern about how they vote if I'm in charge, because voting would be a thing of the past. There'd be no need for that anymore.
Now is the time.
The need for pesky elections would be no more. Why would I get rid of elections? Because I would be in charge. There's no need. Just let me handle it.
I am not so easily slain.
You can live your life knowing that I have everything covered. Do I really? I can guarantee you things would be very efficiently run.
He was too frail for this war.
Give me 100,000 loyal troops and I can turn this place around overnight, essentially. But yeah,
Iron endures all.
it would not be hard.
I tell the times.
That's the thing, bro. It's like we are in the dying stages of a republic. We're going to have a dictator at some point. The fact of the matter is whoever has the balls to do it first will never lose power. So... No, Trump won't fix the economy. Hopefully he'll tear the Band-Aid off, which has been needed for a very long time. Until we tear the Band-Aid off and realize that this economy's been fucked, will continue to be fucked, and needs to be completely crashed, it's never going to be fixed. Yeah, I have Hyrule Warriors. I haven't played any of the other ones, though, so... Dude, my throat is fucking killing... This shit sucks, honestly. A sore throat's probably the worst. Like, honestly, I would probably even take the shits over having a sore throat. Like... I think that is, like, the worst illness you can have, period. Yeah, I have tea with honey right now. So I've drank probably about 1.5 gallons yesterday. I don't know how. Hold on, let's look it up actually. Yeah, so my cup is 30 ounces. I had 6. So 180. Yeah, 1.4 gallons. That's how much tea I drank yesterday. So, I've been drinking a lot of tea. Nah, dude, video games do well during economic collapses because people stay at home. Continue to seethe over what? What am I seething over?
Warband holds the advantage. The moment is now.
I can't afford this shit!
Z here with the 5. I support diversity and immigration of all sorts of people. Just don't ask me to live near them. White liberal. Yeah, that's literally New England in a nutshell. Like the northeast of the United States, that is literally that group of people to the fucking letter. It's like a 95% white area, and it's the most liberal area of the United States. So, yeah, when you don't have to live around the consequences of your voting patterns, it's pretty easy to keep that, you know, energy going. That's why I thought it was great when Texas and Florida were just shipping all the illegals up to New York City. That shit was hilarious. There we go. Did you guys see the campaign poll for Ohio? The Democrat is leading Vivek. So Ohio might be an upstate or an upset in the governor's race the next time around. That shit would be fucking crazy, dude. A +9 Trump state flipping blue. Hopefully somebody primaries him.
Death cannot claim what iron already owns.
Mississippi did not fuck itself with slavery. 70% of slave owners weren't even white, and on top of that, less than 1% of, you know, the white population in Mississippi even owned slaves. So, I think it's what, 1.6% of the South actually owned slaves. So, yeah, no. The state did not do it to itself. It's, you know, foreign interests, we'll just call it. The same ones who owned the ships. Once you learn the history of Dutch trading, you know, it all starts to make a little bit more sense. And William of Orange and the creation of the Bank of England. Yeah. Once you go down that rabbit hole, a lot of things start to make sense.
Terrorize our foes. Dominate and defile.
Ah, shit. Let's see. I'm not paying child support with the 2. Not sure. I heard the new PM of Japan sold out. How so? I haven't heard anything about that. And let's see. Nero Redwood with the 10. Really appreciate it, man. What's up, gamers? Hope you're having a good night. Ended up replaying Dead Space Remake. It's definitely how I wanted Resident Evil 4 Remake to be. No cut content, just add upon the original story and gameplay. The only thing is, bro, they made his wife ugly. That's my biggest complaint with Dead Space Remake. But aside from that, yeah, I think it was good. I like Dead Space Remake. But appreciate it, man. It's a shame we'll never get Dead Space 2 Remake, which is the best Dead Space game, if you ask me. Because nobody bought Dead Space Remake, you know, despite the fact that everybody's been, you know, begging for a new Dead Space game. Well, turns out, just like the original 3, when it comes down to it, most people didn't want to actually buy it. Many such cases, unfortunately. Many such cases. I think at this point, I'll just be a Nintendo gamer. Yup. I mean, that's how I feel about most new games. Like, I'm buying all the new Nintendo games, so that's about it. Aren't you wondering what Melanie Mac is doing right now? Oh yeah, man. I can just picture her right now. Visualize her in a bed, mouth wide open and cheeks spread. Hey puppy, what's up? Hey, buddy. What do you need? Good boy. Yeah, that's one of my favorite low-tier god quotes. Visualize me in a bed, mouth wide open and cheeks spread. And this shit's funny. Hey, bud. Good boy. Yeah. You're a good dog. Yeah, good boy. Yeah, that's from Carried Diamond.
The Lord gods are watching.
PK wanting Griff to give him Melanie fantasy ideas, yeah.
Is the advantage.
Dude, honestly, I could probably write fucking Goonette books. Honestly, like, I probably would be pretty good at it. I could write the fucking female Coomer novels easily. If I actually tried, I feel like I probably could do a pretty good job at that.
Now is the time.
Yeah, I could easily become the #1 smut seller in the nation. Maybe then I could get my Israeli passport.
And holds the advantage. Fatality confirmed. Fallen behind. Shed more blood. Not so easily slain. Special deployment ready.
Whisper a goon story. The night is young, the lights are low. A slight orange hue glows through the window as the sun sets on another day. I don't know. I don't want to do a goon story right now. It's too early, bro. You'll never be as good. Yeah, honestly, when it comes to gay fantasies, he's definitely got me beat. I don't have that, you know, I don't have that passion. So, you know, creative ways for men to get raped is not really my forte. Yeah, I can't really say I've spent much time imagining raping another man, so I don't really have a catalog of content to pull from.
Allied casualty.
You imagine that every day? I don't know, the craziest shit I've imagined is stuff like, you know, a tall chick picking you up upside down and sucking your dick like a juice box. You know, that's probably about as, you know, depraved as my thoughts have gone recently. Whoa, buddy. Indeed, man. What is that shit called? Giantress or whatever the fuck. Where you want a woman who, like, towers over you to fuck you. I don't remember what that fucking shit's called. Giantess? Okay. I forgot if it was Gigantress or Giantess or whatever the fuck. I don't know, man.
Casualty reported.
Nah, the Amazon is when the woman fucks you. Like you... Never mind. We don't need to get too graphic, but nah, the Amazon's different. The Amazon's different. That's when you lay on your back and she, like, basically, you know, simulates the humping emotion.
Too frail for this war.
What does that have to do with Fuda, bro? That has literally nothing to do with Fuda. See, this is where you're inserting your own.
All right,
fantasies.
awesome. Thanks, nigga. All right.
Nothing I just described had anything to do with Fuda at all. None. Literally none. I could literally say missionary sex and you're like, yeah, and then when you fuck her, bro, she blows a load all over her own face. It's like, yeah, that's your projection, not mine. Nero Redwood with the 5. My gripe with Dead Space 3 was the constant peen measuring contest, but the ending and boss was peak until the DLC. I hate YouTube censorship. I don't think I ever played the DLC. Actually, I think I know I didn't, but yeah, I enjoyed Dead Space 3. I thought it was fine. What a depraved society we live in. Yeah. It is. The cuck storyline was annoying though. Dude, it's crazy though. I had to stay on work like extra late tonight because like this one guy I work with, I've had to like walk him through something. I want to say at least 5 to 6
All right,
times.
awesome. Thanks, nigga. All right.
And bruh, once again I had to fucking do it. Shit's irritating as fuck, man. So hopefully I'll be able to sign off like extra early tomorrow because I had to stay on late tonight. But we shall see. Nero Redwood with the 5. The ending of 3 was Isaac supposedly dies when the moon collides with Tau Volantis. Hopefully it's the right. DLC basically has him revived by the marker or so. Okay. Yeah, the whole lore of Dead Space is pretty interesting with like the marker and stuff. Yep, pretty much. If you work hard in your corporate job and go above and beyond, then you just get loaded with more work. And other people just get you to do their work for them. So there is definitely a motivation to just do your job and nothing else. You're probably not going to get promoted anyway, so.
Death cannot claim what iron already owns.
No, I only get overtime if I go over 40 hours for the week. They'll tell me to flex my time. So, hopefully I can sign off like at 2 tomorrow. Because the thing is I start working pretty early. And stay on usually till like 5 or 6, so. I technically work more hours than I actually put into my timesheet, but, you know, it's whatever. I work from home, so I'm not like too anal about it unless I have to stay on past 5. Nick with the 5, Griffin. I don't see the point
Alright,
to
awesome.
purchase
Thanks,
the
nigga.
PS6 or next Xbox, especially since we haven't gotten this many games. Yeah, I wouldn't either. If you got a PC, bro, then you definitely don't need to buy the consoles. But yeah, I mean, I wouldn't be rushing out to buy a PS6, and especially not that new Xbox, whatever the fuck it's gonna be. You know, their $1,200 gaming PC. So, yeah. I definitely wouldn't be in a rush for that. Yeah, this generation has been really bad, honestly. There's very few games that I actually feel like, you know, warranted a real next generation anyway. Ironically, I've probably enjoyed more exclusive games on my Switch 2 already, compared to the entire generation of PS5 and Xbox combined. The Patreon leaks. The fuck? What Patreon leaks? Synths Patreon? I don't know anything about that. What was on there? Was it like a bunch of cosplayers or some shit? I mean, bro, I've been kind of tempted if you know. Nah. Leaked his Patreon. He was subbed to BBW and furry porn. It's over, dude. It's over. Nah, I don't like cosplay. I was just fucking around. Cosplay to me is corny, bro. Like, just dress like yourself. I'm more attracted to real women than fucking anime characters anyway, so it's like, I don't really find anime women to be sexually appealing in the same way that I find, like, real women attractive. So... I don't need women to dress up like a fucking cartoon. It's not really my my bag, baby. Yeah, dude, I don't get the hype with Asian women. How's it going, SNK Nostalgia?
Terrorize our foes.
Well, yeah, like, if you get hired to cosplay to, like, promote a video game, that's different. Like, at that point, you're marketing. So, that's one thing, but... like, the Gooner content, I think, is just weird. I don't get it, personally. Like, I know how everybody likes to, you know, say, oh, dude, oh, you goon to Aerith. It's like, I really don't. I really don't, so... I don't look at video game characters and real women the same. Like, if you took Aerith and made her a real woman, then obviously, yeah, maybe I would, but she's not real, so big difference. If you gave me a skinny white chick with light brown hair that had a similar facial structure, then yeah, obviously, I wouldn't complain. But as things sit right now, she ain't real, bro. Not to mention, what would you even goon to? Because unless you're looking up fucking Final Fantasy porn, which I don't. Like, there's not really anything in the games that you're, like, cranking your hog to. I don't know, it's all pretty PG. It's like Stellar Blade, prime example. Like, yeah, you can acknowledge, like, in a video game, she's like an idealized woman. But I've never had the urge to crank the hog, the Stellar Blade. It's like, there's like a disconnect between a video game character and like a real woman to me. So, it's the same reason why I don't like hentai. It doesn't activate the same neurons. You know, I can appreciate, like, a, you know, well-designed female character, let's just say, for lack of a better term, but Yeah, it doesn't activate the same, you know, instincts. So. There's like a mental block in my head where it's just like, yeah, no. Not the same thing. The Grand Archives Goon. That's right, man. What is Grand Archives? Oh, that's that mobile game, right? I think that's a mobile game. Yeah, dude, I remember back in the day, like the old ass hentais and stuff. They were so fucking corny looking. It's like, you know, to each their own, but I really don't know how you can find that shit attractive. But hey, you know, enjoy.
All right, awesome. Thanks,
Nero
nigga. All right.
with the 5. Remember the Italian conference where some guy ended up putting Tifa porn on the screen? Yeah, I remember that. It was like the Italian parliament.
Cops are watching.
Yup.
That holds the advantage. Tossing frag grenade. We have fallen behind. Shed more blood.
I've never played Banjo-Kazooie. So much young-looking girls. Dude, that's the thing with, like, Japanese porn, too, is, like, they all act like children. They're like... It's like, what the fuck, bro? Like, there's some really, like, demented shit that happens in the Japanese mind. Like, they literally try and make them sound like kids. It's fucking weird, bro. Like, I don't know how that turns people on. It's like, bro, ew. I don't get it.
Allied casualty.
Yeah, they fucking squeak. It's gross.
All right, awesome. Thanks, nigga. All right.
Nero Redwood with the 5. The funny shit I've heard is if you put jab on 2x or 0.5 speed, they sound like seals. I would test it, but I don't really want to look up jab. They also say no when it... Yeah, it's like very rapey. Well, the Japanese have huge rape fetishes, so... It's... I don't know, man. Yeah, the whole Japanese porn, real and animated, has never appealed to me. Yeah, what's his name? Shit, why can't I not think of it?
I can't afford this shit!
Yoko Taro, yeah, he had a dedicated porn site for Nier and 2B.
Frag grenade deployed.
Elijah Petty with the 2, they may clean cities, but not clean. Oh yeah, they may have clean cities, but not clean minds. Yeah, definitely. Absolutely, bro. Yeah, I don't get the infatuation with anime. Like, even when I watched anime, like, I wasn't like, oh my god, bro, I need to make this my entire identity. It's like crazy how obsessed people get with it. I don't get it. I don't get it. It's like, oh, better start learning Japanese. Most Marines are
either subscribe, donate, or get the fuck out.
I knew one.
Either subscribe, donate. Or
he
get
definitely
the fuck
wasn't
out.
a degen, so
Either subscribe, donate.
there
or
was
get the
one
fuck
guy
out.
I went to high school with who went to the
Either
Marines.
subscribe,
I think
donate,
it
or
was.
get the fuck out.
And
Either subscribe, donate, or get the fuck out.
there was like some chick he was dating in high school who dumped him because he said he was waiting for marriage to have sex. And, you know, women moment. But yeah, basically he didn't want to have sex until he got married. And he was definitely not a degenerate, but yeah. The military is definitely filled with gooners for the most part. For sure. But yeah, he was dating some chick in high school and she dumped him because he didn't want to have sex until he got married. And it's like, that just shows you how fucking rotten a lot of these bitches are, man. They just want to hoe. That's it. They just want to be hoes. SNK Nostalgia with the 5 gifted memberships. Really appreciate it, man. Thank you so much. Dude, what the fuck? There's a Mountain Dew Baja Blast pie? What the fuck? Can you just, like, order it? Dude, I feel like I have to try that. I don't know how big it is, but if it's small, I might order one. That's like one of those things I feel like I just need to try. That's like too weird to not try. I wonder if my time.
All right, awesome. Thanks, nigga. All right.
Yeah, that's like, that's too weird of an item to not try, man. I don't know. It's like the, what was the other thing that I had that one time? Oh, shit. What was it? Fuck. There was some other weird food item I tried. I don't remember what it was. Shit. It's $20, so it's probably a full-size pie then. His consumer sense. That's just pure, you know, curiosity at this point. Dude, Baja Blast is fire, though. I love Baja Blast. I haven't had Baja Blast in, like, probably 5 or 6 years. But, dude, that shit was so good back in the day. Shit. I remember, like, we would just hang out at Taco Bell after practice and shit at high school and just, you know, hit that free refill, dude. But yeah, Baja Blast is good. It's the best flavor of Mountain Dew other than Whiteout, which they don't make Whiteout anymore. Whiteout was my favorite because it tasted like ginger ale, kind of. It had a really good taste to it. It wasn't like super like fucking just, you know, oppressively sweet. Yeah, I know Baja Blast is available at retailers. I just don't buy soda. So, literally this, I have a Coke Zero right now. The only time I buy soda is when I get sick. So that's like literally it. And even when that happens, I don't buy like Mountain Dew and shit like that. I buy like, you know, sugar-free, whatever. Just because the fizz feels good. Yeah, I love ginger ale. I like ginger in general. I think it tastes really good when used in the right context. Like, I really like those, if you've ever had them, the ginger chips. Like or I guess just like dried out ginger with like a little bit of like rock sugar on it. That shit's really good. I like that. Like the big chunks of sugar on it. Those are pretty good. Yeah, ginger snap. Yeah, those are good too. Ginger beer? Okay. Yeah, if I see it, I'll try it. Isn't that the shit they sell at the Harry Potter thing at Universal? Ginger beer or whatever? Or is that something different? Oh, butter beer? Okay. Yeah, I have no idea. I'm guessing that's butterscotch.
New rally point established.
Do I like gingerbread? Yeah, gingerbread's good. Gingerbread's pretty good. Dude, I just don't eat many sweets. So that's the thing. I'm not really a sugar fan. I'm much more of like a savory, tangy, salty fan. You know, I like meats. You know, I'd rather eat like a big ass bowl of something like mac and cheese than have a slice of cake. So... Or I'd rather have, like, you know, some wings or a steak or a cheeseburger or something than go and get, you know, like fucking a bag of candy or whatever. So, I don't know. I'm not really a big sweets person. Like, every once in a while I did like having sweets, but I don't really miss them. Yeah, I haven't had mac and cheese in a long time. Dude, I absolutely love, like, what do you call it? I guess just anything that's like really cheesy. But it has to be real cheese. Like, I don't like the fake shit. But I don't know. I love cheese. Yeah, Gouda cheese is really good. Dude, I've gotten this, there's this one type of cheese I bought from the store recently called Butter Case. It's like butter, K-A-S-E. Bro, that shit is so good. That is like one of the best cheeses I have ever had in my life. Like, it basically tastes like Gouda and butter mixed. It's so good. Like, that is genuinely amazing. I really like that cheese a lot. Griffin gonna drink a carton of buttermilk. I've actually never drank buttermilk. Is wine with cheese a good combination? Yeah, that's a very good combination. Yeah, get out the wine, cheese, you know, the charcuterie meats, some grapes, olives. Hell yeah. It's basically, you know, Mediterranean food at its core. You know, like olives, cheese.
All right, awesome. Thanks, nigga. All right.
Light meat. Your 90-year-old grandpa drank it back. Yeah, I've never had like actual straight up buttermilk. I mean, I've had like buttermilk biscuits and stuff like that, but yeah, I've never like actually drank buttermilk. SNK nostalgia with the 2. I lived in Roosevelt Roads and Navy Base, so I know, yeah. Dude, the military, you know, they're pretty crazy. A lot of them are just straight up horn dogs. I mean, that's the reason why that, you know, the #1 import after the Vietnam War was, you know, Asian women. So. And Blue with the 8. Appreciate it, man. Griffin, have you seen iDubbbz recently? Even if you put the whole woke shit he's been doing aside, he's completely... Oh, wait, he's a complete loser now. Holy... Yeah, dude, he's a clown. It's pretty sad. Like, it's the prime example of a guy just becoming completely pussy-whipped by the first woman who gave him any attention whatsoever. Apparently, Anissa was the first woman he ever held hands with, kissed, had sex with, and because of that, he just completely fucking folded. So, very sad. That's why it's important to be careful with who you pick as your significant other, that's for sure. No way he didn't have poon. Bro, you're acting like just because you have a YouTube channel, you walk outside and women want to have sex with you. iDubbbz was a very weird looking guy. He's not exactly what women were like thirsting over. So, I mean, by that logic, bro, there's got to be somebody out there that wants to fuck Raymond, right? So, easier said than done. And Nero Redwood with the 5. Mac and cheese I like is when you bake it at home using shredded cheese and milk to help with the consistency. It's so good. The thing I don't like is when they put breadcrumbs on top of mac and cheese. I think it ruins it. One of the best mac and cheeses I've ever had was like a homemade mac and cheese, but they like put, you know, cracked peppercorn all the way through it. And that shit was so good, man. It added like just that little bit of like spice to it. But not like actual spice, but it just added a completely different flavor dimension to it. It was really good. Like, if you're ever making mac and cheese, I would definitely recommend doing that. Like, just get, like, a big, like, peppercorn grinder and, like, grind up some large peppercorn into, like, pretty decent-sized chunks and just sprinkle it into the mac and cheese. It really does add, like, a different flavor dimension to it. It was really good. It's not so much about the crunch, it's more so the flavor. Like, you get the creaminess of the cheese, but then you also get that little bit of, like, hint of spice from the peppercorn as well. It adds a different, like, flavor profile to it. It's a very, very, like, small little difference, but it's really noticeable. Like, you could even do it with Kraft mac and cheese, honestly. It'd probably work on that, too. Would you ever add yeast from a girl to your mac and cheese? No, but if I was baking a loaf of bread, maybe. Yeah, didn't Amaranth do that where she sold vag beer and Quartering was like, I'll buy a case? And, like, he started simping immediately. Yeah, basically there was this company that she was working with that would take the yeast from her vagina and use it to, you know, brew beer with as like the base yeast for the beer. So she was selling, you know,
all right, awesome. Thanks, nigga. All right.
Yeast beer. Yeah, absolutely vile. Nero Redwood with the 5, appreciate it, man. Green bean casserole is really good. Cream of mushroom soup. And the crispy onions on... Yeah, it is pretty good. Well, dude, it's just yeast, so it's... I mean, technically, bro, yeast is yeast, so... It's a bacteria, no matter where you get it from, in theory. I mean, it's more just, you know, the idea of like, oh yeah, dude. It's like I'm putting my lips to her cooch. But yeah. I mean, from a cleanliness and hygiene standpoint, it's really no different than using any other yeast. It's more so just the shock value of where it comes from. It's more so just a shock value type thing. Because yeast is just a bacteria, so it's all the same on a, you know, microscopic level anyway. It's more so just a shock value type thing.
Our warband is halfway there.
But, yeah, I don't know, man. I wouldn't buy it. 1, I don't like beer. 2, yeah, it's just weird. But yeah, it's kind of interesting. They were able to find yeast from, like, the ancient Egyptians that they used for baking bread, and they were able to revive it. And bake like authentic ancient world bread and shit, so it's pretty cool. Because, you know, the yeast, once you have it, you can just cultivate it and, you know, grow it in mass quantities, so it's not like it's not like they're swabbing her vag for every bottle or anything like that. Like, once you have the actual yeast isolated, then you can have it just multiply. And then, yeah.
Terrorize our foes.
You are into this topic? That's right.
Warband, dominate and defile. Special deployment ready. Our warband holds the advantage.
Heckin' science, that's right. We know Griffey's a freak. How so? I'm not out here drinking vag beer. The quartering's the one who said he was buying it, not me. So... Why are we talking about it? I don't remember how it even came up. Somebody mentioned something about vagina mac. That was it. Vagina mac and cheese. That's what it was. Somebody asked if I would put yeast from my girl's vagina in my mac and cheese. I don't remember who the fuck it was, but we can find out. Let's see. If it's still there. Let's see. Gauder. Guader. So if you see him, you can thank him for bringing this topic up. Bruh, if I banned people for asking sus questions, I'd have to ban pretty much everybody in this chat. Griffin sneaks the pinky in? Nah, I just shoved my thumb up there. Yes, she eats butter sticks in her videos. Remember that story about Jay smelling her ass? It smelled like butter. Jesus, bro. Yeah, it's a great natural lube. I just interpret the questions as being sus. Yeah, that's exactly what happens. Totally, dude. That's exactly what happens. It's all my fault. Well, at the time, she wasn't a hag. That was back in her prime, when she was like 20-something, so... That's when she was bouncing on Jeff Keighley on a daily basis, probably.
I can't afford this shit!
SNK Nostalgia with the 2. BRB. Bobcats outside. Screws. Oh, shit. Mossberg 12 now. Well, good luck on your Bobcat hunt, bro.
iron or ready bones.
I hate sound. It's time. Yeah, you gotta buy like sound dampening foam and shit to put up all inside of your house. Wear your noise canceling headphones 24/7 to block out any and all road noise. That's perfectly sane behavior, by the way.
I will not fail for Toronto.
The deepest shade of mushroom blue.
Use of me.
I scream at the sound of electric guitars. When have I screamed at the sound of electric guitars?
All right, awesome. Thanks, nigga. All right.
I just choose not to listen to rock music. Nero Redwood with the 5. Final Fantasy 14 made me think about the concept of rebirth. Rebirth, you say? They had a whole section on it in the story, the concept of life, death, and rebirth. That's right. It all comes back to rebirth, man. But yeah, that's a pretty common theme in Asian, in general. Fiction is, you know, the concept of being reborn. Which, if you believe in rebirth, then I don't know why they're having so few kids. You literally scream at everything? That's right. I'm like a shrill, screeching hag. I read Harry Potter and the Order of the Phoenix. What was that retarded shit? Or I guess she wasn't like really retarded, like that really like turbo autistic chick from Harry Potter. Harry should have tapped that instead of the fucking redhead, bro. I don't remember her name, but I just remember thinking like, yeah, she would have been the better choice. Hold on, I gotta look it up. I think she had like white hair. Yeah, Luna. That's what it was. Yeah, he should have gone with her, bro. She was definitely the superior choice.
Cannot claim with iron or ready bones.
Harry just be fucking up. Yup. Exactly, man. He fumbled.
I will not fail for Toronto.
Absolutely fumbled.
Special deployment
Your brother's friend thought Luna was hot? Yeah, I'm pretty sure everybody did. I definitely thought she was the hottest of the Harry Potter women as a kid, so. Dude, plus she was so quirky and cool, dude. She totally would have dated me if she was real.
Dominate and defile.
The accent? She had a fine accent. What do you mean, the accent? What was wrong with her accent? She didn't have the British chav fucking, you know, subhuman accent of like, oi, bro. Like, she had the normal British accent, which is fine.
Nice cock. Perfect.
Oi, mate, you bloody in it, bruv. That's right. Padme is Jewish? Yup. That's what I'm saying, bro. Like, y'all gave me shit for saying that I would fold for a hot Jewish chick. But it's like, bruh, is anybody really gonna deny the fact that they wouldn't have folded for prime Natalie Portman back in the day? Like, let's be honest here for a second. If episode 2 fucking Padme, Natalie Portman walked up to you, would you be like, no. Get away from me, wench. Like, bruh. I would fold up like a fucking beach chair. Let's see, Oski with the 20. Yo, Griffin, I found some behind-the-scenes shit about inside Dante's Purgatorio. And apparently we're gonna fight our way up to a burning Garden of Eden and fight Satan again. On top of it, still sucks. Yeah, dude, it is a shame, honestly. The Dante's Inferno game was really good, and it had potential, too. But unfortunately, it's just one of those instances of the 360 era where there was just so many good games that came out. A lot of them went completely just under the radar. So that's the unfortunate thing. It's like the 360 generation, we were suffering from too much success as far as good games went, to where people literally just couldn't buy them all. Yeah, I know it was made by the Dead Space devs.
I can't afford this shit!
Iron endures all.
Yeah, dude, I think that game would probably be pushing it because there's a ton of nudity. So, yeah, I don't know. I mean, especially with the Satan BBC, that might be a problem. You know, Satan's massive, big, black, hairy goat cock. You know, that might be pushing it a little bit. In the first 5 minutes alone, Beatrice's honkers are... Yeah, exactly. Yeah, they were a nice... That was something worth fighting for us. I don't blame them.
Either subscribe, donate, or get the fuck out.
See, that's the type of game I would make if I just had some money to put into, like, gaming. I would make those 5 to 10 hour long, like, just action hack and slash games with a cool, like, historical fiction setting. I really love that genre. Or imagine a game, this is another concept I had, where it's like, you know, like the jump pack missions in this particular game, where you're like flying around and just smashing into shit. Like, imagine a game where you play as, like, you know, like an archangel or some shit, and you just go into like hell and just go and fight a bunch of fucking demons. And you have, like, the ability to, like, fly around and, like, smash into the ground, dash through the air. Like a super fast-paced kind of movement-based game. But mix in, like, a Dante's Inferno style hack-and-slash combat system. With, like, a hint of, like, Dynasty Warriors. Not anything that brain dead, but... Like, that shit would be cool as fuck, man. Like, there's so much easy stuff you could do with game development that, you know, would not require a ton of money or creativity. Have the Archangel be Michael? Yeah, ideally. You could do that. I mean, I feel like it'd be fun. Like, just make a super fast-paced, movement-based hack and slash game where you play as like an angel. Just fucking slicing and dicing up like the forces of hell. That shit would be fun as fuck, man. I don't know, bro. There needs to be like some form of like, you know, conservative media, aka based Christian games. So you could easily make some pretty cool like Christian themed games for sure. Especially related to like the war between heaven and hell. Imagine a Jesus game rated M. Yeah, where you actually get to whip the money changers in graphic detail. Damn, bro. I've already almost killed off this this other tea. I may have to go get another one. I have 2 cups of tea up here with me, and I've already gone through both pretty much. It's brutal. Yeah, well, the thing is I would do this when I already have money, so I wouldn't care about, like, you know, banking trouble and all that shit. You know, the kvetchers could just kick rocks. I don't know, dude. I think it'd be fun to make that type of stuff. Just like with 360 visuals for like the nostalgia value. Plus, you can make the games a lot cheaper that way. But did you guys see the stat? I think it was Square Enix published it, where it's like basically the average age for people that buy their games are 42. It just lines up with the fact that, you know, the kids aren't even buying video games at this point. So Should stop catering games for graphics whores. Like, go back to making stylized games that actually appeal to the core gameplay audience, which is, you know, 30 plus, unfortunately. Dude, Elder Scrolls is just classic European fantasy in video game format, so I wouldn't really even say it's inherently Christian. It's more so just European fantasy in game format. It's traditional, like, medieval fantasy. Which, yeah, you could say it's based on a Christian society, but, you know, it's got, like, a multi-god pantheon and stuff like that, so... It's basically a mix of ancient European mythology with medieval fantasy. It's inherently European, though. As to gain nostalgia with the 2, kids have the attention span of a lemur. Yeah. Yeah, that's probably generous, honestly. Like 10 seconds is about it. And Raging War with the 2, yeah, I'll take a look. And then YAKUB YASUCCEH with the 40 months, appreciate it, man. Skip to 1555, but yeah, it really does hurt that we never got to see this come to fruition. The concept is crazy and fire. Yeah, I agree, man. There's so many, like, just cool games that could have been, you know, successful franchises if they just got, you know, the attention they deserve.
Death cannot claim what iron already owns.
Yeah, video games do suck nowadays, so yeah, I don't blame kids for not wanting to play them. There's very few, like, truly good games that release now. And the thing is, too, is it's not even so much that kids like playing video games either. It's just video games have become the new social space. Like, you know, no longer do kids go meet up at, like, the park or the mall or stuff like that because you literally can't anymore. Society's too unsafe. So where do kids meet up and, like, hang out and talk? Well, they hop on a fucking Discord call or they hop into a Fortnite game or whatever. And that's how they choose to, like, you know, hang out with their friends. It's just playing video games and talking. So it's replaced, you know, social meetups and stuff. You know, people don't really go do shit with their friends anymore as kids. They just play video games together.
Iron endures all. Warband, dominate and defile.
Well, dude, it's just because kids don't have the mental framework of even wanting to buy games. They just want to buy V-Bucks or fucking Robux or whatever the fuck for the games that they play already. They don't want to buy new stuff because their friends are already on those, like, gaming platforms, essentially. Like, Fortnite's not a game, it's a platform for games.
Now is the time.
Well, yeah, that's because we had a actual country back then where if you broke the law, you went to fucking prison. You know, society was pretty much homogenous. You could trust, you know, the people in your neighborhood and community. You know, it was just a different fucking world, man. It was a high-trust society. We don't have that anymore. We do not have a high-trust society anymore. You have to treat every person you encounter like they intend to do you harm. Which is just pitiful, man. You shouldn't have to live this way. Oh god, what is this? Andromeda Enigma. I may have to go fix some more tea in a little bit. I don't know. This shit's brutal, man. I gotta just keep drinking constantly. Bronchitis? No, I have a sore throat. Yeah, I think my last payment for my computer goes through on the 9th. And then this bitch is officially paid off. Which is an extra 1,100 bucks I'll have each month. Nah, I got 0% financing, so I was like, fuck it, I'll just pay it off in 6 payments. If I can get a 0 interest loan on a, you know, $7,000 computer, why would I pay it all off at once? Just keep the money in my account and earn interest off of it. Pay it off and upgrade. Yeah, buy another one immediately. Yeah, finance another one immediately after I pay off that one. Then I can have 2 computers. Actually, I'd have 3. I still have my old one too. They said enjoy your money because life is short. Now the money is finished and I'm still alive. The only thing I spend money on now is cards, which, yeah, has done well for me financially, but I don't really have a lot of stuff I buy.
Close those feeble puppets.
A quantum computer? Hell yeah, man. Spend money on coffee. Well, that's not that. Oh, maybe it is a lot. I don't know. Guess it depends on what you buy.
So easily slain. Casualty reported. The true gods have further use of me.
I can't afford this shit!
Asking in nostalgia with the 2, I'm investing with Anduril Industries soon. I'm not familiar with that. What is that? What business are they in? It's the future. Yeah, I don't know. I haven't heard of that. Oh, tech weapon defense? Interesting. Definitely not a bad field to be in.
So he died. We have fallen behind. Shed more blood.
Dude, it's so gay you can't even aim up all the way at him. Yeah, I'm familiar with Palmer Luckey. He's the guy who sold Oculus to Meta, and then he has like his little Game Boy clone console that he has right now. But yeah, I heard about that. He's going into like... Yeah, now I know what you're talking about. I do know he was getting into defense technology. I didn't know the name of the company. But yeah, I'm familiar with him. Dude, I still need to buy that 3DS clone console. Yeah, the Iron Thor. That thing's really cool, man. Pre-order the new Soulja Boy console. Oh yeah, dude. I can't wait to order a new Soulja Boy console. You're a boy. Maybe someday you'll become a man.
Moment is now.
Yeah, I haven't really bought anything recently. The only thing I've purchased is I've started to buy like Christmas gifts for my mom and dad. That's about it. That's the extent of my shopping thus far. $50.90 is all you need, I guess. I don't really play many video games in my free time, though. I just do it on stream, which is fine. I don't really... There's not anything I want for Black Friday. I'm not buying a TV, not buying headphones, not buying a cell phone, not buying video game console. Like, I don't really think there's going to be anything on Black Friday I'm getting. I'm definitely not buying clothes or anything like that, so... Ooh, baby, a triple. Oh, yeah.
Fatality confirmed.
Yeah, I don't go to Black Friday either. It's just a bunch of Indians loading up their carts with cheap TVs. Can't even move in the fucking stores. And they block the whole parking lot and everything, trying to shove the TVs in their fucking little Honda Civics or whatever. Well, Cyber Monday is just Black Friday, but 10% more expensive. Most Black Friday deals you can just get online anyway, so you don't really even need to go to the store. Do I have a hobby I do for fun? I mean, I collect trading cards, I guess you could say, as a hobby. But that's about it. Although I don't really know if I would consider that a hobby, because it's just spending money. Need a new mouse? Yeah, I might need a new mouse. Mine's doing the double click thing. I should paint Warhammer. I don't have anywhere to put them. That's the problem. I don't have anywhere to put stuff. After this next match, I may go brew some more tea.
I can't afford this shit!
Oh, bro. My desk is very cluttered because I have my work laptop up here. I've got my my stream decks, my 2 monitors, my cell phone charger, a lamp, 2 monitors. I mean, I could maybe fit them, but realistically, they'd probably get knocked over and shit, so I've got a lot of stuff on my desk. What set would I get? I don't even know. Maybe the I guess maybe the either the Grey Knights or the Black Templars. Oh, shit.
He was weak, so he died. Tossing frag grenade! Assail the Hyrule Warriors! Death cannot claim what iron already owns.
That's the game nostalgia with the 2. Yeah, we can check it out.
Allied casualty!
We can definitely check it out.
New rally point established. New rally point established. Fatality confirmed. New rally point established.
I can't afford this shit!
What's this? You want some tea? We'll go make some. I'm gonna go make my 2 cups again. It's the only thing that's keeping me able to talk right now. Otherwise, I would not be able to. It'll take a few minutes, just a heads up, because I have to wait for like the water to boil and stuff, which is only usually like 2 or 3 minutes, but yeah. If it takes me a little while to come back, that's why. I probably should just get my half-gallon Yeti jug, or actually no, I have a gallon jug too. I probably should just do that before next time, and then I can just pour it into a glass. Just get my maid to do it? Oh yeah, dude, let me just call my bang maid real quick. Tell her to get out from under my desk. You know, my dick doesn't need to be sucked anymore tonight. Go make me some tea, bitch. Oh yeah.
Imperials are close to victory. I will not fail, Perturabo.
Did I lose my voice because of the election results? No. The election results aren't even surprising. This state's a fucking shithole, bro. It's not surprising at all. It's a blue state. Even when we had a Republican governor, he wasn't super right-wing in the first place. And on top of that, you know, the state assembly or whatever was primarily Democrat. So, yeah, it's kind of just a given it was going to happen. No, you have to show your ID in Virginia. I imagine that'll go away. They'll probably get rid of the ID restrictions so that way they can have all the illegals that were, you know, everywhere in this area vote. And they're gonna pass gun control and all that other shit too, so realistically I need to get the fuck out of the state.
New rally point established.
Alright. Let me back out and then I'm gonna go fix some more tea. Alright, I'll be back. Give me a minute or two. Whatever. I'll be back when I'm back.
I can't afford this shit!
Alright, I'm back. Jeez, man. Now the struggle will be waiting for this shit to cool. Perfect. Can use my Silent Hill review notes as a coaster. Problem with using these Yetis is they keep shit warm way too effectively, so I have to leave the tops off and time it right in order to make sure it brews, but also doesn't get, or I guess stay too hot for too long. Oh my god. Alright, yeah, I'm gonna have to open this Coke now. There's no way I can go without fluid. That shit's brutal, man. Oh, that does feel good, though. Jeez. Yeah, there's just something about Coke on, like, a sore throat. Like, it's something to do with, like, the flavor. I don't know, but it soothes the throat better than anything else. Just, like, immediately. Alright. Let's see, Raging Boar with the 2. I'm guessing this is another song. Yes. Alright. Alright, I'll do one more match and then we'll do videos. The Raymond drink? What, coffee? Videos at 6 a.m. What time is it now? It's 4:40. This is gonna be like a 10-minute match, so I mean, I can play for another hour and 20 minutes if you'd like. I'm more than happy playing Space Marine. I could sit here and play this game pretty much all day. It's very satisfying to play.
Fallen behind. Shed more blood.
Yeah, speaking of Hawaii, bro, there was this one chick from my high school, like genuine 11 out of 10 material, who went to Hawaii and then became a tatted up whore. It's like, geez, man. It's like, why? Like one of those chicks that could have easily done modeling. Griffin's, dude, it does break my heart. It's like, another lost soul. How tall was she? I don't know, like 5'5", 5'6". I have no idea. Shorter than me, if that's possible. You could have saved her if you had asked her out. I guess so, but probably not. She's definitely out of my league. Yeah, and the tattoos never fully go away either. They're always there.
Halfway there.
They're just less noticeable. She was probably, I mean, if you're into tattoos, then I guess, but yeah, just wasted, bro. Absolutely wasted. I don't know, that was one of those truly black pilling moments, bro. It's like, damn. Brutal. It really is rough out here. Melanie's could be, nah, dude. Nah, she's got way too many. The amount of money it would cost to go to all the tattoo removal sessions would be just astronomical. Like, it's even more expensive to get them removed than it is to get them in the first place. OP pre-jack. There we go.
what iron already owns.
Well, dude, if she's so beautiful, go make an honest woman out of her. You know, she's looking for her, based Christian trad husband to, you know, whisk her off her feet and, you know, move her out of her parents' house. Griffin, if there was a 10 out of 10 chick that had a small tattoo on her back, would you pay for her to remove it? Yeah, sure, that's fine. If it's small, I don't even know if it would bother me too much, but yeah, ideally she'd get it removed. Griffin no, dude, Raymond should, honestly. That's his type of woman. Skinny. Well, I guess she has tattoos, but Raymond should go for her, honestly. Imagine the content power couple that would make. She needs some meat on her, or wait, on those bones? Well, you could just put some meat in her bones, and then you're good. Pelvis in particular. How would you feel if Melanie Mac cosplayed as Aerith one day? Would that offend me? Yes. It would offend me. I would be deeply offended. So I have 110 hours on Space Marine on PC. I forgot how many I have on PS5. I think it was like 180. Bro, what is this update? Jesus. Harris. That's a lot better than Camel Toe Harris. Nah, Raymond is too deranged for her. Nah, PK, I just think you're upset thinking about that guy with his teeth tonguing all up and down Melanie. You know, just ravaging her. Didn't need that visual? Yeah, now you have it. Let's see. Like, here, PK, just imagine this face. That face, bro. Right before he just explores every inch of her with his tongue. It's over, dude. You've lost. He's sitting in the couch. No, it's over, bro. It's over. All right, so let's open these videos. Let's see. Remove the S? Oh, okay. Gotcha.
Emperor Frederick.
Alright, the short. Let's see. Oh, God.
What's up, folks?
This is gonna be insane, Cope. Yup, it's all the Cope. Let's see. Then what else? Next was this.
What's up, guys? Welcome back to Newswave. So with the release of all of these financial... Let's talk about a...
Alright. None. Do this one. We're getting there. I think this is the last one. Set it 6 minutes. S&K, which one is it? Is it this one? This video up here? Faded shirt guy, this guy. Alright, top video. Okay. Alright, so we'll do these in order. So let me close out of some stuff real quick. Alright, we're good to go.
3 of the dumbest Holocaust denial arguments. At number 1, we have wooden doors. Most people see memorial site footage at Auschwitz I while ignoring the main mass murder factories at Birkenau, the one that has heavy concrete gas-tight reinforced doors. At number 2, we have the cookie analogy, basically assuming that Nazi crematoriums work like modern civilian crematoriums. These were not ovens, they were industrial multi-muffle furnaces designed specifically for high-throughput mass burning. Even if we were conservative, 4,000 per day for 250 days is a million bodies, and that's just at Birkenau. Number 3, 207.
Yeah, but the problem is the fuel they used would not have that type of capacity. But
71,000 at best. This argument ignores the 24/7 runtime, assumes only one body at a time, and accounts for just one site. Not to mention, it ignores the Nazis' own records. 3 of
their own records? What records? There's not a singular... You can even type this into, like, AI, and it'll tell you the answer. Like, here, let's see if Google is honest. Is there a single document from Nazi Germany that mentions the mass murder of the Jews. There's not a single contemporary document. Yeah, here you go. There is no single explicit written order signed by Hitler or any other single high-ranking Nazi that details the entire plan for the mass murder of all European Jews. So, yeah, look. Euphemisms and verbal orders to maintain secrecy. No, that's what they use the fucking Enigma machines for. But yeah, when people say that there's like actual proof, there's not. Even AI will tell you there is no single explicit written order signed by anyone, you know, no motioning for this to happen. So, is AI based? It's one of the few areas that they haven't patched yet. So, when people say...
For just one site, not to mention it ignores the Nazis' own records.
What records? We just read there's not a single record of it. So, that's the thing, man. At least be honest.
Haven't spoken to you in a few days. As many of you know, I have been working on a video to discuss the most recent financial report that we've received from Nintendo on November 4th. This is actually not that video. That video is going to be a lot more in-depth. It's going to go into a lot more detail. I actually had zero intention of uploading a video today, so what I'm working on right now is less of an analysis and more of a reaction, I guess. See, I've been under the assumption that people understood the difference between shipped units and sold units. Assumption that people knew the difference between a sell-in and a sell-through number. Nintendo did not sell 10 million units to people. This is not my opinion. This is not up for debate.
Yes, they did. They sold them to retailers, which is when Nintendo gets paid, you dumbass. When Nintendo sells a console to a retailer is when Nintendo gets paid. They sold the units.
This is right here if you look at it on the financials. Where it talks about software and hardware sold, the word used is sell-in. And if you go to the bullet point at the bottom, it tells you what a sell-in number is. Sell-in numbers are hardware units that are shipped out to retailers. And they also include consoles, games, accessories that are bought directly from Nintendo. So if you go to Nintendo.com or if you buy a game digitally, it counts as a sell-in number. What people are...
Dude, this cope is incredible. It's absolutely fucking incredible. Why would retailers buy consoles from Nintendo if they weren't selling?
Using sell-in numbers with is sell-through numbers. Sell-through numbers are what the customer actually purchases. And when we look at Nintendo's financial report, we see that it states it very clearly. The sales status of hardware and software sell-in. These are all numbers that were basically shipped or digital purchases. As far as the Switch 2 is concerned, there's not 10.36 Switch 2 users out there. A console becomes a sell-in console as soon as it leaves Nintendo's ownership and enters a truck heading out to Best Buy or Target or whatever.
Okay, so how do you... Look at this. If there's 9.57 million units of Mario Kart World... and you're trying to argue that there's not 10 million Switch customers, that's just false. Bro, you can't sell... This is just so retarded.
Potentially, these numbers don't even include consoles that are sitting on shelves. They might have not even made it to shelves yet. And likewise, that 9.57 million number for Mario Kart is sell-in. It's not sell-through. We actually have zero indication of how many Mario Kart units were actually purchased. What we do have for Donkey Kong is we know that the sell-in number is 3.
Again, once the retailers purchase it, Nintendo gets paid.
49. And then if we look at the other PDF, the presentation that Furukawa gave, we see that Donkey Kong Bonanza sell-through is 2.6 million. So Donkey Kong Bonanza...
That's great. On July 17th, in its first 12 weeks. That's great.
We know how much was sold in, and we know how much was sold through. That sold through, that's the end user number that you're looking for. For Mario Kart, they didn't give us sell-through numbers. And that's kind of obvious why they wouldn't, because if we knew how many people were actually buying Mario Kart, we'd be able to extrapolate it out, because we know that, 80 or 90% of all the...
Yeah, this is insane cope, bro.
Consoles sold were bundles. So if they told us that there was like 8 million Mario Kart units sold, somebody could be like, okay, if there's 8 million Mario Karts, there's probably 9 million Switch 2s out there. But we didn't get a sold-through number for Mario Kart, nor did we get a sold-through number for the Nintendo Switch 2. We only got it for Bonanza. Now, in fairness, we got something very vague for Mario Kart, where it says that 9 out of every 10 Switch owners has Mario Kart World. So from that, we can take away that whatever the sold-through numbers for Switch 2 units are, 90% of that are people that bought Mario Kart. But again, that's kind of a pointless number if we don't know how many Switch 2s were actually sold through, nor do we know how many Mario Kart units were sold through. But I mean, technically, if it's any indication of anything, we know that Donkey Kong Bonanza has a 75% sell-through rate, right? If you take the 2.6 and divide it by 3.5, it's roughly 75% sell-through. So So maybe the Switch 2 has a 75% sell-through rate, and that would put it roughly at 7 or 8 million sold through. But obviously that's not a conclusion we can make. That's just, an assumption given the data that's been provided. And look, this is not to say that Nintendo will not sell 10 million Switch 2 units, nor am I trying to deny that they might have reached it now by November 6th. But what I do want to be made very clear is that as of the release of these quarterlies, the Switch 2 was not at 10 million sold, not to customers at least. And quite frankly, I'm surprised I even have to clarify that, because this is very basic stuff. We have zero indications of how many Switch 2 consoles are actually sold through to people. Now, to be clear, companies will generally only send shipped numbers. The only time they share sold through numbers is when they reach impressive milestones. Nintendo has done so a few times already. If you look at their last quarterly that covered the numbers up until June, they were very clear. 3.5 million were sold in the first 4 days. Those are their sold through estimates. That's what they believe was sold through to the customer in those first 4 days. But that 5.82, that quarterly at the end of June, that 5.82 was shipped numbers. So at the end of June, we actually...
Yeah, because that's how many they sold to retailers.
Have no indication of how many consoles were actually sold through to customers. But that...
Yeah, this is insane, Cope, bro. Just admit you were wrong.
They also released a...
This guy was acting like the console was going to sell 2 million, 3 million consoles, and then nobody was going to buy it. That's what he was saying, is it would sell a few million at launch immediately, and then nobody would buy it. Well, that's not what happened. So, and once these holiday sales numbers come out, too, these type of guys are going to be coping their fucking little bitch tits off. Hardcore. So, I don't understand why, they get off at the idea that Nintendo's going to fail. Nintendo's like the only last real gaming company anymore. Everyone else just makes either interactive movies or just trash.
Slide saying that at the end of 7 weeks, which takes you to roughly at the end of July...
Nah, his entire channel is just shitting on the Switch 2. He has nothing without it.
The Switch 2 reached 6 million units. That's a sell-through number. Again, they're very clear about what it is. Everything on this most recent quarterly is sell-in. They don't mention a single thing about sell-through. And again, in my following video, I'd like to delve deeper into that discussion so we can try to land on a space of where we think it might be. But if people can't understand the difference between sell-in and sell-through, I feel like I'm wasting my time here. Like, I should...
Every single retailer of any product on planet Earth uses sell-in numbers. So if you're comparing the Switch 2 to the PS4, PS5, Xbox, Switch 1, 3DS, Wii U, fucking whatever other console you want to pick, every single one of those is reported as sell-in. So that is the industry standard. Now all of a sudden it's a problem because it's the Switch 2.
Uploaded this video on the night of if I knew people were confused about this. And this is actually starting to make a lot of sense because there are hundreds of comments on all of my videos and all of my posts over the past few days of people thinking that there were 10 million units that were sold and in customers' hands. In my last post, I said that I was going to make a video about 10 million units shipped, and people started saying that I was being disingenuous and calling me a liar. And now it's starting to make sense to me. It's because people legitimately thought that 10 million individuals out there currently own a Switch 2 as of September 30th. So it's no wonder that everybody is just flooded to my channel because they think that as of September 30th, the Switch 2 has reached 10 million people. It has not. And again, we'll go into a discussion and try to land on a space where I think it might be at in the next video. But it's definitely not even close to 10 million. Like, people need to use logic here. We know based off of the Circana data and based off of Famitsu numbers that at the end of September, between the United States and Japan, the Switch 2 was at roughly 5 million units sold. Did people legitimately think that America and Japan made up less than half of all of the Switch 2 units sold? Do they not realize that the United States and Japan, for Switch 1 and for every other Nintendo console before, have made up like 2/3 of all consoles sold? Did they just figure that this thing has become so popular that worldwide people in Zimbabwe are buying it out? Y'all need to use logic with me here. There is legitimately absolutely nothing in any of these reports or anything that was shared.
This is insane fucking Cope, man.
The past few days from Nintendo that gives us any indication of what the Switch...
Just admit you were wrong, little bro.
2 is sold at. The only things we know for sure is that it's over 6 million and it's lower than 10.36 million. Again, as of September 30th. And I am amazed that I need to clarify this. And I'm wondering now, where are you guys getting your information from? Because whichever YouTuber, Twitter follower, journalist, whoever you are getting your resources from that claims to be an expert on this stuff and doesn't understand the difference between sell-in numbers and sell-through numbers.
I just want to pull everyone's attention to this fucking dipshit's video. Again, where was it? Buyer's remorse is real bad. Where else? Where's the other one? There's one about, yeah, Switch 2 just had the worst performing week in Japan. Keep in mind, this thing is still sold out completely in Japan. You cannot buy it.
Good morning, folks. This is more of a sales update and less of an analysis because I only got like 30 minutes to do this right now. If you want to hear all about my opinions about the sales and the hype dwindling downwards on the Switch 2, you can watch any of my other videos prior to this one. Plus, I had the big one yesterday. Anyway, so the Switch 2 numbers for Japan over the previous week have just come in, and it is by far the worst performing week of the Switch 2. Like, we're talking a huge nosedive. This is completely objective. 35,000 units sold in a single week for the Switch 2 this far after launch. Nobody predicted it would be this low right now, and that's just...
Yes, they would predict it's that low when they're literally not available. This guy is such a fucking idiot, man.
An objective bit of news. Like, this is not me adding any kind of commentary to it. This is me just saying that the Switch 2 has sold its significantly worst performing week, and it is, like, really low. Now, it could be a supply issue. It could be that they burnt through
it. It is a supply issue. It's not that it could be. You literally cannot buy it in Japan right now.
Everything during the past 2 weeks while it was a holiday in Japan.
It sells out immediately.
I haven't been shy about this. I actually think that the Switch 2 is fairly available in Japan to the point where if you actually do want one, you can get one. It just...
No, you cannot.
Takes a little bit more effort, similar to trying to grab a Switch 2 in the stateside in June. But as it goes, this is just my assumption based off of the type of patterns that I'm seeing, and based off of some of the conversations that I'm following online. If I give Nintendo the benefit of the doubt and we say that it actually is a supply issue, that could potentially mean that they had pushed out as many units as they did over the course of the past 2 weeks because of the holiday over there in Japan, and this is the following week where they didn't have as much stock to push. And it could also mean that they were potentially trying to save more units specifically for this week, because these numbers are for last week, right?
But look, hype and sales continue to dwindle. This guy is such a fucking grifting piece of shit. Pseudo-intellectualism at its finest. Look, hype and declining sales again.
Some of you guys might be shocked to hear this, but I feel really bad for Nintendo fans right about now. Like, you guys gotta understand where I'm coming from. I spent my entire life playing goal line defense for stuff like this. News comes out, people hate on Nintendo, you gotta push them back and you gotta defend the company because they're the best in the world, and Mario makes us happy. And I almost instinctually want to jump onto this video and start defending that partner direct, because I actually don't think it was that massive of a drop-off as compared to the other partner showcases we've had in the past. Maybe if I was actually interested, I'd have liked to see more Sonic stuff. It would have been cool to get another crossover type game like...
This guy is just a grifting piece of shit, man.
Like Mario and Rabbids. Realistically speaking, I probably would have bought Dragon Ball Z. I'm not huge into JRPGs by Today app, including the Mario Kart update, they're sending out surveys for the game keycards. They did it in Japan, and now they're sending to jump in. Or, you know, as per usual, I could be completely wrong, and nobody's listening, and the Switch 2 surpasses the entirety of the Wii U's lifespan by the end of the second month, like so many people expected that it would prior to the launch of the Switch 2. We'll see how this all plays out. I'll be back tomorrow when we get the official number for the sales. It's probably going to be 5 million. That seems to be what all of the signs are pointing towards. I'm more interested in figuring out what the breakdown is based off of how many sales were sold in each location. So no matter what the number is, expect a lot of headlines talking about how it's the fastest selling console in history, because they're going to go back to that first month yet again, because that's the only thing that Switch 2 fans can talk about. But I'll be here to break it down further for everybody, even if it means that it looks worse for somebody who's against the Switch 2. As I've shown in the past, even when the Switch 2 is doing great, I will still make a video with my foot in my mouth about the sales numbers, regardless. So I'll talk to y'all tomorrow. Thanks again for listening.
Yeah, like, it's pitiful, bro.
And can't distinguish when a quarterly report is talking about what's shipped versus what's sold. I would personally question the validity of everything that they've tried to claim up to this point. Honestly, now it's starting to make sense to me. This is why so many extra people think I'm a liar or a grifter, and they think that I'm just making up numbers, because they don't understand the numbers. Now, look, there are people that disagree with me and they think I'm a grifter and they understand the numbers. And those people will never come to my channel and saying that I'm saying the wrong numbers. What they'll tell me is that I'm manipulating the data, but they know that I don't get the...
No, you are manipulating the data. Every other console in the history of the video game industry reports numbers the exact same way the Switch 2 does. And it's only the Switch 2 that you have a problem with. Even if it isn't sell-through numbers, every other console has been reported as sell-in. So therefore, it is still outpacing every other console that's come before it. Objectively.
The data wrong, because we get the data from the same sources. But the YouTubers and content creators out there and the Twitter channels that will go out of their way and be like, oh, he's just making up numbers. Now I understand it. They don't understand the numbers. A lot of you have asked me why I will not go on specific channels and debate with specific YouTubers and content creators. And this is why. Like, if you're somebody that doesn't know that 1 + 1 = 2, I'm not going to waste my time on you, because I know that video will not make it to public. Imagine one of these YouTubers were like, hey, I got NintenDEEN on here, and we're going to debunk everything he says. And then I show up, and within 5 minutes, I clarify to him that sell-in does not mean it's in the end user's hands. They would immediately toss out all the footage and run back to Twitter or YouTube and say that I'm a liar and that I ran away from debating them. It's literally not worth my time to engage with these people, and that's a big reason why I do not. Now, viewers, people in the comments, y'all are a different story. You guys are not experts on the craft. Most of you anyway. Many of you just take headlines and you're like, oh, here's my chance to go and crap on NintenDEEN. So you come to my channel and you laugh at me. And that's fine. You're a viewer. I'm a content creator. This is the circle of life. I understand why somebody in the comments may not understand the difference between what's shipped and what's sold. Because
let's see. Even start with the 5. This guy was an average 4K views before the Switch 2 price reveal. Now with his cope grift videos, it's at 10 to 15 times the views. So got to keep the grift going. Yep. It's just pitiful, man. People would rather someone sit here and just lie to them than have to face the reality that they were wrong.
Because corporations intentionally word things in specific ways to trick people like you, because they want the entire world to assume that everybody has already bought a Switch 2 and it's at 10 million plus sold already. And they've succeeded at throwing people off, evidently. But a content creator, somebody that spreads news about this stuff, somebody that makes a living off of these blatant lies, or maybe they're not lies, maybe they're just ignorant, and in which case they should probably stay in their lane. And again, because I want to reiterate this is not me implying that 10 million shipped in the first 4 months is not impressive. That's a record in and of itself. And I will break down the reports and I will break down those numbers in the following video. And in
Is this link black?
the next video, there will be opinions, there will be hypotheses, there will be conclusions, there will be conspiracies, as you say. But in this video right now, this video that you're watching and listening to, nothing I'm saying here is my opinion when it comes to the shipped numbers. This is factual data. This is not up for debate. This is not up for discussion. As of September 30th, 2025, the Switch 2 has shipped 10.36 million units. It did not sell those to customers. And again, I am clarifying that because evidently many people out there...
Doesn't matter, bro. Retailers do not order consoles they don't think will sell. Like, bro. They don't order consoles if they don't think they're going to sell them.
Do not understand that. And honestly, if I knew how many people were ignorant to this fact, I would have had a video out the day that they uploaded those documents. I would have set a timer for 3 a.m., woke up Eastern time, uploaded this video and be like, hey, just FYI guys, that 10.36 number, that's shipped, that's not sold. Because apparently nobody else on the internet knew the difference between sell in and sell through. No other content creator had the integrity to clarify this because I think some of them knew it, they just didn't want to say it. Look guys, share this video, hype this video, do whatever you gotta do, send it out there because there are people that even are on my side that agree with me that did not understand this fact. If I'm going to make a video analyzing the 10.36 million that were shipped and the quarterly reports for Nintendo that were sent out on November 4th, I would at least appreciate it if the people that are watching my videos, whether they agree with me or disagree with me, understood the very basic fact. We do not know.
Yeah, Sony reports shipped. Xbox used to report shipped. Nintendo reports shipped. Everyone reports shipped. I don't understand why this is a problem.
How many Switch 2 units were actually purchased in the last quarter?
Like, Square Enix reports shipped sales numbers. PlayStation reports shipped sales numbers on video games. Same with Activision. Same with Ubisoft. Same with EA. Everyone in the video game industry reports the shipped number. It is the industry standard. This guy is just desperate to fucking cope, bro.
The only thing we know is that as of September 30th, 2025, there were 10.36 million units shipped. That doesn't mean they're on shelves. That doesn't mean that they were in people's houses. That just means that Nintendo sold them to companies. For all we know, they could have been trucking out different Switch 2 units across the country, and that counts as a sell-in number. And again, the only sell-through number that we received for the last quarter was Donkey Kong Bonanza, which sold through 2.6 million copies out of the 3.5 million that were shipped. This is not a debate. This is not math. This is basic comprehension. If you're going to go out on a limb and call me a grifter and call me a liar, at least get this right. That's all I ask.
Everyone should go buy a Donkey Kong Bonanza. It's a great game.
Canceled sequel that, you know, I would have liked to have seen this because I feel like back in the day, this is a game that myself, and I think one other friend played, but I didn't really have many other people mention or remember it as maybe as fondly as I did, and that's Dante's Inferno. Now, we can see this headline. This is over on IGN with a report saying inside Dante's Purgatorio, the canceled sequel to EA's Dante's Inferno. Now, I'll have this link down below in the source if you want to read through the entire report. I will give credit here also to Shinobi. Did a very good job grabbing some of the important bullet points here. Makes it easier to put on screen for you. And these are the details around it. It was penned by Assassin's Creed 2 co-writer Joshua Rubin, and the idea was going to be a battle between heaven and hell. It progressed deeper into pre-production, and it was meant to be, get this, an Assassin's Creed 1 to Assassin's Creed 2 level jump. Now, Assassin's Creed 2 is a massive step up from Assassin's Creed 1, and Dante's Inferno, I enjoyed the game quite a bit because it's a weird game. If you've never played, I can't say go play, I say go play it, but I don't know how well it's aged. It might be that thing where
it aged really well.
It looks better in my mind than it actually does on screen. It could look it could be one of those crunchy 360 and PS3 releases. Maybe I'll have to go fire that up after this. But the fact that this was planned and then unfortunately canceled while it was in development by EA it's unfortunate because some of the stuff that they lay out here with traversal being a much bigger role, new abilities like spirit jump, so Dante can leap vast distances, possession being a much bigger role, new abilities like
access to Mount Purgatory proper is monitored by the Vicar of St. Peter, a massive angel with 5 wings, which he uses as legs like a giant spider. Okay, yeah. You know what? Maybe it's better this wasn't made, because I just noticed something, too. Yeah, so if you guys don't know, St. Peter is the church. You know, St. Peter is basically the, you know, Catholic / foundation of the Christian church. So you killing the vicar of St. Peter is essentially you killing Christianity. Dude, this is definitely a greatest ally coded. Yeah. Maybe it's better that this didn't get fucking made. This would have been pure fucking, you know, anti-Christian propaganda. Like, bro, Dante literally, like, sews a cross onto his chest at the beginning of the game, yet he's gonna kill the vicar of St. Peter. Yeah. And he's gonna start killing angels. Yeah, no. Nope. Yeah, that was definitely one of those games that was hijacked by our greatest ally. Yeah, St. Peter is literally the rock on which Jesus will build his church. Like, that's literally from the Bible. So, yeah.
It's unfortunate because some of the stuff that they lay out here with traversal being a much bigger role, new abilities like spirit jump, so Dante can leap vast distances, possession to possess enemies, and you sprout angelic wings where you could fly during large boss fights. It did seem like, okay, we have an idea here.
St. Peter's literally a rock. It's more so a metaphor for saying you will be the foundation of the church, essentially. Like, St. Peter would be the head of the church when Jesus ascends to heaven. Like, he will be the foundation of the church, which is why the Catholic Church considers him to be the first pope, because Jesus anointed him to be the head of Christianity. So... And, you know, where the Vatican stands today is where Peter was crucified, on Vatican Hill. So, quite literally, on this rock, I shall build my church. You know, the site where Peter was executed is the site of, you know, the primary location of the Roman Catholic Church.
Now we're going to go dial it up to 11 and do all kinds of crazy stuff, even down to the final boss fight, which would be against Lucifer in the middle of a burning Garden of Eden. That sounds wild. So, very unfortunate. I just remember back in the day.
Okay, well, if you're, again, yeah, and then the next one would be you ascend into heaven and kill all the angels.
With Dante's Inferno, people really looked at it as a God of War clone, and it kind of was. It was like that action combat beat 'em up style game, sure, but it had its own kind of aesthetic, its own kind of tone, and that tone was just weird. It really, really was. There are some certain scenes that I'm thinking of that YouTube probably doesn't like, as in it would absolutely give it the yellow $sign, tag it as like 18 plus or whatever. some crazy stuff happens in the game. So if you've never played it, I recommend checking it out, but
Satan has a massive cock.
certainly unfortunate, definitely a what-if scenario, as in we have those splits in time where it's like the decision-making process. I do wonder what this could have looked like, sure, but also, if this was that Assassin's Creed 1 to Assassin's Creed 2 jump, what that could have done for maybe something that would be established as a franchise for EA. So that's the unfortunate.
Yeah, guys, this is really the guy who's going to go kill the vicar of St. Peter, an angel. The guy who put a fucking literal cross on his chest and sewed it into his flesh. Seems likely, right? Seems very, very likely. Again, yeah, that would have been a pure subversion title.
Because at this time, Dante's Inferno is just a really cool, really just one-off. And before we go to the comment of the day, we'll take a look at the poll that I posted up yesterday, where I ask, do you own a PlayStation Portal? Wow, 14% say yes, 86% say no. I was not expecting this to be like majority or 50-50, nothing like that, because we know in the US, based on some recent statistics, that about 5% of PlayStation 5 owners have a PlayStation Portal. All right, so while 14% here, that's just above that amount outright. So this is trending above what seems to be the average or the market trend. So interesting. I was kind of thinking it'd be below 10%. 14% is pretty good. I don't know if there would be many people.
Oh, dude, they absolutely would have had Paradiso. You go in and kill God, 100%. And we can finally free the world from religious fervor and zealotry, and enter an age of science.
We'll go out there and say, oh, I should get a PlayStation Portal, and I should get PlayStation Plus Premium, and that's going to be my PlayStation. Because then, I mean, you're just about at 4.
But yeah, I don't know, man. Part of me is kind of glad, like, if they brought in that guy, because, you know, he's probably the one that decided to make the Templars, you know, evil in Assassin's Creed as well. So, yeah. Coincidence that Dante was also a Crusader / Templar? I don't know. All right, so what are we looking for in this? Just the walkthrough?
Good morning, my friends. Welcome to the channel once again. Today's video, we're going to be covering one of the roads that, in my opinion, hosts one of the most beautiful houses there are in Rosie Roads due to the view of their patio. So most of the houses...
You said this is your old house?
The right lane on that road have a view to the sea, which is awesome. And I'm now in the corner of Cowpens Drive and Franklin, and I'm going up Cowpens Drive in order to get to Cabot Drive, which is where I'll be covering the houses in that road. All right, let's get to the video.
I have no idea who this guy is, but I think SNK Nostalgia was saying this is like his old house or something. $643. Okay. Is that it? Definitely looks nice. It's crazy that that's just abandoned, though. Back up. So this was it? And this is what, in Puerto Rico? Yeah, that's kind of crazy. It's just empty. House before? Oh, okay. So this one. Gotcha. Yeah, that's kind of wild that these are just empty. You would think a lot... Well, I guess if it's... Is it an old military base? So I guess maybe they can't sell the land. But yeah, that's pretty nice, man. Why is it marked with the red X? I have no idea. Probably somebody just tagged it. My guess. It's owned by the U.S. Navy. Yeah. But yeah, that's pretty nice, man. It's a cool area. And let's see. Flash Gordon rocks with a 2. Watch, okay. Alright. But yeah, very nice, man. Oh yeah, this bitch.
By the way, half the struggles that black
Yeah, this bitch is a grifter, hardcore.
women think they face, it's of their own fucking doing. Running around in nails like this, running around in earrings like this, like you people fight every day. You people fight every day. Could you choose any outfit and get up that's like less
Imagine being born white and this is how you choose to act.
conducive to fighting?
So a couple months ago, or maybe a year ago, I'm not really sure, I was talking to a friend.
I don't know, bro. Like, people who do this type of performative shit, it's like, yeah, you're worse in some ways than the thing you're trying to criticize.
Of the channel, Devin Tracy of Atheism is Unstoppable. Use promo code RUE over at censored.tv.
I feel like that's a similar sin to being born intelligent and choosing to be stupid, or being born wealthy and pissing away all of your money. It's like, you know, you just lower yourself below the thing you're trying to criticize.
If you want to watch his content and support him, or support him over on Subscribestar if you want to see his videos. And during
That's Griffin's future. Fuck no, dude.
The course of that conversation,
that bitch is an attention-grabbing whore. Not a chance.
We ultimately ended up arriving at the conclusion that maybe, just maybe, there were better times on the internet.com, and specifically, those better times were when there was like 5 people talking about the reality of black criminality on the internet, and Devin and I were 2 of those 5 people.
I forgot what show it's from, but it's like... Basically, there was like a noble who was arrested for starting a fight, and, you know, like, they were like petitioning the king to release him, and instead he like ordered him to be executed in the most brutal way, because he's like, you know, he basically renounced his noble heritage and behaved like a common criminal. So therefore, his punishment should be the greatest of all. And it's like, I kind of agree with that in this instance, too. It's like, here you have someone who claims to be superior because she's white, and she's acting like this. Like, yeah, you deserve everything bad that happens to you, because not only are you making a fucking fool of yourself, but it's like... It makes it worse. It's like you are lowering yourself far below whatever it is you're trying to criticize in your own head. So, it's pitiful. SNK Nostalgia with the 2 on that base. Us kids got along no matter where. Yeah, I can imagine. It'd be fun for probably growing up there. I've only been on a few like military bases with the actual housing, but yeah, I could imagine that'd be a fun place to grow up.
And the reason we ultimately ended up coming to that conclusion, or at least I did from my side of the conversation, is because you realize that there are really, really stupid people. The bar keeps getting...
She's a single mom? Oh my god.
Significantly lower, that are not mature enough in order to handle these topics. And what ultimately ends up happening is that these kind of people end up creating an environment where the pendulum is going to swing back in the other direction, because they don't understand the purpose and the value in having these conversations in an informed and effective way. And a perfect example of this is Lily Gaddis, but honestly, it could be any individual that decided that this Halloween they were going to do the blackface because they're going to be super ultra edgy, because these types of influencers are essentially held up and propped up in order to be things to be made fun of, to draw negative attention. And And ultimately, the result of that is hurting the very policies that I'm interested in advocating for, not to mention the fact that it is actually legitimately evil to hate somebody based on the color of their skin. And again, doing blackface just to be like, I'm edgy, does significantly more damage, not just to you and your personal life, but to the people around you, because then there ends up becoming this weird kind of defensive mechanism, which, by the way, you will see some of that in the...
No, it just lowers any, like, if you're actually trying to make, like, a genuine point, it just removes any chance of that actually being a thing. I don't know. It's just performative dog shit.
Comments where people jump to defend this piss poor behavior, and that backlash...
It's just performative, attention-grabbing dog shit. Like, go plug your OnlyFans, you dumb bitch. That's the only future you have.
Or blacklash is definitely coming, and this is what we're going to talk about today. But before we do, I want to thank everybody who supports this channel via actualjusticewarrior.com/join.
Oh, give me the money. Give me the money, okay? Let me turn this racist stream around into something positive.
Give me money!
Okay, black women, listen up. Listen up. A black woman is speaking. When you are fighting, when you are going to bat, okay? Before you wake up in the morning, get out of...
Could you imagine being an ultra-based right-wing chud and listening to this bitch? Like, who is even her audience? Like, a bunch of horny neckbeards? Like...
bed, and you have to think like a fighter. You have to put yourself in the mindset of not, oh, it's just easy breezy.
Who is actually booting up this fucking content unironically and watching it? Like, yeah, I'm gonna get my, you know, based political takes from Lily Gaddis. It's like, holy fuck, man. This bitch is just a grifting whore. Like, her entire claim to fame was saying the N-word in a cooking video on TikTok. That is literally her contribution to right-wing social media, you know, discourse. It's pathetic.
You know, might pick up a fight or a felony later on. No, that is the wrong mindset to have. The correct mindset to have is that you wake up every day knowing that every day is a fight. Every day is a potential crash out. Every day is a potential chance to chip out.
Now, I stumbled across this video on Halloween along with many, many other posts of alleged conservative media figures doing blackface, and I remember basically reposting this particular video with the caption that this goes in the category of nope, and then in my replies to me posting this, I ended up getting people saying, Sean, you've gone totally woke. I don't know why you're so woke now, Sean, as if saying, you know, maybe blackface just...
I mean, I genuinely don't fucking care about blackface. Like, that's not the problem. To me, it's just like you're lowering yourself to like this just loser status. It's like, why would anyone want to associate with you? It's like, that's my whole thing. It's like you've just completely just lowered yourself to that of like a circus clown. You're the fucking court jester of the internet now. Why would I ever take you even remotely serious?
I can't afford
for the purpose of humiliating black people based on their race is not exactly the direction that we should be going in, is somehow...
SNK nostalgia with the two. I am white and this is offensive as well. Yeah, bro, I'm white and I'm offended that she's white. Like, yeah, I reject her.
A woke position, as if me, somebody who actually...
I reject her, you know? We gotta take her white card away.
Put my name, put my face on the line to talk about the problem.
She has been demoted to fucking orc.
In the black community to go after Black Lives Matter in their most prominent cases, when, by the way, it was not popular to do so, who has made enemies of the Innocence Project, specifically based on the fact that they weaponize race in order to get guilty black men out of prison. A lot of times, those are people who kill white people, and that somehow means that none of that matters because I won't endorse this crap. Like, it's genuinely ridiculous that I, of all people, have to say this to you guys out there in the audience, but if you didn't know, if you're unaware, it's actually legitimately not cool to hate somebody based on the color of their skin, or just to target...
Yeah, Justin Trudeau did blackface. I mean, that's the thing. Like, I really don't fucking care if someone wants to put fucking brown paint on their face. Like, genuinely, I don't fucking give a shit. But don't expect to be taken seriously if you're doing it to, like, you know, own the fucking blacks. It's like, you're just a clown at that. Like, literally, by definition, you're a fucking clown. So, I don't know. It's pretty pitiful. It's just performative slop, man. Outrage bait at its lowest form.
Them for being a black person. Like, you guys understand that, right? Like we should get past level 0 of the conversation, but the thing is, people like Lily Gladys and all these different various people who posted themselves in blackface for this Halloween that reportedly are on the conservative media side can't seem to get past this. Now, I will give one quick exemption because people are going to leave messages about it in the comments, and that is, of course, for Brittany Venti, also known as Brittany20, because she happens to be...
I still think this is fucking corny as shit, bro.
Half black, and honestly, I don't know what the social protocol is for somebody who's already half black or part...
I still think it's just fucking stupid. Like, again, whatever, you can do it, but again, you're like just a clown. Why would anyone take you seriously now?
Partially black for darkening their skin, so you could take that one off the board if you want, but what I want to focus on is this idea that in conservative media, we elevate anyone, and I mean absolutely anyone, no matter how stupid—
Again, it's just shitty, performative slop. That's it. There's no, like, actual, real, you know, message behind it or any— it's just performative rage bait, and that's it. It's just to get, you know, your little 15 seconds of fame on the internet, and it's retarded.
Vapid and empty of a person they are because they're quote-unquote edgy. Because guess what? It's not actually edgy. It's not something that actually ends up having any consequences, which is what edgy humor actually had in the past. These are just people appealing to the lowest common denominator, and Lily Gladys's whole entire career is just that. Remember, we did a video on her when she rocketed it to attention and fame early on in her conservative media speedrun, and I talked about how her rocketing to fame is one of the most embarrassing works of simpery I've ever seen in my entire life, because this woman was just straight up pandering, saying the things that you want to hear, while of course she was cooking up her chicken, which, by the way, obviously she's not making anything. She's just doing the fake I'm cooking at the time that I'm talking about these ideas style of content.
Okay, I'm speaking to the men right now. So, I think you guys are really worried a lot about your gym muscles and that it's not like perfect or whatever. I don't know what I'm doing with this avocado. But girls don't care. In fact, I actually do not like gym guys at all. And let me explain to you why. So, you know how you guys are not a fan of like fake eyelashes, fake fingernails, fake lips, fake boobs, I don't know, fake hair, I don't know. You know that look. You know what I mean? Well, that's exactly the equivalent for girls with super extreme gym guys, like who have the perfect body. It just seems like, ew, like you're obsessed with yourself. All you do is look in the mirror and do all these contortions with your body. That's weird. You know what I find hot? Hottest guy I've seen in the longest time. It's at the mechanic fixing my car. Good lord, this man is attractive. He's got like, first of all, he's got like grease on his face. He's got like real muscles from lifting tires and shit. That's what we find attractive. That's feral. That's like base animal instinct, and I'm just like, I could eat you up.
Guys, come on. Do you not know when you're being pandered to? Do you not know? Do you not understand what's going on?
Yeah, that's... Dude, honestly, I'm just waiting for the OnlyFans plug. I mean, that's like every OnlyFans whore on the internet. That is the exact type of content they make. Someone's got to find her old OnlyFans at some point, I'm sure. If she doesn't... Does she actually have one publicly or not? I have no fucking clue, honestly. I don't interact with these type of people.
On here when you have a woman who is seeking...
This is your type of girl? I mean, from an aesthetic standpoint, sure, but definitely not from a fucking personality standpoint.
Fame and attention, looking into the camera and saying that the most attractive thing to her personally isn't guys with a lot of money that are in great shape, that are tall. It's guys that are greaseball mechanics. That's what she's super into, and she really wants you to know that because, again, she's just one of those girls that just appeals to the working man. She's just really on your side. She's just like you, and also, in order to get a little bit of attention, she's going to say the N-word here and there, and that is going to stir up...
SNK nostalgia with the two society is done. Game over, man. Yeah, it's just... I don't know how we're recovering from where we are right now. We need a reset.
A whole bunch of controversy.
Okay, this time I have a beef with the male community. I give my criticisms to all because we are all about equity and inclusion here, right? So I'm sick and tired of all girls getting blamed, or like guys, certain guys, thinking that all girls are gold diggers. I don't know if it's because you get your information from those street interviews in like Miami at 3 a.m.
Shit. How much fucking garlic do you need?
Outside of a nightclub. You're getting the opinion of some dumb whores and immigrants fresh off the boat looking for a green card. Yes, they are probably gold diggers, but that's the exception. I'm the rule. Everybody I know who's married right now.
No, that wasn't salt. That was garlic powder. That shit's gonna only taste like fucking garlic, man.
They're married to broke ass.
You cannot use a lot of garlic powder. That shit is strong.
And they don't care. We don't give a about your money. I couldn't care less about your money, okay? My type is broke mechanics and surfer hippie dudes who just want to live in a shack and surf.
Now look.
Holy shit.
In context, right there, she used the A instead of the hard R, and obviously she wasn't referring to black people in general, so I understand why people gave her a pass on this, especially when the mob came out again.
Yeah, dude, you should use a lot of salt on your food, especially if you're cooking it, because it comes up. But, bro, garlic, you got to be careful with.
Against her, but the fact
too much garlic is, you know, you'll only taste garlic.
Is this is not something that you should be elevated to any kind of minor stardom over, when in reality this woman has no substance to her at all whatsoever. I mean, I
might have been onion. Here, we'll find out. Let's see. We'll do frame by frame.
That is going to stir up a whole bunch of controversy.
Okay, this time I have a beef with the male community. I give my criticisms to all because we are all about equity and inclusion here, right? So I'm sick and tired of, I don't know if it's because you get your information from those street interviews in like Miami
I think that's a G. Because it'll be reversed because of the phone camera. Yeah, so it's a G. So I think that's garlic.
You're getting the opinion of some dumb whores and immigrants fresh off the boat looking for a green card. Yes, they are probably gold diggers, but that's the exception. I'm the rule. Everybody I know who's married right now, they're married to
crime statistics. What about crime statistics during a conversation without actually knowing the crime statistics, and then people just give her a pass because they backfill that like vacancy in any kind of argument or any kind of intellect with what they project to be on there, which is absurd. I mean, again, it's insane.
Yeah, I mean, even if it is, well, onion and garlic are two very different ingredients. I think it's hard to have too much onion. Now, maybe the powder, depending, but yeah, nah, garlic, if it's, you do not want to use a lot of garlic unless you just really want it to taste only like garlic.
If it wasn't for massive internet simpery, people would call out the fact that these people don't know anything. I mean, when I make videos and I bring the facts, I go over the court documents in order to tell you the actual story. That's what you guys come here for. You don't come here for me saying crime statistics and oh my God, the blacks, because again, that is vapid and empty content. And again, this kind of nonsense being rewarded ultimately ends up blowing back on the conservatives, on the things that we're trying to achieve, because these people are the most attention-seeking kind of people.
With that in mind, let me adjust my cap for the billionth time. With that in mind, you must wake up with that mindset, okay? Like white girls have to
Why is it not all the way over your hair?
manifest things, you have to manifest too. You have to manifest yourself into the ultimate super warrior, okay? You have to turn yourself into the ultimate warrior princess of Wakanda and go outside with that mindset in mind and know this to be the case. You will fight, you will dominate, you will win. Hail the black woman.
I mean, guys, seriously, like, what does this achieve? Like, what does this actually do? Do you find this to be like amusing?
It's just cringe, man. I don't know, man.
Because there's not really any
SNK nostalgia with the 2. I'm sure she will make bad gumbo. Yeah, she's definitely an Uber Eats type of bitch.
Comedic elements in here. It's not actually funny.
Definitely not cooking anything.
It's not even that shocking because multiple people had the same exact idea on the same day. So obviously we can see that this is not even that creative. And in addition to that, you're not winning over any hearts and minds. What you're actually doing is just ginning up controversy around yourself for attention in order for...
Yeah, I mean, the thing is, bro, it's like you can point out like the problems with black culture and society and stuff like that. But, you know, just being openly racist against black people is not going to encourage them to do any better. So, yeah, I agree. You're not winning hearts and minds. At the end of the day, you know, the only chance we have is to win a cultural war at this point. So the only way to ever fix this problem is to convince people to do better in their own day-to-day life. And this fucking, you know, type of content just makes them not want to do what you're saying. So, I don't know. Like, if you're mad about, I guess, black crime statistics, wearing blackface and talking about that is only going to make them want to commit more crimes. They're not going to want to stop committing crimes because you talk about it. It's going to have the complete adverse effect of what you're hoping to accomplish. It's just, it's retarded. It's performative fucking slop tent in order to just rage bait any sort of attention. I don't know. How large is her channel even? Or is she on Rumble? Yes, I mean, she gets decent views, but... you know, not really at that upper echelon level of the conservative commentators, dude. But yeah, the only reason people watch her is because they want to jerk off to her.
Lily and people like her to personally benefit all.
Griffin sounding like a liberal right now. I don't really know how saying that you need to change black culture because it's bad is sounding like a liberal, but hey.
Of that attention, while at the same time basically smearing the entirety of conservative media and the right wing by proxy. And I know a lot of people are saying, oh, well, Sean, they'll call you racist anyway. Again, I'm somebody who's been called a racist on the internet.
Black people aren't afraid to hate us for our skin color, so why should we? I mean, you can do whatever you want. It's just not a good idea to proclaim it publicly if you want to, you know, have any real chance of doing anything.
Going on 9 years now for telling the truth about black crime.
It's only going to hurt you.
But the thing is, when you do a thing that is known to be racist, the label actually ends up fitting. And again, what is the result of this? She gets invited on Piers Morgan just so Piers can dare her to say the N-word in, by the way, a video that we covevered in the past.
Say the N-word. Go on, say the N-word, go on.
No, don't invite. No. I don't want you to invite this woman to say a racially harmful term in front of me because I'm the only.
Like, this guy is a fucking retard.
I'm the only on here. So if she says it, I'm the victim of it. So please don't invite her for ratings.
He's a victim.
To call me the N-word, that's basically what it's going to be. There's a bunch of white people up here, you and one Uncle Tom on the left here, and to ask her to say the N-word while I'm here is ridiculous. You would not sit here with a Jewish person and say, please use a Jewish slur in front of this Jew. It's ridiculous. I understand you don't have any bad intent, Piers. I understand what you're trying to do, but we already know she's racist, and I don't want to invite a racial harm to me.
I hear you.
Now look, while Mark Lamont Hill melting down in that particular Piers Morgan segment actually saved said segment, again, I will emphasize that nothing of value has been achieved, and essentially what's going on is you're watching internet whoring. Like, you're watching somebody do whatever in order to get attention, in order to get money, destroy herself in order to do so, and this is exactly equivalent to what we would expect from OnlyFans people. And again, would we expect this girl in a few years not to try her hand at that eventually?
I'm shocked she doesn't have an OnlyFans. I'm actually surprised.
In the future, because there's no root ideology right here. There's nothing to say that this person will stay a conservative because they're not really conservative right now. And again, this is obviously done in a mean-spirited way in order to target black people in a hate.
I've seen so many of these fucking alt-right OnlyFans whores in recent months on Twitter, so it's only a matter of time.
Full way.
What's up, folks? Welcome back to the show. So last night was Halloween, as many people know, and I decided to dress up like everyone else does. You know, people are out there dressed like Satan and witches, and they're dressed like every horrible thing under the sun. Well, I decided to dress up as something, the most horrifying thing I could think of, which is the black woman, which is a person who is angry and fed up that their EBT card has been declined, that their race card is no longer working in this new climate.
So look, obviously, black people are disproportionately on government welfare programs. Black women are disproportionately on programs like food stamps. We all know that.
Almost all black women are.
Understand that. And if you were to highlight like a black family that I saw on a news report where the woman has 5 kids and she's like, how am I supposed to feed these kids? Or that Hispanic family when they're like, oh, well, we didn't choose to have kids, taking no responsibility for their own lives, while, by the way, they're simultaneously incredibly obese, saying that they need to eat and they're going to starve to death. That would be one thing. But just saying, I dress as black woman, food stamps, haha, like, seriously, what are we doing? Like, what is happening? Look, I'm not sorry to say this, but
I'm on food stamps? Oh, yeah, dude.
This goes in the category of nope, absolutely not, ridiculous and absurd. And if you don't understand like what we should be fighting for, which is not just the random idea that we hate on black people and make them the center of our lives, much in the same way that a lot of woke black people make white people the author of every problem in their lives, then honestly, I don't know what to say to you. You just legitimately don't get it. And maybe simping for like these like low tier e-girls is what you're actually looking for on the internet.com. And if that happens to be the case, go follow her on social media. Go enjoy the, oh, I did blackface, I'm so edgy content that doesn't have anything to it. Again, just to follow some like vaguely attractive internet.com.
You actually hate black people like us, right, Griffin? Huh? Dude, this is the thing with me. I don't hate anybody for an inherent quality they can't control. What I hate is behavior. So like the ghetto blacks, the, you know, sagging day pants, you know, waving around the fucking Glocks, you know, selling and smoking drugs all fucking day, shooting at random houses, stealing shit. Like, I despise, like, the ghetto blacks. The ones that are, like, literal menaces to society. So I don't hate anybody just simply because they're black. You know, you can't help how you're born. What I hate is the behavior and the culture that, you know, they choose to, you know, partake in. That's more of my beef. You know, you can't, it's like, you know, saying like, oh, I hate people who are under 6 foot, which women do. But yeah, it's like, you can't control it. So you have zero self-control over how you look when you're born. But you have every bit of control on how you act after that. So that's my personal stance on it. And the only way to correct it is to come down harsh. Like, genuinely start executing people for shit like theft, you know, drug dealing, and all this other type of shit. Like, literally make people afraid. You have to crush the culture and completely eradicate it with a vicious and brutal vengeance. Otherwise, nothing will ever change. So you have to eradicate the ideology. And if anyone partakes in it, they gone. So that's the way you deal with it, but people don't have the stomach for that. That's not true. A lot of our behavior and personality is genetic. Let me ask you a question. If I'm in a grocery store, is it my genetics that tells me I'm not going to go to the checkout, or is it my entitlement? No, you don't have a gene that tells you to go into a store and steal shit. That is a choice. Now, some people may be more prone to make that choice, but it's still a choice. So at the end of the day, you are responsible for your actions. And the way to get people to make the right choice is to make them genuinely afraid of the consequences. So if they go into a store and think in the back of their head, oh, if I steal this, I'm going to get shot, then, you know, it'll stop very quickly. So it can be corrected, man. Look at Dubai. Dubai has more black and brown people per population percentage than the entirety of the United States. They don't have a single issue with crime. Why? Because if you commit a crime, you're fucking dead. You don't exist. People don't commit crimes in Dubai because if they do, they are literally going to be executed. If we have that same system and people are genuinely afraid of committing a crime, we too will not have the problem. So that is the solution. People actually have to... I mean, think about it this way. Why do you pay your taxes? Why do you pay your taxes? You have a fear of being arrested and going to jail if you don't. Why do you stop at a red light? Because you have the fear of getting a ticket if you don't. Well, the same thing goes for every other law. The only reason people actually abide by them is because they're afraid of the consequences that might occur if they break them. So, what's the solution to people not caring about the consequences? Up the fucking ante. So, it's very simple. We could solve this basically overnight if we really put our minds to it. All it would take is some very temporary, extreme amounts of cruelty, and people would snap into fucking line overnight. I'm telling you. Like, it's not hard. We could very easily solve the crime problem. So, it's not a race issue. It is a pure enablement issue. We enable this type of behavior. Because the people who run our, government and especially criminal justice system, have a vested interest in destroying Western civilization. So it's allowed to happen to further that goal. We don't live in a high-trust society anymore, man. We live in a low-trust society, and therefore we have to treat it that way. No, our current laws cater to a high-trust society. We don't have that anymore. We no longer have a high-trust society. Therefore, we need strict authoritarian enforcement of laws. Period. You know, capital punishment for something as simple as theft is what's needed at this point. Yeah, people don't have the guts to do what's needed. So, if we had a Dubai-style enforcement, this would not be a problem. So, it is a manufactured issue that could be solved essentially overnight if people are willing to get their fucking hands dirty. And within a few generations, the problem will disappear. Completely. That's how culture works. Let's see. SNK nostalgia with the 2 criminals instead of victims is sickening. What do you mean? Oh, like what it prioritized? Yeah. I mean, the criminals are treated better than the victims inherently, too. SNK nostalgia also with the 2 gangs with Switch Glocks. It's insane. Yeah. So we should just, like, honestly, a situation like Chicago where you have all these like gangs and shit running around, like we should just send in the military and wipe them out. Genuinely, send in the military and just fucking gun every single one of them down. You know, that shit that happened the other night in Navy Yard in D.C., where a bunch of YNs were out there beating the shit out of people and, like, taking over the space. Send in the military and just wipe them the fuck out. You think they'll do it again? Nope, because they'll be dead. And all their friends who witness it on live TV, you think they're going to go do the same thing after they watched 50 people get gunned down by the fucking troops? Nope. Like... It's that, again, it's, you know, it's unpleasant for a time, but the problem stops. The problem stops once people fear the consequences. SNK nostalgia with the 2, or hire them and send them to Ukraine. It's like, yeah, condemn them to frontline service in the war in Ukraine. There you go. Bruh. That would be funny. So it's just a manufactured problem.
I can't afford this shit!
I don't know. It's sad that that's even considered an extreme view now, but, you know, we literally allow criminals to dictate how societies run instead of just removing them from society. Should we watch Dreamcast Guy super upset over GTA?
Hey there, gamers, Dreamcast Guy here. Today we have some breaking news, which is that Rockstar Games has just announced that Grand Theft Auto 6 is delayed again. I think this is the 3rd or the 4th delay, and this one is substantial. It's actually coming out in November.
I don't care.
November of 2026, but I want to talk about the delay, the implications of this, and why I actually think this is going to have some very dramatic ripple effects. Let's just start with this. Before we look at their statement or anything like that, consider the fact that GTA 6 is undoubtedly going to be the biggest game of all time, because
I can't afford
authoritarianism would lead to people creating more black... Dude, how... Okay, no. So... if we're cracking down on crime, how would that create more black markets if somebody walks into a 7-Eleven, they're caught on security camera, and we tell the people who work at 7-Eleven if they're stealing from your store, you have the right to pull out a shotgun and blow their fucking head off? How is that going to create a black market? Or if you witness something happening in real time, like a police officer has their body cam on and they witness an assault in real time where somebody just starts beating the shit out of someone for no reason. If the cop can just pull out their gun and just fucking pop them real quick, that doesn't create a black market. That just expedites the solution to the problem. So, I don't really see how that would work. I'm not talking about, like, cracking down on drug dealing and stuff like that. I'm talking about, like, literally any sort of crime is just punished to the full extent of the law with, you know, swiftness and, you know, zero mercy. Just expedited justice at its highest form. I don't really think that would create black markets.
I mean, already, Grand Theft Auto 5 is the most profiting, the highest selling, the most active, the craziest, biggest project ever. Like, provably, measurably, economically, we know for a fact that GTA 5 is a systematic juggernaut, whereas this next game, it's going to be bigger, crazier, and even more online. So I think they're trying to delay it to make it even more polished, but...
Expedited justice is already practiced in most third world countries. Doesn't solve the disease. Okay, but it's also practiced in Dubai, and they don't have a single problem. So, if you have the correct resources in place, the problem with most third world countries is the criminals are more well-armed than the actual police. It's the problem with Mexico, is the cartels have better weaponry than the actual government.
I can't afford this shit!
So, we don't have that problem. You know, the U.S. government has plenty of resources to go in and take out any domestic threat. A place like Brazil doesn't have that, where they're like literally in all-out war in Rio right now because, you know, the criminals have better weaponry than the cops. That's not an issue in the United States. SNK nostalgia with the 2. I'm in the rural South. No bullshit for a long damn time. What do you mean, no bullshit? Just like on a day-to-day basis? Imagine Griff and Dreamcast guy making out. Oh my god, bro. Jesus. Brazilian women are fine. I guess so.
I'm scared about how this is going to affect, honestly, a lot of 2026. But let me start by looking at their statement. Hi, hope you're having a great day. And if you could, please, give this video a like and subscribe if you haven't already. Let's see if we get this to 6,000 likes. I don't know, I'm just making numbers up. But here it is. Grand Theft Auto 6 now set to launch in November 19th, 2026.
I mean, like, this is the thing, bro. It's like Japan and China don't have this problem. The Chinese just straight up send you to a fucking work camp or they kill you. They don't care. So, if you steal in China, it's 10 years of hard labor. Again, if you have the resources in place to actually manage this properly, which we do, we could easily deal with this.
Was originally supposed to come out in May. This is, what is that, like a 6-month delay. That is absolutely crazy. The fact that they're also doing it a year out, I think part of the reason I think this is such a bad sign, I think the game is very unfinished. I think maybe it's taken a lot longer than they actually originally planned. If you're
I think they're going to downgrade it personally.
Playing it by 6 months, a year out, I think that's showing that this is more than just bug testing. I think this is a sign that perhaps something is really needing that extra polish, that extra time. From the leaks, we know the city is going to be huge. The graphics are going to be insane. I understand this takes hundreds of employees, millions of hours to get right? But let me look at this. So, hey, so Grand Theft Auto 6 is now coming out on Thursday, November 19th. We're sorry for adding additional time to what we realize has been a very long wait, but these extra months will allow us to finish the game with the level of polish you've come to expect and deserve. We want to thank you for your patience and support. While the wait is a little longer, we're incredibly excited for players to experience the sprawling state of Leonida, which obviously is like digital Florida, and return to modern-day Vice City. Everybody...
SNK nostalgia with the two places break big rocks into small rocks. But dude, we could literally just utilize them as highway workers, you know, patching the roads or whatever. You know, take away that leech class of society where, you know, we have contractors who, quote unquote, you know, repair our roads, but they do it in a way that requires them to be repaired every few years so that they keep getting work. So, you know, we could truly nationalize some industries using criminal, you know, essentially, I guess, slave labor in a sense, in order to, you know, power it. You know, we could literally just take the highways, for example, and have violent criminals do hard labor and build and repair the roads for zero cost aside from material to the taxpayer. So... I think the Chinese have it right, man. We need that system. We used to have that system, actually. We used to have work camps and shit.
He is making jokes about, is Jesus Christ going to return before GTA 6? Oh my god, it has been such a ridiculous wait. I mean,
all right, so the reason why this went up, if you guys buy this, apparently it settles at the end of July, and it will pay out 50-50 to yes and no because of, you know, the fact that the game's not coming out by July and Jesus Christ is not returning by July. So if neither one comes true, then, you know, the pot is split between yes and no evenly, which that means if it's like 42 to 58, if you buy the 42, you'll get 50 cents for every 42 you put in. So you can make like 20% profit for doing nothing and waiting, what, 8 months?
Going to return before GTA 6. Oh my god, it has been such a ridiculous wait. I mean, it's super, super wild. Welcome back, Silksong. I mean, everybody's making memes. We're going to have Half-Life 3 before you have GTA 6. Now, some people are talking about the fact that it is wild that there have been a lot of leaks that the next PlayStation is probably coming out in 2027. It is weird to think about the fact that when we were first talking about GTA 6, we thought it was going to be a PlayStation 5 launch game, and now it's practically going to be a PlayStation 6 launch game. Now, I wanted to take a look at the replies also of, here, let's refresh this so we get the nicest batch of top replies. This is the Rockstar Games tweet. Do you need a publisher to get this thing on track? DMs are open. Okay, that's pretty good. Can we at least get that announcement for the Red Dead 2 remaster? Because there's been a lot of leaks that they're trying to basically do a 60 frames a second. Red Dead Redemption 2 runs at 30 FPS to this day on consoles. There have been a lot of talks about a remaster of that. That would be great. Look at this. 377 days. Gosh, just so many delays. So many delays. We will be there day one. We were so close, man. The pain. Now, I wanted to actually look at this tweet because it's funny to think about how big this is. How many accounts that I personally follow that are purely about the hype of Rockstar Games. This delay, I do think, to some degree, is...
We already use criminals for slave labor. I mean, yes and no. It's not to the extent I'm talking about. Like, I'm talking about implementing a true Chinese work camp style approach where they work 16 hours a day and they get their 2 meals at the beginning and end of their shift. That's what I'm talking about, like hard labor. Not like, oh yeah, go stamp license plates for 6 hours and then use your money to go buy some Cheetos at the mess hall. Like, that's not what I'm talking about. So what? They have $1 billion worth of goods, and so how many people are in jail? So there's about 664,000 people in local jails, 1 million in state prison, and 156,000. So that's what? 664 plus 1013 plus 156. So that's 1.833 million. So you said they create $1 billion? It's not very much. Divided by 1,833,000. So that means each prisoner creates $545 of goods and services. That's nothing. That's nothing. $500. So that's like literally 2 days of work for the average person. Oh, 11 billion? Okay, well that's not really that much more either. 5,000? That's like a month's pay. So, then that's annual. So times 11. Yeah, $6,000 a year. That's nothing. That's like a month's pay for the average household. So on a monthly basis, they're what? Making $500 worth of stuff. That's like a day or two of work. So yeah, we can get that number a lot higher.
Connected to the layoffs, to the shifting in structure that's clearly happening inside of Rockstar Games. I think the pressure of this is off the freaking charts. I truly believe that they're trying to get this to be the biggest, best, craziest game of all time, because if it has anything wrong at launch, they're going to be...
The crazy part is, too... Here, let's see. How much does it cost to house the average prisoner per year? 61,000. So think about that for a second. They generate $6,000 worth of goods and services in a year, but it costs $61,000 to house a singular prisoner. So they should at least be paying for their stay. Minimum. Minimum. They should be generating enough money to at least reimburse the taxpayer for having to sit in a cell. Because they're the ones that put themselves there. So if you cut out highway contracts, for example, like, let's see. So the U.S. spent $231 billion on highway and road repairs. So there you go. That's where they can start to pay back their debt to society. That's $231 billion a year we could save the U.S. government. That, I think, is a good solution. Let's see. SNK nostalgia with the 2. Western society will end before GTA 6. Who knows, man? It's entirely possible at this rate. Like, shit. And SNK Nostalgia with the 10 gifted member. Really appreciate it, man. That's very, very generous of you. Thank you so much. Really appreciate that, man. It's very kind.
Roasted and memed forever. Everyone's going to still buy it, but I think they're trying to make that best first impression possible. But part of the reason I feel like this is such a big deal is that originally there was a lot of talks. People sort of forget this now. We were supposed to have GTA 6 this year. The original release date was just 2025. And the first trailers, when they were first actually showing gameplay and announcements and stuff, it was supposed to come in 2025. Do you know what the effect of that was? Everybody was terrified of giving their game a release date. This was all over the industry. If you had a big AAA game that you put $300 million into or some crazy amount, people were terrified of, okay, whatever month that Grand Theft Auto 6 comes out in is a blackout month. Whenever this drops, it is going to take over the entire internet, the entire industry, all of YouTube, all of social media for probably weeks and weeks and weeks at the minimum. Any game that releases near it is doomed to fail. I mean, instantly, right? So a lot of people have basically, this year, everybody was trying to dodge it. When they announced that GTA 6 was coming out in May of 2026, that's when we started to get tons and tons of...
How much you want to bet Call of Duty comes out in October next year instead of November like this year?
Release dates. Tons of people...
They're going to go back to their October release schedule.
Actually coming out. My fear a little bit preemptively right now is how is this shift instantly going to affect a lot of plans for 2026. How many games that were planning on coming out in November of next year, how many of those games are now being bumped up? How many of those games now are being rushed so they can come out in the summer and avoid the Rockstar apocalypse, or vice versa? How many games that were supposed to come out in November are now going to come out in 2027? There's a lot of big, ambitious projects, leaks and rumors and stuff that we report all the time on this channel, and I feel like it really cannot be understated just how much of an impact Grand Theft Auto is going to have on the entire industry, on PlayStation 5 console sales, on everything. If they delay this, and it's because it's getting a day-and-date PC port, that's kind of the thing I still have in the back of my mind. We still have not seen gameplay other than all that leaked gameplay and stuff, but my thought is almost, how big, how ambitious, how online is this game going to be, and what's the delay going to be to that PC port? Because this is what they've done historically, right? With the last couple of games, and it's been very, very successful. You release it on consoles, it sells like crazy, and then secondary, you drop it on Steam, and it sells again, right? Or you drop it on the Rockstar Games launcher, and you sell it even more, right? I'm almost curious if this delay at all is a change of plans. I'm kind of curious.
Dude, imagine if they did that shit. They release it on console. Then they release it on the Rockstar launcher. And then after a year or two, they're like, oh, well, now we're porting it to Steam. Bruh, that would be like the ultimate quadruple fucking dip for some people. Because they'll buy it on both consoles, they'll buy it on the Rockstar launcher, then they'll want to buy it on Steam. Brutal. And then the Switch 2 port comes out. Z here with the 10, whether or not you care for GTA 6, it's clear it's going to sell a lot. Yeah, it's like Madden, bro. It'll sell just based off the name. And I think that game not having a set date is why we haven't necessarily heard of a lot of upcoming games. It has spooked devs. Yes and no. I don't know. I think the GTA audience is separate from the rest of the gaming industry to a certain degree. I think to a certain degree... Maybe. Like, maybe...
All right, awesome. Thanks, nigga. All right.
Some of the more mainstream titles, but for niche games, I don't really think it matters too much to them. Because, like, I would never... Like, it would never even cross my mind to not buy, like, a Final Fantasy game, for example, because GTA is coming out. I think those two audiences are very fucking different.
I can't afford this shit!
Let's see, SNK Nostalgia with the 2 instead of next game, new firearms. Yeah, at this point, it's a better use of money for sure. Modern gaming ain't worth the squeeze. And Tay with the 2, how much for you to go to sleep? I have no idea. How much are you offering?
Just spitballing. if they're going to do something different, if they're going to actually drop it day and date, not just on consoles, but they're also dropping it on PC. Or what if this is an effort to put something onto the Nintendo Switch 2, a Nintendo Switch 2 port of some sort of Grand Theft Auto? These have just been some off-the-cuff thoughts, but I gotta say that I'm mixed. I want to say I'm mostly in the camp of still excited. I'm still trusting Rockstar Games, but man, I kind of wish that they had given us at least a trailer with this delay, but oh well, guess we got to deal with it. How do you feel about Grand Theft Auto 6 now? Are you still excited for it, and how much does this disappoint you? Tell me your thoughts in the comments down below, and if you could, please, give this video a like, subscribe if you haven't.
I genuinely, the only thing that would disappoint me is if it was releasing on schedule. Just cancel it at this point, you know?
Already, and please, keep dreaming. Another delay is just wild.
Thanks so much for watching that video. If you want to see something else, you can always click this link to see what I put up last, or, you know, subscribe and see what's coming up next. Also, I promise that whatever I do, it'll try not to suck.
But dude, she's a heckin' big booty Latina, guys. The game's gonna be so fucking awesome, bro. She's got a big ass. Yeah, I don't know, man. I put GTA fans in the same category as the fucking ball and gun guys, where it's like, NWAs don't buy a game unless it's got a ball or a gun in it. It's like, yeah, that's the GTA audience. You know, Madden, Call of Duty, FIFA, NBA, Fortnite, GTA. I think that's like, you know, the library of the average GTA player. That's probably the game library. Oh, it'll probably be $100. I 100% believe it will be. I could absolutely see it being $100. And SNK Nostalgia with the 2, the original developers from Rockstar are gone. Exactly. It's yet another skeleton studio. Yeah, well, I mean, the thing is, bro, is look at the sales numbers for each GTA game.
All right, awesome. Thanks, nigga. All right.
I mean, look at the sales numbers. Like, GTA 5 sold, like, what? 10 times as many as the next best-selling GTA game? Like, I don't even know. So, yeah, obviously that is the primary game everybody's played in the franchise. Let's see. It's a Tay with a 5 for chat. Well, that's nice. What do you mean for chat, though? I appreciate it. And SNK Nostalgia with the 2. I promise you will not see another GTA 5 Trevor. My favorite character from GTA 5 was Michael, personally. I liked him a lot. I thought he was a cool character.
I can't afford this shit!
7 inches? That's pretty big.
I'm kind of torn on GTA 5. I think from a satirical perspective of the Los Angeles lifestyle, they did a good job. But I don't really think it was that great of a game. Like, I never got the urge to replay GTA 5. Like, it's one of those games I don't think I would ever want to replay. David with the 10, they should release a reverse GTA where you play as a cop that gives love to criminal and Florida people. Hell yeah, man. You could be like the kneeling mayor at the golden coffin
either subscribe,
of George
donate,
Floyd.
or get the fuck out. Either subscribe, donate, or get the fuck out. Either subscribe, donate, or get the fuck out.
Tay with the 5.
Either subscribe, donate, or get the fuck out.
Very kind of you.
Either subscribe, donate, or get the fuck out.
All right,
Thanks so
awesome.
much.
Thanks, nigga. All right.
So very generous of you. Appreciate it. Thanks for spreading the positivity, dude. And Florida Man with a 5. Yeah, I understood the Square Enix post after I read it. You're right, lol. Just wanted to let you... Yeah. Yeah, it's all their localization and marketing staff in the U.S., so it's not anyone who actually makes the games. So it's the right people getting fired. Which is honestly what we need more of. Did anyone make a video on that, I wonder? Let's see. That guy's probably praising it. Venting. Here we go.
Yeah, I would be so happy if we got news soon. I need it. But also, it would feel so icky at this point, because I don't know if you guys all heard about the...
Oh my god.
All the news with the layoffs. Like,
no, I didn't.
So many people got laid off. People I know, too, which...
God!
Sucks. And they, like, cleaned them out. Like, I went to go send a message to one of my, I mean, like, not friends, but, like, someone I knew at Square Enix. And I couldn't reach them because Square had removed them from all of the, like, Square Enix Discord servers that they were in. And it's just, like, I literally think they found out, like, today or, like, recently. Like, because the way that they worded their tweets was, like, I was just informed, or, like, today's my last day. And it's like, are you kidding me? Like, I don't know. That is wild to me.
That's how it works.
So. But I feel like I know you've done some recording. I just can't prove it yet. Please, wait, someone has to make the
Let's see. AI is not a substitute for people who know what they're doing. Well, they didn't know what they were doing because, they did. We'll put it that way. They absolutely knew what they were doing. They deliberately chose to botch, localizations for political purposes, so... People are using these controllers to play the game for them. It's kind of smart, honestly. The age of liberals is over. I thought Sargon was a liberal. I'm a classical liberal. Like, I thought that was always the cope of the, what was their community called? Shit. Skeptics, right? That was the skeptic community. They would always call themselves, you know, classical liberals or something like that. And it was always super cringe. Watch Yawn, yeah? Dude, I do not want to watch Yawn, yeah. Yawn, yeah, is Yawn, yeah. Like, very, very appropriate. Bruh, that guy has the Nordic phenotype. Jeez. Yeah, I am not a libertarian. Absolutely not. I am not a libertarian. I am all for societal restraints. Nintendo is in danger. Oh, yeah. Literally, dude. Pal World is gonna completely destroy Nintendo. Is Pokemon the future of this game store? Of course it is. Pokemon cards to the moon! Although I feel like a lot of these stores are gonna get fucking wiped out if they don't know how to get rid of their stuff quickly. Because they're going to buy shit for 80%, and if it drops to, you know, 50, they're going to lose their ass. I would not want to hold a bunch of a liquid inventory right now, personally, but... I've never been told this in my life. Too big. Oh, shit, man. Nerfed. Oh, I hate this guy. Not Asmongold, but this guy. The fucking Indian, like, he does, like, a bunch of incel bait videos. I don't know which, I guess he's a psychiatrist, maybe, or, I don't know. It doesn't really matter. His content is just pure fucking slop. Yeah, the healthy gamer, yeah. This game is social to call your financial advisor tomorrow. Good thing. Once I get one, I don't know, man. I don't have enough money, unfortunately, to justify one yet. That would be the financial advice I would give for my financial advisor, is you don't have enough money for one. I regret buying Nintendo Switch 2. Yeah. Oh, it's this guy again. Why would you regret buying games? Why did you buy them in the first place? I regret playing the games E-Man gifted me. What did he gift you? Kill yourself. That's great. I love that one. Such a good meme. Nier Automata? What's wrong with that game? Is this
was talking about it for like a year or 2 years. Then it came out, and it kind of came and went like a fart in the wind. And now we're finally getting some numbers in, and the numbers are not good. The game did not sell well. In fact, it's the lowest selling release across the last 5 Assassin's Creed titles.
Yep, campaign evolved will be a disaster for Halo. It'll put the death nail in the franchise, unfortunately. Like, sorry, the Halo 1 campaign is not compelling enough to sell as an independent product.
And so some of these articles attacking gamers aged like milk. This is April. We had from Games Industry.
Does he actually have the numbers?
Culture News, Views, and to the manufacturer to get them to you in time for Christmas because
what the
that.
fuck is this video?
And yeah, let's talk about this because we had.
All right, fuck you, bro. Let's talk about this. 3 minutes into the fucking video. Nope. Nope. I'm good. I still think this guy is a fucking freak for LARPing as a little anime girl. That shit's so fucking weird. He'll definitely troon out at some point. I know he's a lolly defender. But, yeah, I just... LARPing as a girl on the internet is so fucking weird, man. I have never once thought, yeah, I should use a female avatar to, you know, represent myself. Who? This guy. The little fucking anime girl guy. It's weird. Oh, I don't know. Did we ever watch this? No, I don't think we did. Did we? I don't think so.
The future of gaming is changing, especially for Microsoft, and they have an unconventional strategy to compete in the gaming market. And Xbox just confirmed their entire hardware lineup for next generation.
I think I remember wanting to watch this, but I don't think we ever did. Yeah, I wouldn't mind a remake of Dirge of Cerberus.
This is ColtEatsXboxWood. Welcome to the channel. Today we're going to talk about Xbox's hardware roadmap. They have...
Alright, this goes back to a point I made previously. Like, Xbox's games and console may fucking suck, but they do make cool merch. Like, Xbox does have a very cool merch lineup. Now, the thing is I wouldn't want to wear Xbox merch because I don't like Xbox anymore. So, it's like kind of a, you know, sad state of affairs. Because it's like I would definitely wear Xbox's merch if I actually liked Xbox. But there lies the problem. They don't give me a reason to like them. You're just gay? How is that gay?
Multiple devices coming, and a bunch of information that has leaked from insiders. If you end up enjoying this video, let me know by liking and subscribing to the channel, hit the bell to be notified of new content, and let's talk about Xbox's next generation. Head of Xbox Gaming, Sarah Bond, recently confirmed the next generation Xbox console in an interview.
The next gen console is going to be a very premium, very high-end curated experience. You're starting to see some of the thinking that we have in this handheld, but I don't want to give it all away.
The next Xbox has been reported by insiders for nearly a year that it will be a console PC hybrid. And this statement means it'll be very powerful, future-proof, but very expensive. But that is not all Xbox has planned for hardware next generation. Microsoft and
like, bro, tell me this isn't hard. Like, that shit looks sick. The clean white hoodie with the Xbox 360 logo on the back. Like, that looks good. Let's be honest here. That looks pretty cool. So, Xbox has pretty cool looking merchandise. The problem is, it's like, do you really want to wear an Xbox branded hoodie? So,
AMD partnered to build a family of chipsets that will be custom designed to bring Xbox to millions with no restriction, flexible, and an open platform with the simplicity of a console and availability of a PC. The next generation console hardware lineup will be made up of 3 main devices that will lead the Xbox platform across millions of players with access to more games than any other device currently available. The AMD chipset that is being designed with the Xbox hardware team is a neural processing chiplet that is unique and designed for a larger power draw, higher performance, and built-in AI upscaling and frame rate. There are even leaks with specific hardware specifications.
Dude, I went to check what merch they have now. Do you think they're... What's your bets that this never comes back? Is it just dead forever?
That illustrate what this chip design will be, like an expensive PC powerhouse. The chip design from AMD is set to power a PC console hybrid. This is a first-party Xbox console, a form factor that, according to official statements from Xbox, will fit nicely in the living room or game.
Wait, apparently it's been gone for the past 5 months. Holy shit, man.
Space, but will also give you full access to Windows 11. Before we get into the gaming segment of this
apparently they've had it shut down for the past 5 months. So yeah, it's a pretty good chance it never comes back.
Console, it has been reported that this next Xbox will be able to natively install apps currently available on Windows, being for the first time ever a home PC and a gaming device. Reportedly, the new Xbox will ship with the Xbox full screen experience, which is the evolution of the Xbox PC app and Xbox dashboard. This will give you access to your entire Xbox library currently available on Xbox Series consoles, which includes well over 600 backward compatible games from the original Xbox and Xbox 360, and all of your Xbox One and Xbox Series library. This is possible thanks to the Xbox hardware team building the bespoke architecture into the chip to bring full compatibility of your current library. Steam and other PC storefronts will not be pre-installed on this new console, but can be added easily and logged in to showcase all of your PC games within the Xbox dashboard. All of your games on Xbox and PC will be available with a flick of a controller and launch seamlessly, giving you a console-like experience with the power and flexibility of PC, and most importantly, the expansive game library that exists outside of console. This custom AMD chip design is also planned for a lower spec version. When chips are processed, the yield rates of cores are binned to make multiple tiers of chips with the highest performance to minimum performance. Xbox's hardware team is planned to bin the lower yield chips. This has recently been reported that Xbox is still planning to develop and release a native first-party handheld, which
we'll see if it ever materializes. If they do release one of these, I will buy one.
Will play all of your console games and PC games, which is a major step up from the current ROG Xbox Ally X.
If they actually do make a native way to play your Xbox library, I will probably buy the handheld because I think it'd be fucking awesome to have like the native 360 experience on a handheld. I think that'd be sweet.
Fully next-generation hardware set, the bespoke architecture that'll allow you to play all of your games.
I only want it for the 360 games. That's quite literally it. I want my back-compat 360 games on a handheld.
With no compromises. Expect the Xbox native handheld to look very much what it currently looks like and have a much higher draw from fans looking to play all their games on the go and a ton of more performance. The third piece of hardware that Xbox is planning is the OEM PC console form factor. Put simply, this means this is Xbox's way of having other manufacturers create their own form factor PCs that fit in the living room and connect your PC to a large screen TV.
Wowza.
But this will use Xbox's AMD chip. This means they can offer PC fans access to everything PC offers with a bonus of over 6,000 Xbox games. There are the talks of Asus, Razer, Lenovo, and other laptop and desktop manufacturers working on a Steambox-like reemergence of a console-like PC that can fit in your living room. Just this past year, this smaller form factor gaming PC has started to gain traction as PC fans have wanted to move their gaming library over to their living room. This will likely come after the release of the Xbox first-party PC console, as Microsoft will not want to approve the use of their next-generation chip from AMD until they have launched their own console and entered into this new market. So, Xbox plans to put out 3 hardware devices next generation. But how much will these devices...
Dude.
So, Xbox plans to put out 3 hardware devices next generation.
Jesus, man. This is going to be a disaster.
But how much will these devices cost, and when will they be available? The next generation Xbox is reported to release at the end of 2027, which means that Xbox might tease their new plans and project sometime in 2026. As Sarah Bond explains, with this being a very curated and premium device, experts are expecting it to be around $1,000, some saying it could be as high as $1,500. But looking at the current Xbox ROG Ally X with a large lithium battery and IPS screen at $1,000 US, it's more likely that the next generation console will sit right there at $1,000. Jez Corden of Windows Central received confirmation from Microsoft that the next Xbox will be no longer behind a multiplayer paywall. This is really good news, but comes with a major caveat. Currently, it is $10 per month to have access to online multiplayer on console through Game Pass in the Essentials tier. This is the lowest required tier on console and comes with 25 some games, but still has that multiplayer paywall. So starting next generation, Xbox will eliminate the multiplayer paywall by not requiring 2 of the 3 Game Pass tiers or subscriptions to play online. Unfortunately, the around $5 per month to play online will still be included if you're paying for Game Pass Ultimate. This is probably the only downside of the reported strategy for next generation. Knowing these price points, how much will the Xbox's native handheld be? Currently, they're using the Zen 2 chip in the ROG Ally Xbox, and the next generation native handheld will be in the Zen 6 family. It's very likely that the native Xbox handheld will be priced to start at around $1,200. But will Xbox have this handheld ready to launch alongside their console, or will they stagger the release to give more time to bring the next generation to customers? I wouldn't expect to see the native Xbox handheld until 1 to 2 years after this generation starts in 2027.
Well, that's worthless. I want it now.
The OEM console...
I know, dude. He still takes everything Jez says seriously, which is comical. SNK Nostalgia with the 2, Xbox, and Steam. Good luck. Yeah, I don't really see that thing selling very well. It's like you get all the headaches of a PC with, you know, none of the actual benefits. Also, SNK Nostalgia with the 2... You bet fair, Xbox was done since 2013. Yeah, it's sad, man. Truly. It's sad, but you can only have bad management for so long before the whole thing comes crashing down.
From other manufacturers are likely staggered to be 1 year after Xbox releases their own first-party console. The problem with companies like Asus or Lenovo making their own devices is they cannot subsidize by selling software or games. Asus themselves tried to strike a deal with Microsoft to subsidize the Xbox ROG Ally X and failed. This likely drove up the price of the device to $1,000. Expect OEM consoles from other manufacturers using roughly the same specs, these Steambox-like form factors in your living room, to cost as much as $1,000 to $1,400 for a third-party console hybrid. But this high price may be worth it for someone looking to bring all of their games onto the big screen TV. Xbox has been rumored to be out of the hardware business for years. Microsoft CEO Satya Nadella explains how Xbox and Microsoft are fully committed and invested in gaming moving forward across console PC, and multiple devices.
First of all, now we're the largest publisher after the Activision. So we want to make sure whether it's consoles, whether it's the PC, whether it's mobile, whether it's cloud gaming, or the TV. So we just want to make sure the games are being enjoyed by gamers everywhere. Second, we also want to do innovative work in the system side on the console and on the PC. And bring, it's kind of funny that, people think about the console, PC as two different things.
Very many games, very good gameplay, very many fun experience. No, oh my god, man.
We built the console because we wanted to build a better PC, which could then perform for gaming. Console has an experience that is unparalleled. It delivers performance that's unparalleled. That pushes, I think, the system forward. So I'm really looking forward to the next console, the next PC gaming, but most importantly, the game business model.
Their mistakes along the way have made their console generations difficult to follow. Xbox looks to be committed to provide a device to play Xbox games at some 100 million, which are still attached to 2 console generations coming forward into next gen. A new hybrid PC console, native handheld, and third-party PCs to choose from. This makes the next generation look very interesting, with more choices and super powerful, while also being very expensive. This is ColtEatsXboxWood. Thank you so much for checking out this video. I'm really excited about what Xbox is doing, and I know a lot of people are wondering, do I really want to go to something that's more PC-like? And for those people who are wondering about tinkering with settings or getting driver updates and all of those things to get your games running, know that if you can calibrate HDR on a game, you can definitely change a couple of settings to get the performance you want across a PC or a console PC hybrid. Also, everything I do on PC, I do with a wireless controller on the couch or chilling at my desk, and I have a console-like experience with so much more flexibility and access to so many more games. With everything that Xbox is doing, allowing other people to push the Xbox name forward with their own devices, it could be really exciting to sit back and wait.
Very exciting.
See which device you want to play on, whether it be their native handheld, which apparently is still on the menu, or an OEM device from someone else that might be even more powerful and more capable, but probably a lot more money. If you ended up enjoying this video, let me know by liking and subscribing to the channel. Hit the bell to be notified of new weekly content. If you want to further support what we're doing here on the channel, you can do that by hitting the join button below that gets you access for videos and monthly merch giveaways and so much more. Also, check out the Patreon if you want to support the channel. Get into the
SNK installs with the 2. Hello, I am from Microsoft. We are calling to reset your password. Please read me the 16-digit number on the front of the credit card associated with your account. I need to verify that you are the person who owns the account. So, sir, please read me the 16 numbers on the front of your credit card. Now, confirm the expiration date and the name printed next to it on the card. It's like, bruh. It's shameless.
XNC chat, and also get into the superclass if you want to learn how to do production and so much more. Check out the XNC podcast. That's a show that runs every Monday night, 5 p.m. Pacific, 8 p.m. Eastern. That's a long-form video podcast where we'll talk about all of the news and leaks and rumors and break down everything going on across the games industry. Let me know what you think about this console set of hardware. Are you going to get the Xbox first-party device? You're going to wait for the OEM or go with a handheld, or maybe all three? Let me know in the comment section. As you do that, as I always say, please be nice.
Be nice. Dude, that's my experience with Best Buy customer support. Okay, please read me the order number associated with your item. Very good. Now, let me check the system. Now, please repeat the order number. What is the address that the order is supposed to be shoot? That's like, oh my god, stop. It's so annoying, bro. It's just not, we shouldn't have to fucking live this way. If I call a U.S. company to check on my order that is shipping from the United States to the United States, I should get someone who speaks English and not fucking Indian English, where they can barely be understood half the time and they can't understand half of what you're saying. It's just infuriating, man. Give me the AI at that point. Like, fuck. SNK nostalgia with the 2. A special place in hell reserved. Yeah, dude, the scamming is wild. Like, they have entire warehouses full of people dedicated to just scamming grandmas. Like, it's evil shit. Genuinely evil shit. And their government does nothing to prevent it because it's so profitable.
I can't afford this shit!
Oh my god, man. That hurt my throat. No, they released a new trailer. It does look nice graphically. Yeah, when I play this, I'll be using the mouse controls. She did the thing. The what thing? Sliding? An Akira reference? I'm pretty sure there's been plenty of pieces of media where a motorcycle slides. I don't think that's a weeb thing. I think plenty of media has motorcycles doing exactly that. She copied Shadow the Hedgehog. That's right, dude. SNK Nostalgia the 2, appreciate it, man. My mother is 79, she doesn't fuck around. Yeah, when you get to that age especially, you know, who gives a damn? That's the thing, is I kind of look forward to being the angry old man that just tells everybody what I think all the time. I bought this. I got it today. I don't know. Is it actually good or not? I don't... Dude, 17 minutes for an IGN review? Jesus. Are they, like, trying to up their watch time or something? I go to IGN for just, you know, a slop type review. You know, you don't want, like, a 17-minute breakdown. That's way too much. Why not play it? I will at some point.
The Legend of Zelda Tears of the Kingdom is a masterpiece, but it left a lot of lingering questions.
No, it's not. It's not.
About the most important event of its timeline, the imprisoning war that sealed away the Demon King Ganondorf. You might think that would provide a prequel like Hyrule Warriors Age of Imprisonment with heaps of territory ripe for proper exploration as you follow Princess Zelda back in time to the era of Hyrule's founding.
Perhaps you truly have traveled back in time.
Unfortunately for any Zelda fans hoping for satisfying answers, however, it only succeeds as the...
I will say... Breath of the Wild Zelda, in particular, is a fine piece.
A super fun, over-the-top, fan service-filled power trip the Warrior series is known for, rather than the fleshed out glimpse into what Hyrule was like thousands of years ago. It consistently prioritizes gameplay over story, and it's my least favorite tale in Zelda's Breath of the Wild quartet by a pretty significant margin as a result. But the upside of that decision is that Age of Imprisonment is the best Hyrule Warriors has ever felt to play. Age of Imprisoment's roughly 18-hour campaign is set on dozens of recognizable battlefields across the ancient version of Tears of the Kingdom's Hyrule, complete with skirmishes in the Golden Sky Islands and the gloom-infested depths. Tearing through wave after wave of practically helpless grunts as you claim outposts and chip away at more challenging bosses is consistently entertaining, largely due to how Age of Imprisonment wonderfully understands and cleverly weaves elements from the source material into its flashy and absurd combat. For example, Minoru utilizes her extensive knowledge of Zonai technology to summon spiky rolling death traps, while one of her
I mean, it does look pretty fun. I do have it, so.
special abilities sees her building a catapult to knock down an airborne enemy.
Must take aim.
And look,
maybe I'll play it later.
She rides around on a Zonai wheel for her sprint. The controls are simple, but the snappiness and fluidity of the animations make each attack a joy to watch, and you're constantly earning new combos as you progress. Sure, you can button mash most of the time and probably be fine, at least on normal difficulty, but unlocking an extra move for one of my favorite characters was always fun, like when
Yeah, I have Age of Calamity, I've just never played it.
Zelda learned to use the time rewinding recall ability. These creative references extend well beyond individual character movesets, too. Returning bosses feature their same weaknesses, and every character has access to a small lineup of Zonai devices that are great for exposing them. You have to manage limited battery power to make the best use of them, though. Yet another interesting way the action both beautifully recontextualizes its predecessors and also stands on its own.
Now be gone. Challenge overcome.
Age of Imprisonment is basically all combat and story, but it does such a great job of consistently drip-feeding you with new abilities and obstacles that I never got tired of battling, reviewing my rewards, leveling up, and choosing my next mission. And there's so much to do. I may have reached the credits, but after more than 20 hours, my total completion is still only around 35%, as I've got tons of optional missions left, including some challenging post-game battles. Each chapter introduces something new, like sludge-covered enemies in Zora's Domain that require water-based abilities to expose them. It might follow the Zelda style guide a little too closely when it comes to things like this ridiculously long single-row menu for key items, but at least you can map a handful of Zonai devices or special abilities to a quick menu. Those special abilities play into another strength, which is how Age of Imprisonment manages to keep things fresh by constantly encouraging character swapping during battle. Certain unblockable attacks require specific counters. If an allied character is standing near an enemy when it enters one of these states, you can instantly swap to the advantageously placed warrior to counter automatically. Swapping actions like this charge up each character's sync strike gauge, which allows two warriors to team up for a powerful special attack that is often tailored to fit the relationship between them. The deep, excellent combat can also shine throughout thanks to great technical performance. Breath of the Wild's own Hyrule Warriors prequel, Age of Calamity, was a choppy slideshow at times, so I'm thrilled to report that Age of Imprisonment generally stays at a smooth 60 FPS. I won't say it never drops a frame, but it's still one of Switch 2's best showcases so far. The action drops to a slightly more inconsistent 30 FPS in two-player split-screen co-op, but it's still a totally valid, fun way to play with a friend. Strangely, that solid performance doesn't translate to the cutscenes, which...
Let's see, SNK Nostalgia with the 2. My mother trolls the scam. Oh, that's sweet, man. That's based. I love fucking with the scammers, too. They get really uncomfortable if you make gay innuendos toward them. Like, that's one of my personal favorite things to do. I'll ask them, should I take my shirt off now? And they'll be like, no. And like, what about my pants? I feel like I should take my pants off. Would you like to see? And they get really nervous, bro. It's funny. Feeling hot? That's right. Tay with the 5 gifted membership. Really appreciate it, man. Thank you so much. Appreciate that. Thanks for the positivity, dude. And then also SNK Nostalgia with the 2. We buy Switch games, eventually play. Yeah, exactly. I mean, that is kind of the gift and the curse of Nintendo never dropping their prices on their games for the most part. It's like, it doesn't really matter when you buy it. It's not like you're saving money if you wait.
Which frequently stutter and look much blurrier than the gameplay itself. It's a disappointing caveat in Age of Imprisoment's otherwise impressive presentation, and a microcosm of how I feel about it as a whole. Wonderful combat with a big letdown whenever it's time for the story.
I heard a disturbance in the forest.
After Age of Calamity deviated so much from canon events that it basically exists in an alternate universe, a huge portion of Zelda fans were hoping this would be a more accurate retelling of the events leading into Tears of the Kingdom, and Nintendo basically promised as much before launch.
We hope you're looking forward to experiencing the canonical events that led to The Legend of Zelda, Tears of the Kingdom game.
But while it's true that Age of Imprisoment's story is canon, that doesn't automatically make it good. A quick word of warning. I won't spoil any big specifics here, but I am going to discuss the basics of who the central characters are and what this story is all about, and more importantly, what it fails to focus on. If you want to go in with a completely clean slate, you can jump ahead to the verdict, but know that Age of Imprisonment puts a big enough emphasis emphasis on its story that these issues stand out in a way that really does feel worth discussing. Still here? Great. A portion of this story does follow familiar threads. Zelda meets the first king and queen of Hyrule, Rauru and Sonia, as they work to defeat Ganondorf while she ponders how to return to her own time. But rather than center the story around Zelda, its primary focus is on a new character called the Mysterious Construct and its Korok companion, Calamo. That's right, Zelda isn't really the main character. These two are. It's a critical example of how gameplay was put first and foremost. The Mysterious Construct is essentially a Link replacement for a story that can't include him. It uses a Zonai device-infused version of Link's moveset from Age of Calamity, and it's admittedly one of the most fun characters to play as. Calamo and the Construct are even thrown into a handful of Star Fox-like on-rails shooter levels, which are a very fun, surprising change of pace from the rest of the action. The pair goes around recruiting several new playable characters to join their ranks. Some of my favorite warriors in Age of Imprisoment's mechanically diverse lineup come from this group, but given that most of them are optional, they aren't woven into the story literally at all. As a lifelong Zelda fan, it is genuinely fun to play as random Hyruleans, but it's strange how much of the roster is made up of characters we learn next to nothing about. It's a very disappointing direction given the potential of this setting. Calamo is a classic 3D Zelda companion, along the lines of a Fire Midna, who's...
No Link? Yeah, I mean, it takes place, like, apparently before Tears of the Kingdom. So it would make sense.
Speaks for our silent hero as we learn more about his own personal journey.
I'm only back because this guy dragged me here.
Their story isn't bad, and it hits a few decent emotional notes, but it doesn't outweigh the overwhelming sense that it's a huge missed opportunity for what this prequel could have been. A rich
At least you get to play as Zelda.
Exploration of the sages, the Zonai, the secret stones, Ganondorf.
I just wish she had long hair.
And everything else that made the lore in Tears of the Kingdom so intriguing. But Age of Imprisonment isn't really interested in any of that. Ganondorf is barely even present outside of the events we already know, and his motivations and backstory aren't fleshed out whatsoever. I only learned marginally more about the Zonai, and we get names, faces, and surface-level motivations for the sages that were nothing more than plot devices in Tears of the Kingdom, but they don't get nearly enough time to develop any sort of emotional depth.
So are you helping or not, pal?
And apart from Hyrule Castle and a few other small details, the past is almost indistinguishable from the present. The only real way you know you're in an era so long ago that it is lost to time, as Zelda calls it, is because the story tells us we are. What's stranger is that Age of Imprisonment not only avoids any attempt to deepen the events of Tears of the Kingdom, it actively dances around key story moments, as if it's awkwardly trying not to spoil the twists from that game. There are some details omitted or only referenced offhand that are on the level of if Star Wars Revenge of the Sith ended by only hinting that Anakin becomes Darth Vader out of fear of spoiling the original trilogy. There is some good to the story. I particularly enjoyed seeing Minoru and Zelda bond early on over their shared interest in technology, which has been a consistent trait of this Zelda since her introduction in Breath of the Wild. There are also a few neat nods to some minor story events that we know happen later on. But if this is the send-off to the Zelda we've spent more time with than any other in the history of this series, I can't help but feel it's a pretty weak goodbye. The Legend of Zelda Tears of the Kingdom left a lot of unanswered questions perfect for exploring in a prequel, but Hyrule Warriors Age of Imprisonment isn't all that interested in answering them. What it is interested in is weaving together iconic mechanics from its source material to deliver the best Muso action the series has seen yet. It constantly rewards your knowledge of Tears of the Kingdom through clever, often hilarious movesets that recontextualize abilities to fit its over-the-top action. Carving through thousands of enemies remains fun throughout the roughly 18-hour campaign and beyond, thanks to constant upgrades, smart systems that encourage you to use a variety of characters, and great technical performance. It's just a shame that Age of Imprisonment fails to tell a story worthy of its potential, choosing to deviate from deepening our understanding of Tears of the Kingdom's lore in favor of focusing on new characters who are completely unrelated. That direction isn't inherently bad, but if you were hoping for a prequel that meaningfully pulls on any lingering threads, you won't find it here. But when the prequel we did get is a seriously fun action game with tons of optional content to keep you going, it's still a trip into the past that's well worth taking.
Executive Reviews editor Tom Marks here with Logan Plant to talk about his review of Hyrule Warriors Age of Imprisonment. This is
Okay, so that's what they're doing now. So they're doing the actual review and then adding like 10 minutes of slop filler at the end in order to stretch out the runtime.
Your first sort of Muso action gamey review, Logan, but you've done, you know, you're a big Zelda fan, you've done a ton of our Nintendo reviews, and this is absolutely not your first experience with the series. So tell me a little bit about, you know, your experience with the Warriors series, your Dynasty Warriors, Hyrule Warriors, whatever, and why you wanted to review this.
Yeah, my first Warriors game was Hyrule Warriors on Wii U back in 2014. That was my introduction to the series because of the Zelda skin, because I'm a lifelong Zelda fan. I'll play anything with Link in it, and I really, really enjoyed that game. I thought it was a ton of fun, and I've played every Nintendo Warriors game since. So that's Age of Calamity, the pair of Fire Emblem Warriors, and now Age of Imprisonment. And then I dabbled in Dynasty Warriors Origins, which I think is super cool, and I'm excited to play the full thing when that comes to Switch 2.
So that's a funny, it's cool that was your introduction. Would you say it's kind of fair to describe the Nintendo style Warriors, or at least Hyrule Warriors, they're not quite as hardcore, I guess would be the right way to put it, as the normal Dynasty Warriors games? They are a little bit more about that flavor.
Yeah, for sure, and they really like to take elements of the source material and put them in the Nintendo Warriors games, and it is, I think, more casual. It's less about managing this map and capturing a bunch of bases and maintaining control. The first Hyrule Warriors had a lot of that, but Age of Calamity and now Age of Imprisonment are really more story-focused, beat this big enemy with the icon on the map, and then the mission kind of progresses. So it is really a fusion of the two.
Well, speaking of that story focus, that was a big part of your review, was this idea that this is the best it's ever felt to play, but the story is the worst that the story has been in this Force game arc, if you want to call it that. You know, obviously, there's some weird time fuzziness and timeline stuff going on that we don't need to get into here. But the question I have for you is, like, a common criticism we get when we have reviews that are very action-focused games, and we say, well, the story isn't good. A lot of people will say, well, I don't play these games for the story. So my question for you is, how do you personally weight those two things? And then on top of that, is this story really a big piece of this puzzle of this game, or is it something that you could just ignore?
Yeah, it's interesting. If you look at my review history, I think you'll see I don't usually weigh story that heavily. I'm a big systems guy, a big gameplay guy. I love a game feel. Like Bonanza feels amazing. That's one of my favorite things about that game. And so story usually takes a little bit of a backseat for me, but not in Zelda. I love Zelda stories, and they're very important to me. I mean, if you look behind me, you see like Majora's Mask and the Breath of the Wild tapestry. Like, I love this franchise. It's my favorite of all time. So the story did disappoint me, but I've been thinking about.
Not Naya with the 2. What will happen to Israel once the boomers are gone? Their way of life might get a lot more expensive.
Maybe it's not super fair to place expectations of like a mainline narrative on a spin-off Warriors game developed not even by Nintendo, and it's pretty skippable. Like, you.
Couple minutes behind, but regarding Halo campaign evolved, the amount of changes made for the game, you can go ahead and throw it in the fucking trash so that game can burn it. Yeah, they're adding 3 prequel missions, which God only knows how short they're gonna be. You know, because it's between Master Chief and Sergeant Johnson. So it's like, it's not worth it. Like, it's a 5 to 6 hour campaign with maybe an extra 30 minutes of content slapped on. No firefight, no forge, no multiplayer. It's just 6 hours of campaign and you're done. From a game you've already played in 4 different iterations. So it's going to be $40 to $50 too.
Can skip every single cutscene if you really want to. And like I said in the review, the story isn't bad. It's just not what I wanted, and I don't really think it's what a lot of Zelda fans wanted from going to explore this time period that was very unexplored in Tears of the Kingdom. So it's disappointing, but as you saw by the score, it's not a deal breaker, and there's so much content in this game that you can really ignore the story. You're done with it in 17 or 18 hours, and then there's probably 30-ish, 40-ish more hours of stuff to do if you want to do absolutely everything, so it's not a deal breaker.
Yeah, like you said, you know, you still give it an 8. It's still a great game in your eyes, and but it's also a big enough deal that it's worth mentioning. It's worth digging into. It's worth talking about why it failed in that way. And, you know, that's why this review is coming at launch, rather than there was an embargo pre-launch that we decided not to publish at, because we wanted to be able to dig into this story a little bit more than we otherwise would have been able to, and talk about why it didn't work and why that was important to some degree. Out of all the lingering questions that didn't get answered here, I'm curious, what did you want to know most? Like, if you wish they could have only dug into one thing in this that was only talked about briefly in Tears, what did you want to see more of? Was it more Ganondorf? Was it more of the Sages? What?
Yeah, you nailed it. It's more Ganondorf. I thought that Ganondorf in Tears of the Kingdom is such a cool villain, and this prequel was such a great opportunity to flesh him out further, but he's barely in it. He's in it like basically the exact same amount as in Tears of the Kingdom, and it's a big disappointment. They were leaning hard to him in some of the marketing and the trailers, and I was ready to see so much Ganondorf, and it just doesn't really happen.
That's a shame. That's a shame, especially because that is one of my criticisms. You know, I reviewed Tears of the Kingdom. I gave that game a 10. I stand by that totally. But one of the problems with both Tears of the Kingdom and Breath of the Wild is that its main villain just isn't there because of the circumstances of how they set that villain up. So to be able to go back in time to a point where the villain is alive and kicking and then still not see them, that's, you know, it's, again, not a deal breaker, but it's a shame. It's a missed opportunity.
Yeah, which to that point, it's why a prequel to games like Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom is so interesting, because it's a prequel to a game that tells most of its story through flashbacks. So you go and experience this prequel, and you're in the time period that first game's story was already in. So Age of Calamity's answer is, we'll tell an alternate universe story. People didn't really like that. I loved it, like I said in the review. And now Age of Imprisonment's answer is, okay, we'll just tell kind of this side story that we'll weave in, but it's not what you came here for. So it's an interesting problem to tackle, and these two games have done it differently, and I personally lean in the direction of what Age of Calamity did, which is let's just go crazy with it, and this game just didn't quite hit it.
Did you have, what was your favorite character? Maybe it's spoilery, but favorite non-spoiler character, and kind of what made them stand out to you?
Yeah, the character I highlight most in the review is my favorite. It's Minoru. She is just so cool the way she uses all of the Zonai devices, and it's just summoning, like, here's this monster truck made up of the wheels with the sharp spikes on the front, and it just rolls over 100 bokoblins at a time, and just the way that this game summons in those objects so quickly, and these moves are so frantic and fast. She's just the most satisfying character. Otherwise, I really do like the Korok, Calamo, because I just love Koroks. I've loved Koroks since Makar in Wind Waker, and so getting to play as a non-Hestu-sized Korok, which we did in Age of Calamity, but like a normal little guy who's like firing all the different Dazzle Fruit and the Fire Fruit is just super fun and cute.
Well, Logan, thank you so much for talking with us a little bit more about this, because I think the nuances of that sort of, the story...
Yeah, I think it looks pretty good. I mean, I'll play it at some point. I have it, so...
matters, even if it is not the massive, the be-all, end-all. It's important to dig into, and it's good to hear your thoughts on it. If you want more from Logan, his last review was actually the DLC of Donkey Kong Bonanza. You can check out. We didn't have a conversation at the end of that one, but we did have a conversation at the end of Bonanza itself that you can go check out.
Nobody hates Halo more than Halo fans. I don't hate Halo. I just wish they would do an actual re-release. Like, why is it that the Xbox 360 remastered version of Halo 1 is more feature complete than the one that comes out 12 years or no, 14 years after the fact? So the 360 port from 14 years ago has more features than the new version of Halo 1 they're releasing in modern day, which is crazy. Not to mention, you can buy the entire Master Chief Collection for $5. Like, why didn't they just port MCC? I think it's because they don't have anyone that knows how to work on the engine anymore. I think that's the issue. They have no one who knows how to optimize and work on that engine anymore. So they're unable to port it to other platforms. I think that's the point we're at now. It's like lost technology. I bet you'll have... I don't really like Halo 1's campaign. So if it was Halo 3, maybe, but I'd still want the multiplayer. I only play Halo for the multiplayer. I've still never, to this day, finished Halo 2's campaign. I've never finished ODST. I only finished Halo Reach fairly recently. I mean... I'm not a Halo campaign guy. I prefer the multiplayer. That's the reason I'm there. That's the reason why most people like Halo, is the multiplayer. When you think of Halo, it's multiplayer. I mean, even Halo 1, the original, had LAN multiplayer, even if it wasn't online. So, yeah, I mean, it's like the same premise as like a Call of Duty game or a Gears of War game. You buy the game, you play the campaign, and then you stick around for the multiplayer or third mode. Whether that be zombies, horde mode, firefight, whatever. You know, all of those games had the same structure. And when you remove 2 of the pillars out of the 3, you're left with, you know, nothing really that great. Okay, but you can play the campaign right now. Like, bro, go play the Halo campaign right now. It's right here. You can go play Halo 1 right now. It's waiting. You've already experienced this campaign. It's not anything new. It's just an Unreal Engine coat of paint. And a couple extra missions, which who even knows if it's going to be good or not. I was gonna see if I could find it again.
I can't afford this shit!
the others.
Like, dude, this is fine.
Warning. I detected multiple Covenant dropships on approach.
I don't know, bro. I mean, this isn't what I'm... There's a mod that I cannot find. And it was like a graphic overhaul mod for Halo 1. Through 3, I think it was. But it's like, bro, it's the exact same game. It's the same thing. There's no difference. It's the exact same copy-paste campaign. But you even have, like, the original level designers of Halo coming out and saying, why are you changing this shit? You're making it worse. Escaping nostalgia with the 2. We go outside, plinking steel AR. Oh my, yeah, nice. And also the 2. Appreciate it, man. Unreal Engine 5 is yeah. It's the most overrated shit ever. But it's because it's the universal development language, so they can outsource all the actual coding. So you will never convince me. Like, honestly, I think Halo 5 is, like, a beautiful game, personally. You will never convince me that this was a bad art style.
Hello? Can anyone hear me? I'm at Meridian Station.
They should have just kept this, honestly. Like, this engine was perfect. I like the Halo 5 engine, as well as Halo 4. Both of those games have aged incredibly well from a visual perspective. They should have just kept using this engine instead of trying to do the whole, you know, Halo Infinite, what was it, the Slip Space engine, which took them like 5 years to figure out. I don't know, man. I personally think the Halo 4 and 5 engine was fine. Well, they have altered some aspects of enemies. I don't know about the AI, but like you can no longer one-shot the what are they fucking called? I always forget the name. The hunters. That's it. Hunters. I remembered. Yeah, you can no longer one-shot the hunters, so they got rid of that. Like, they're just erasing the DNA of the game. And then there was like Bungie level designers coming out and saying like, we put those crates there for a reason, so you couldn't take the Warthog into that area. Because it trivializes that section. It's like, yeah, there's no more like actual level designers or creatives at Microsoft. It's just people who are LARPing as game developers. They don't understand what goes into making a good game anymore. They're just trying to imitate.
I can't afford this shit!
Tay-Tay with a 2, out bad, brutal is gay. You're probably right.
Fucking suck dicks in an Olive Garden bathroom.
Halo devs are allergic to tatas. Tell that to Halo 4 Cortana, bro. That bitch was stacked. That bitch was absolutely stacked, bro. SNK Nostalgia with the 2. The check is in the mail now. Nice, bro. Plap. Halo 4 Cortana 100%. Hell yeah, man. Yeah, Halo 4 Cortana was a work of art. That shit was absolutely a work of art. Whoa, dude. It's not what he expected.
30, 40 minutes of Hyrule Warriors Age of Imprisonment. So let me give you my first impressions. Let me tell you what I think, my thoughts, and all that good stuff. So let me just say I'm kind of blown away because I really didn't expect this game to be as good as it has been. I didn't expect it to kidnap my brain capacity. Like, I thought it was going to be a little bit of a slog to get through. I thought it was going to be kind of boring, but I'm actually enjoying it a lot more than I expected going into this. So as you might have seen already, I played the demo for this game. I went to a Best Buy kiosk and they had like the first 15 minutes of the game, or at least I thought it was the first 15 minutes of the game. It's a random part of the game. You play in 15 minutes of it. It's not really that engaging. And to be fair, I didn't really understand or learn how to play it. They just kind of throw you in, which I think is a huge mistake because I actually got kind of turned off from the game from that demo, but I purchased it anyway because I thought I wanted to give it a full-blown try, a good old try. And I'm glad I did, because this is like I said, this is a lot more fun than I had initially expected it was going to be. Again, I've only played the first 40 minutes, but I'm hooked. Usually the first 30, 40 minutes of a game, I feel like you should kind of want to continue playing it. If it goes past an hour and you're not vibing with it, then chances are you might not vibe with it in the long run. That obviously is different for a lot of games, but I find for these hack and slash games, and especially Nintendo games, they really got to just put you in the deep end and just get you going. And I find that the tutorials and actually learning the mechanics, knowing what the characters do and how to actually fight, the dodging, the rolling, the sprinting, all that, I think it was actually super important to know and to have it teach you that when you join the game instead of it just kind of throwing you in like the demo did. Anyways, that being said, why am I enjoying this so much? Before I say that, sorry for the mic. I don't know if the mic is...
He's gooning to Zelda, that's why.
Is being a goofy guy. Let me know in the comments if it sounds kind of bad. I'm using a different mic today. Whatever. It is what it is. You can hear me, and that's all that matters, I hope. So I think the most notable thing that really stood out to me at first is the graphics and performance. Oh my goodness, this is by far the best looking Warriors game, like a Nintendo Warriors game ever. Obviously, this is the first Nintendo Switch 2 Warriors game, and it's using the Switch 2's full-blown power to look as good as it possibly can look. But you can really tell that they've been using this Switch 2 power. They utilize it all right. The crazy thing is, like I look...
Zelda gonna be the one saving Prince Link. Well, that's what's that one? Fuck. The new Zelda game that just came out. Echoes of Wisdom. That's what that was.
Pokemon Legends EA.
That's basically what that game was about.
Obviously, that's like a Switch 1 and everything. Like, that's a Switch 1 game at the end of the day. But it just looks so much worse compared to this game. There's so many blades of grass. It's a nice, crisp resolution. I don't know if it's a full 4K, but it's nice and crisp. It's definitely above 1080p. And the frame rate. This game is finally in 60 frames per second, which, if you played a Warriors game in the past, those are all like 30 frames per second. And especially the last games on the Switch 1 console itself ran very poorly, like under 30 frames per second very consistently. Now, this game, if you play in co-op mode, runs at 30 frames per second. I haven't played in co-op mode yet, but that's just what I've heard. But I gotta just say, like, my very first impression, I'm like, dang, this looks...
Yeah, I always thought Link was the girl and Zelda was the guy until I got Smash Brothers.
Good. And I think it's even more satisfying smashing these enemies in 60 frames per second. It just feels right. So let's talk a little bit more.
Until I got Super Smash Brothers Melee, I had no idea that
All right, awesome. Thanks, nigga. All right.
That Zelda was the girl, because I never played Zelda. So, yeah. It wasn't until I played Melee that I realized. I was like, oh, okay. And SNK Nostalgia with the 5. When money becomes more important than good games, money will not make it good. Yeah, exactly. Nobody buying this anymore. Fuck them. Go out of business. Yep. That's my mentality, man. You know, I'm happy to see all these companies shut down.
More about the gameplay, because this is not the gameplay style that I generally like in a game.
When Ubisoft eventually closes its doors, you know, it's like it couldn't have happened to a better group of people.
Like, I found that the last Warriors games were very repetitive in a way. I just kind of smashed the Y button as much as possible and kind of called it a day. I didn't really get too deep into the combos and all that stuff. And I know that the previous games were deep when it comes to all the combos and everything, but I just didn't utilize them as much in the past games. Maybe I just didn't care, but I've really taken the time to try and figure out what moves do what, how to dodge, how to block things. There's this new mechanic. I actually don't know if it's new, but there's this mechanic where if someone's charging at you, you can kind of parry them. They brought over the flurry rush from Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom, which is really cool. I'm sure that was in the last Warriors game, but again, I didn't really play the last Warriors game too much. I thought it was a little too repetitive for my taste, or maybe I didn't give that one really enough of a try, but I really am taking my time with this one and learning it the best I can to try and give it the best possible chance on the Rust Vanity game gauge, which is how I rank games. So stay tuned to the main channel. I'm going to do a little review on there, and I'll rank it there. So once again, subscribe to that channel if you're not already. Now, I also want to briefly touch on the story. So here's a funny little thing about me. I played The Legend of Zelda Tears of the Kingdom quite a bit when it first...
That cape is a little too long, if you ask me.
Released, but I never actually beat the game. I don't think I got past when you go and get all your little allies, your sages. I never got past that in my first gameplay, and I'm actually replaying Tears of the Kingdom right now. And it's not really a spoiler because it happens right at the beginning of the game, and if you play this, it literally, yeah, well, again, it's right at the beginning of the game. Pretty much you need to go find Zelda. Zelda like disappears, and this is actually where Zelda goes. This is the whole story. So it's funny. The second time I'm playing through Tears of the Kingdom, I just restarted it again. I'm at the part where Zelda vanishes, which is like right at the beginning of the game. So it's kind of fitting that I'm playing this right now.
SNK Nostalgia with the 2, Ubisoft puts the fries in the bag.
God!
Indeed, man. Learn to code. Oh wait, you did, and you still got fired.
Now, because now,
yeah, it's not going to be any love lost. I mean, it's a shame that they have all those IPs that they just neglected and abused and didn't utilize. But hey, that's life.
Playing the Zelda storyline, and I think because of that, I'm a little bit more intrigued because I don't really know how that story ends. I think either way I might spoil it for myself from Tears of the Kingdom because I'm pretty sure they do explain it, but it doesn't really matter at this point. I'm actually really liking the story. I thought that the characters would be pretty lame, like Rauru, but I've gotten fond to them. I actually really enjoy what they're adding to the story and how they're kind of helping Zelda out a bit. I would say the only odd thing, the only quirky thing is this Korok seed fella, and then he kind of just makes this Zonai version of Link potentially. It's just kind of forced in a way, and I think that they are trying to make it a little more quirky, a little more family friendly by adding this character, not making it so serious in a way, which I guess is fine. It is what it is. Again, I haven't gotten far enough into the story to really have a strong opinion on that, so that's just something I noticed from the beginning. And again, I don't want to compare it to Pokemon too much, but I just have to because Pokemon's one of the biggest game companies out there. But the fact that this game has voice acting really adds so much to it. There's so much more personality in each of these voices. There's so much more care into the game in general, which makes me care more about the game. And again, I know I hate comparing it to Pokemon Legends ZA, but that game released just recently, like 2 weeks ago, and seeing the quality difference between Hyrule Warriors and Pokemon is just absolutely wild to me. Hyrule Warriors looks and feels so fantastic. Oh, and that's the other thing. They added seemingly a ton to this game. The fact that there are plenty of characters and they each have their own animations and movesets and special abilities, and then you can do this ally thing where you use someone else that's with you, and it just merges all so well together. And I think I'm in for a treat. I think I'm going to enjoy this. I looked at the Metacritic scores this morning to kind of see what everyone else's opinions are, and I saw a lot of 9s on there. There was a couple of 8s, some 7s. There's one 4. So not everyone likes this game, and I was afraid that one would be me. But again, I'm going to give it a little bit more of a test. I'm going to see how I like it a little bit more, and stay tuned on the main channel because I'm going to review the game fully, or give you another first impression style video like this, but with a little more detail. I'm going to get quite a few hours into this tonight, and we'll see from there. So if you like these kind of videos, let me know in the comments. Thank you all so much for watching the second channel. I got tons of videos coming up. It's kind of crazy how much
Those look pretty good, the amiibos. I'm going to get the Meta Knight amiibo. That's the only one I'm going to buy. That is my only amiibo purchase. Oh, isn't this the guy that, like, lost his fucking mind or some shit? I'm pretty sure it is. Impa, an age of calamity, makes you act up. Hold on, let's see. I haven't played Age of Calamity. Oh, I've seen this character. Okay, yeah. I've seen this character before. Yeah, I've seen people on Twitter gooning over it. Yeah, okay.
I can't afford this shit!
Yup, I've seen that. It's got the cakes. Asking K Nostalgia the 2, how do I get out of this chicken shit outfit? What do you mean, man? Oh yeah, I saw this club. That shit's crazy.
You know what's wild? I did Finding Your Roots, and they found the white family that purchased the first black wood of my bloodline off the slave ships in Charleston.
Yep. That's what we came up with.
If I wanted to today, I could find the white wood descendants in southern Georgia and pull up on a fucking house. One day I will.
Yeah.
They ain't got no money though. I Zillowed they crib. They broke. Like, yeah. That's the thing we'll talk about with slavery, man, is that there's a lot of white people fumbled. Like, yo.
They fumbled the bag?
Yeah, you had working for you still couldn't come up. How you broke and you had slaves?
Yeah, that was bad. That was gold.
They fumbled, bro.
That was gold, yeah.
I could find the white wood descendants in southern Georgia and pull up on a fucking house. One day I will.
Yeah.
These are really sick, disturbed people.
Yeah, that shit's crazy, man.
If you're a Nintendo fan, you know the feeling. The fun is being sucked out of our community. Not by Nintendo, but by an endless wave of noise. It's the toxic lie, the constant screaming void that says Nintendo is failing and that you're a fool for enjoying it. But what if that angry narrative is completely wrong? Today, we're going to prove that the internet rage is utterly worthless against the real truth. When I posted my last video about this, the comments section proved my point exactly. We see gamers attacking other gamers just for what they like. That's the real problem, and it's built on this constant lie of Nintendo's failure. I want to show you 2 comments that I got on that particular video.
Ha, no way. I love being a hater. Nothing better with the pathetic display Nintendo puts on these days. I hope Nintendo crashes and burns. It'd be fucking hysterical to see the fallout from it. Also, this guy like Fire Emblem. Everyone point and laugh.
Ouch. This person is literally attacking me and trying to shame me for even acknowledging a franchise like Fire Emblem that has a passionate fan base. I only used the trailer footage as B-roll, but they immediately assumed I was a huge fan and demanded, everyone point and laugh. This is sickening. They aren't criticizing Nintendo. They're recruiting people into online bullying based on a wild guess. This just proves...
Well, it's not even that. It's just they're desperate for anything. They have nothing that they actually enjoy themselves. So they constantly have to bring, other people down to their, miserable level, not to mention the fact that they're desperate for content to keep the fucking lights on. They gotta keep pumping out, Nintendo's failing, Nintendo's destroyed, Mario Kart World is dead, Donkey Kong flopped, no one's buying a Switch. Like, it's just the same recycled titles over and over and over and over and over again. Because, once you start getting those type of algorithmic views, you have to keep making similar content constantly. So they're just desperate. It's kind of sad, honestly.
Their goal isn't critical.
It's like if you have a Call of Duty channel, you have to talk about Call of Duty, whether you like the game or not. And people get stuck in that cycle. Saber Ram with the 2, Bluey stream. What the fuck is Bluey? The fuck? I don't know what that is. And Tay with the 2 to keep the lights on. Appreciate it, man.
It's toxic discourse. And here's another one.
It's all. Oh, this is Bluey? Oh my god.
That perfectly shows how these critics turn on their own community.
This is what enrages me. What are all the other people who shared my view doing right now? Playing on their fucking Switch 2s. I just don't fucking get it. Is the FOMO that bad that Nintendo has single-handedly created a new breed of Stockholm?
This commenter calls the new console lazy reheated nachos and says they refuse to buy it, but they are enraged at their friends, other gamers, for giving in and buying the Switch 2. Instead of attacking Nintendo, they attack their own allies, accusing them of having Stockholm Syndrome. This is the core of the toxic lie. It pits gamers against each other, shaming anyone who finds joy in the product, even if those people originally shared the critics' anti-Nintendo views. When I put out my last video, it started exactly the kind of conversation we need more of. Lots of you had positive interactions and shared your honest thoughts. That's a good part of the community. People who can hold two thoughts at once and find common ground. We should be able to say, this game is amazing, but this one thing about it sucks. That's what normal, thoughtful people do. That's called nuance. For example, in that video, I talked about Donkey Kong Bonanza. It's a genuinely joyful game, but when the DLC, DK Island plus Emerald Rush, was announced, I was disappointed. For me, it felt a little thin for the price. I can love the base game and still be disappointed in the $20 DLC. That doesn't make me a hater, and it doesn't make me a loyalist. It just makes me honest about my feelings. But here's the key difference. I didn't turn around and shame other gamers who bought the DLC and are having a great time. I didn't lose any sleep over their fun. It's so easy to state your honest opinion and then just let other people enjoy their games. But here's the problem.
Yeah, I mean, people get way too invested in this dog shit.
That honest discussion also attracted the hateful bullies. These are the people who aren't interested in talking about a game. They only want to own other gamers and try to make them feel bad for the joy they find in Nintendo's offerings. What trends online?
Why is there like, I just noticed it. It's like this epic trailer music in the background. It's like, what the fuck?
Not honesty. Rage does. When creators put out a video with a shocking thumbnail screaming Nintendo is doomed, it gets thousands of views, even if the facts aren't totally true. This turns parts of the community into an echo chamber of misinformed anger. It's built on a lie, and the numbers they push are often meaningless. We can keep arguing with these bullies, or we can move away from the online chaos and look at the real-world report card to see what's actually happening. We can listen to the angry yelling online, or we can look at what millions of people are actually buying. The real report card is called sales figures, and they tell a truth that contradicts every toxic headline you see. The sales figures are what truly tell a company like Nintendo if they're doing a good job. And when we look at
no, then they try and manipulate those numbers and hold Nintendo to a different standard than every other company.
Numbers for the new console, we see something amazing that completely drowns out all the noise. While the online community was busy tearing itself apart, the consumer market delivered a verdict that utterly silenced the critics. Let's look at the numbers for the Nintendo Switch 2. This new console has only been out for 4 months, from its launch in June up until the end of September. How well did it do in that short time? The Nintendo Switch 2 has already sold an absolutely stunning 10.36 million units. Say that number out loud. 10,360,000 consoles. That's not just a good start. It's a historic start. This makes the Switch 2 the fastest selling console of all time. That's the opposite of a flop, and it completely proves wrong the idea that the product is a lazy ripoff that nobody wants. And let's look at the software, the games people are actually buying. The game Mario Kart World also got a lot of heat online. Critics complained that it was too expensive and nobody was having fun. But how did the people who actually buy games vote? Mario Kart World has sold 9.57 million copies. The console sold 10.36 million units, and the main game sold 9.57 million. That means that almost everyone who bought the new console also bought this game. That's a massive 92% attach rate. A 92% attach rate shows that gamers didn't listen to the complaints. They voted with their wallets. They decided the game looked fun and bought it right away. They just wanted to play a great game. To really understand how huge 10.36 million sales in 4 months is, we need to compare it to the last time Nintendo struggled, the Wii U. The Wii U was a good console.
I'm not really excited for Metroid Prime 4. I'll buy it and try it out. I just hope it doesn't have like a shitload of unnecessary backtracking. So that's my one, I guess, concern. But I think it looks pretty decent for the most part. I'm going to get it. I'll try it out, but I'm not like super excited for it. SNK nostalgia with the 2, it's like Recess, Super Nintendo versus Sega Genesis. Pretty much, only except the people now are 40 years old. That's the crazy part, man. It's like the only people engaged in console war shit anymore are like, you know, geriatric gamers. It's just a strange phenomena, honestly. David with the 5, they want a Switch 2 so bad, but their wife's boyfriend can buy... Wait. They want a Switch 2 so bad, but their wife's boyfriend can't buy that expensive That's right. Times are tough, man. They got to pick between the Funko Pops or the Switch 2. And of course, they can't delay their gratification to save up.
But it was a true commercial failure. How many Wii U consoles did Nintendo sell in its entire life? From its launch in 2012 to when it stopped being produced, the Wii U sold only 13.56 million units worldwide. That took about 5 years. Now look at the Switch 2 again. This difference is the ultimate proof that the consumer market wants and loves the Switch 2. The millions of people buying this console and its games are not dogs or fools. They are happy, satisfied customers who are finding value and fun in the product, no matter how loud the small group of online critics yell. So, what's the big lesson here? We saw people attacking each other, calling fellow gamers dogs, and demanding you point and laugh over a simple piece of video footage. That's the toxic noise, the lie that Nintendo is failing and that their fans are wrong. But then we saw the truth. 10.36 million Switch 2s sold in 4 months. The people who are happily buying and playing Nintendo games are the massive majority. They're the ones voting with their dollars, and they simply don't care about the online yelling. This means the mean, toxic talk is completely useless and powerless for changing Nintendo's business. The company isn't getting hurt.
Yep.
The real cost of this toxic discourse.
But no, the new narrative is now, what is it, like the patent or whatever for the ball in Pokemon? Something retarded, bro. It's like something retarded, like some stupid little patent. Now the declaration is Nintendo is defeated. Pal World has destroyed It's like, bro. Nintendo is fine. I don't know. It's just like overinflated and like severity constantly. It's like every little thing is the doomsday event. It's like, bro. Oh no, someone's Switch 2 shipped to them defective. Nintendo quality control is in the toy. It's like, oh my god. I can't. It's like so over-sensationalized. SNK Nostalgia with the 2 hit every button on the board. Alright, get ready.
7 inches.
Point.
I'm just
Black Lives Matter. Trans visibility is valid.
Alright, there you go. That was everything. That was everything.
Is paid by us. We're the ones who lose the fun, who get scared to talk about the games we love, and who feel like we have to constantly defend our joy. We can't stop people from being bullies, but we can stop joining in. We can choose to celebrate the huge success and the fun that millions are finding in these games. Let's stop letting the loudest, meanest voices ruin the community for everyone else. Let's discard the toxic lie and embrace the fun truth. Thank you for watching today.
They're using Moore's Pegasus? What is that? Is that Pegasus? Oh. Oh, yeah, this guy. Yeah, it's over. Yeah. The white and red text.
I can't afford this shit!
There we go. It's over. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I mean, everybody does the white and red text. I mean, to be fair, Like, the white and red text has literally always been a thing on YouTube. I remember I used that shit back in, like, 2018. So, the white and red text is a staple of the YouTube thumbnail formula. But yeah, these titles where it's like Nintendo, the collapse is here, or Mario Kart World will never be the same. It's like just over the top. But yeah, that seems to be the new meta for sure. The betrayal that destroyed Bungie. Mario Kart World makes me sad. Jesus Christ.
Okay, so I know there's been a lot of videos made about Mario Kart World, like, a lot, but honestly, I just need to make one too, because I can't stop thinking—
No, you don't. You don't. You just want the views. I need to make one too. Nope, you just want the views. Just say you want to cash in, bro. Cash in. S&K Nostalgia with the 5 gifted member. Really appreciate it, man. You've been very, very generous tonight, so I really do appreciate it. It's very kind of you. It's very, very nice. So thank you so much. Saber ran with the 2. Sounds like something a Nintendo simp would say. I guess I'm guilty, man. I like my Switch too, so they'll never get me to hate it. You know, I mean, you can call me whatever you want, but it's like, I'll give you my honest opinion of whatever I'm feeling at the time. I've played my Switch 2 for, what, like 300 or 400 hours since it's come out? So, I've enjoyed it. You know, go ahead and lock me up and throw away the key. You know, I've got 120 hours in Mario Kart World, and I liked it. The only Nintendo game which I knew I wasn't going to like is Pokemon. So, Pokemon is absolute dog shit, but I knew that going in. So, it's not really too surprising. Rookie numbers? Yeah, I know. I don't play a shit ton of games nowadays. I mean, I played a lot of Bravely Default off stream. So, to be fair, I did play that. Yeah, I do hope they update the Xenoblade series for Switch too. We need Xenoblade streams, possibly. Saber ran with the 5. Jokes aside, I like my Switch. I haven't got a Switch 2 yet, but I like my 1. I did get Legend ZA. I see the potential, and just, damn it, yeah. No, I mean, that's like every Pokemon game. It's like, there's that underlying good to it, because it's Pokemon.
Alright, awesome. Thanks, nigga. Alright.
But it's like, if they would just give it to someone else, dude, like, it's so obvious they don't want to develop Pokemon games anymore. Just give it to a different studio. Give the 2D HD team at Square Enix Pokemon, and they will crank out absolute bangers, I guarantee you. Have them make a traditional 2D Pokemon in the 2D HD style, and that shit would absolutely slap. Like, I don't understand why we can't get that. And then Game Freak can make whatever they want in their free time. Like, just imagine this. Like, imagine this art style.
With last...
But with Pokemon. Like, bro, imagine this. But it's Pokemon instead. Like, you got your tall grass sprinkled in. Oh, let's see if we can find a better image. Like, dude, imagine that. That's your Pokemon game. Like, they could literally just keep the regular, like, Game Boy, DS, 3DS battle system. And just let Square Enix make the actual, like, world design, character sprites, and all that type of stuff. And this should be the art style used for modern Pokemon. It would be absolutely incredible. I would love to see a Pokemon game that looks like this. It'd be like the perfect mixture of new and old. Well, the funny thing is about that other game that Game Freak's making, if you watch the trailer, the frame rate and everything in it is awful. So even that game is probably going to run like absolute dog water. But we'll have to wait and see. I just genuinely don't think Game Freak has ever been very good at developing games, period. I think they just got lucky. You know, Pokemon was such a massive hit that it made up for the fact that, you know, they're pretty inept at actually developing video games. Because their other game that they made, which I always forget the name of, was like horrible. Wow, what was it? What was that shit called? Yeah, that wasn't it. I think this is it. Like, this is the other game they came up with.
Strategy and flavor as you travel around different parts of the town, getting special assistance from your... What bugs me most about Little Town Hero is that it moves at an authentically small town pace, which is to say, tediously slow. You spend so long mathing out turns that having to sit through the slow animations and sluggish UI between choices can get downright sleepy. I longed for an option to skip or at least speed up what I'd already seen 1,000 times, but neither is possible. It's a shame because Little Town Hero really does look great. Its monsters are fantastically designed and the animations for its special mid-combat villager abilities are adorable. I enjoyed looking at all of it, but the slow pace felt like it needlessly doubled the length of every fight. Being held hostage by animations also makes a handful of punishing randomized enemy abilities
Yeah, this is the only other game Game Freak has made recently, is this. So... I just don't think they're a good development studio. And this came out on the Switch, right? Pretty sure.
Adventure takes place in a single...
And this is what it looks like. Looks like a 3DS game.
Speed left those sour moments lingering in my brain. It also makes the fear of losing a half hour into a fight and having to restart from the beginning excruciating. Though that became slightly less stressful once I unlocked...
It looks like a legitimate 3DS game. So I really don't think they're talented developers is the problem. They're out of their depth. You know, when it was pixel sprite games, yeah, anybody could develop those. You know, anyone with RPG Maker can do that shit in their, you know, bedroom. So it doesn't really take a super talented developer to put something together. But now, where they're trying to expand the formula and stuff, the cracks are starting to show. SNK Nostalgia with the 2 Arc system should make a Pokemon fighter game. Well, they have that one that was actually pretty good. I actually liked Pokken Tournament. Like, it was actually pretty cool.
Pokken Tournament DX is the Switch version of Pokken Tournament for the Wii U. Here's what we said when we reviewed it back in 2016.
But yeah, I mean, I think it'd be cool if we got more spin-offs like this.
Pokken Tournament takes a lot of what we know from old fighting game favorites and sticks them into a blender, delivering a unique take on both Pokemon and fighting games in general. Sometimes all those ingredients spill over a container that's a little too full. There is a surprising amount to learn beyond the beginner's level, and that may alienate some Pokemon fans without fighting game experience. Pokken Tournament does do a good job, though, at alleviating this bloat of mechanics with single
What, this was a 30-second review?
player modes to help ease into the action. The same holds true for Pokken Tournament DX for Nintendo Switch. It's essentially the same game, just with 5 more characters, a daily challenge mode, a new 3vs3 mode, ranked battles online,
Shadow Mewtwo was so sick,
split-screen local play, and all the convenience that comes with being on a console handheld hybrid. It all runs and looks as great as ever, whether the Switch is docked or in your hands.
Like, bro, I thought this was actually a pretty fun fighting game. I liked it.
Unless that is, you're playing split-screen
a
mode.
little
Then
bit
the frame rate
I
takes a
don't know,
dramatic
I think
hit.
I played like 15 or 20 hours of it. It was fun.
It's great that all 5 new characters and the originally unlockable Mewtwo and Shadow Mewtwo are
All right,
playable right
awesome.
to start with.
Thanks, Digga. All
My
right.
personal favorite is Gizor, who has the unique mechanic of creating swords that float behind him and can either be called upon to enhance basic combos or used as tricky projectiles. I'm a big fan of air combos too, and he's got a great launcher that pops the enemy into the air for a follow-up air combo. The daily challenge mode, on the other hand, feels tacked on. Every challenge gives you a specific Pokemon with a specific assist team in a specific mode.
Yeah, Suicune looked really sick in that game. Saberram with the 5 when you're so much of a one-hit wonder that you can't even hit your wonder anymore. I know, dude, it's like those old boomer bands that just year after year they go on tour and it just gets worse and worse and worse and worse. And someone's like, come on, old man, it's time to pass the torch down, you know, step off the stage. He's like, I still got it. And it's like, ugh, you know. I don't know, dude. It's just, yeah, I think Pokemon's time in the sun is going to come to an end pretty quick unless they take some dramatic action to course correct. SNK Nostalgia with the 2. If only Pokemon got the DBZ proper treatment. Yeah, I don't know, man. There's a lot of talented devs out there that could absolutely do something amazing with Pokemon. It's just god-tier IP.
With the promise of rewards in the form of skill points, which aren't very useful. Of the ones I've experienced, none have offered any interesting twists outside of having to win a fight using a character that I don't normally use against easy AI bots that don't require any sort of deep knowledge of a character to beat. Calling them challenges is a bit of a stretch. The new 3-on-3 battles are neat though. They feel more like actual trainer battles in which your Pokemon faint, forcing you to throw out a new one.
The Pokemon looks so... Like, why can't we get graphics like this in a modern... Like, why is it the Battle Revolution is still the best Pokemon game from a graphic standpoint?
To continue the fight. All things considered though, it doesn't dramatically change the way you play because you're not changing out characters mid-match like in Marvel vs. Capcom. All it really adds is 2 more characters on both sides of the arena. Since that comes on top of what's already an excellent fighting game, it still comes highly recommended.
Like, the thing is... Look how good this looks.
The battle begins!
Like, obviously it's in lower resolution, but why the fuck have we never gotten a Pokemon game that looks this good, character model-wise?
A fierce blow! Such amazing power! Its attack fell!
This game was so sick back in the day, man. Getting to see, like, your Pokemon in full 3D on the DS, bro. It was so awesome. Battle Revolution was great.
First strike! Ooh! Torch by Fire Blast! It went down!
Like, dude, why is that, like, the best looking Pokemon game? Here, let's see if we can find an emulated version of it. Like, these character models legit look better than ZA. The Pokemon definitely do.
The stage is set and the curtain is up. A solid hit.
Oh, here, let me put it in. Yeah, there we go. Look at that, man. Look at that visual effect on the water, bro. That looks beautiful.
It was confused.
Pokemon are already suffering from status problems, one after another, in this sudden and intense battle. Everyone is concentrated on the trainer's next move. Solid hit! The air in the Coliseum is tense. The blue corner calls their Pokemon back. Pidgeot is sent out. Hit! A heated battle is...
This is so nostalgic, bro.
Unfolding in the Coliseum. A rigid shot.
Let's see. Saberram with a 2, you put Revolution over Pokken. Well, not... So when I said this is the best looking Pokemon game, I meant like actual like Pokemon. Not like a spin-off where it's, you know, a dramatically different gameplay experience. So yeah, obviously Pokken Tournament has better character models and graphics, but I was more so just talking about like traditional...
All right, awesome. Thanks, nigga. All right.
Traditional like Pokemon battle style, I guess.
I can't afford this shit!
But, I mean, this just looks so much better, man. Like, why can't we get the games looking like this? Just give us this with better graphics. That's it. It's really easy.
The battle is getting intense. Pidgeot starts to attack. Nicely done. The red corner faces a great deal of pressure. The air in the Coliseum is tense and charged. Aerial Ace hits. It went down. Spinda is sent out. Well, both corners still have a chance to win this. What kind of developments can we expect to see next? The blue corner calls their Pokemon back.
But yeah, you get the point, man. It's just, it's so much better. I don't know, dude. I loved Battle Revolution. Like, that was so sick. You could sync up Pokemon Diamond and Pearl, and you could have, like, your legendary Pokemon in full, like, size scale. It was awesome. That was, like, one of those things where it's like, damn, bro, I wish I could just play Pokemon on the TV. All the time. And it's like, you know, that was the first semblance of the... Let's see. So, Oscu the 5, this shit from Pokemon... Wait, Pokken was fire. Alright, here, I can play it on... Let me open it. Oh yeah, I remember this. In SNK Nostalgia with the 2, I have Pokemon N64 complete. Oh, nice, dude. Yeah, that's sweet. With the Pikachu on it. Yeah, those are nice. I like those. Saberram with the 2 Revolution stream when? The next Pokemon game I stream will be Pokemon XD when it finally gets added to Switch Online. I'll definitely do a Pokemon XD playthrough. Battle Revolution is just pretty bare bones unless you can transfer Pokemon over is the only problem. Battle Revolution was primarily sold as like a companion app to the DS games. The thing, dude, I love Pokemon XD. If you can, you should play it. It's really good. It's different, but it's got one of the best and most unique soundtracks of any Pokemon game for sure. It's really enjoyable overall. Yeah, I think it's better than Coliseum, personally. And SNK Nostalgia with the 2, my Neo Geo cards are 68,000 today, easy money. Dude, that's the thing, is I priced out my PSA Vault cards that I have Pokemon-wise, and I can get 100 grand pretty much in cash right now if I sold all my cards to PSA.
I can't afford this shit! I can't afford this shit!
Jay with the 2, Genius Sonority is better dev than Game for. Oh yeah, definitely. By a long shot here. I don't. This song is just so satisfying. I love this battle music. I don't know if they're around anymore or not. Didn't Game Freak buy them or something? I don't remember. Yeah, so they're owned by Nintendo and the Pokemon Company. Yeah, their major shareholders are Pokemon and Nintendo. Yeah, the last game they made was Denpamen. What the fuck? Let's see. The new Denpamen. That's what it's called. Let's see what their game looks like.
Meet the quirky
Oh my
little
god, bro.
Find 'em, catch 'em, and lead
Even they've been slopified
them
now.
on a joyful RPG adventure. Explore dungeons and battle monsters. Customize all sorts of outfits. Decorate your
Even they've been slopified. It's truly over, man. It's truly fucking over.
island however you'd like, and more. Plus, up to 4 players in local co-op can team up.
Yeah,
to
it's never
special
been
Denpa
more
Men.
over, bro.
The new Denpamen is free to play and launches as a timed exclusive on Nintendo Switch July 22nd.
Oh my god. The Grievel music. There you go. There you go, PK. This game has the hardest cover art ever.
I can't afford this shit!
Dude, look at that. That shit just looks so sweet. I love the cover art of this game. SNK Nostalgia with the 2. Fatal Fury. Alright, yeah, we can watch it. Intro. The fuck? Alright, there we go. I was about to say, what the hell is that?
Outstretches its icy grip. Lone wolves are back. Fatal Fury 3.
Yeah, that has soul, bro.
Final victory.
That has soul. It oozes with soul. A quality lost in the modern era.
Go!
Yeah, I remember the few times I stepped foot in an arcade, always liking the sound of like the Japanese screaming off the fighting games. I never really played them, but I did like that aspect. That triggers the member berries. It definitely triggers the member berries. What is this? Remaster. Dude, Entei is such a cool Pokemon. Yeah, it's definitely a fan mod. There's a bunch of shit that's not in the game, obviously. I just love the visual effects, like when you throw the Pokeball. Like, it looks so good. Should I buy a Final Fantasy VII Remake being my first ever Final Fantasy, or should I stick 3 tangerines in your ass? Do both. And then when you get angry from dying in combat, you can just clench your ass really hard together and put a cup underneath and have a nice refreshing beverage. Total disappointment.
Age of Imprisonment is going to be a total disappointment. So on a random Monday leading up to the release of Age of Imprisonment, Nintendo revealed the names of the ancient sages from Tears of the Kingdom. The Zora Queen is named Kia, the Rito leader is named Rafika, the Goron chief is named Agriston, and the Gerudo warrior, possibly the chief name, is named Artie. Now if you've been around my channel and are one of my regular viewers, then you'll know that I have been beating the drum harder than Donkey Kong on the ancient sages being the inspiration for the names of the divine beasts from Breath of the Wild. It just fits so perfectly as a way for Zelda's agreement with the ancient sages to aid Link in the fight against Ganondorf to live on. However, Nintendo decided they were going to have their own names with their own individuality and blah blah blah. This just goes to show that despite whatever headcanons we may have, Nintendo has the right to do whatever they want.
Holy worthless video, man. When a game has soul.
Trails in the Sky just has that it factor.
Yeah, I'm gonna get this eventually.
It's not quite tangible, and it feels almost impossible to put in words with the full fidelity that it deserves. Even fully new and modern as this remade title is, there's still just something unimpeachably classic in its DNA. Trails in the Sky, then and now, has a soul.
Did this come out for Switch 2 or not?
Sky blue, fully intact, and if I best had to describe that soul, I would call it a warm, outstretched hand. It's an invitation. It's Saturday morning, the pizza bagels are ready, and you have all the time in the world.
The pizza bagels? Dude, I haven't had pizza bagels since COVID. Fuck. Because that was like the only thing left at the store when I went to Walmart.
To lose yourself in this other world.
That and Hot Pockets.
We missed you. We were wondering where you've been. Welcome home.
Well, I need to go jerk off. Sorry, guys. Those anime boobas bouncing around really just did it for me. Finn, the friggin' French, yeah. Oh, what is this dog shit? It's a Sonic.
What is the best Sonic game ever? Do you ever think about
yeah,
that?
it is
If
a
the
Sonic
community
fan.
is any-
Bro, this fucker wants to call Nintendo fans bootlickers. Oh my god. And he's a fucking Sonic shill? Come on, bro. Come on. Pot, meat, kettle. Only the kettle's fucking rusted out. SNK Nostalgia with the 2. I am drunk. I solved the bobcats outside. Nice, man. Just don't shoot any neighborhood cats on accident. Why Sonic Frontiers is so hated now? I hated it when it came out.
Sonic Frontiers turns 3 years old this year, and personally, this is my favorite Sonic game. It's flawed, it has issues, but I do think that the positive aspects of this game overall outweigh the negatives. But nowadays, it seems that not a lot of people agree with that statement. When Frontiers launched, it was widely considered to be a turning point for the franchise. After a decade full of missed potential and identity crises, Sonic Frontiers provided fans with hope for the future of the series, and the sales especially reflect that. Frontiers quickly became one of the best-selling Sonic games. General reception
Tay-Tay with the 2. Cheers. Appreciate it, man.
Wasn't perfect, but the overall consensus was that Frontiers was a good Sonic game, and it was a good step in the right direction that the series desperately needed at the time. As time went on, however, the idea that Sonic Frontiers was a good step in the right direction became increasingly disagreed upon. At one point, Sonic Frontiers was considered by many to be one of the best, but in recent times, I've seen a lot of people say that it was actually one of the worst Sonic games. Now, before we get into this video, I understand it may seem like I'm trying to invalidate people's negative opinions on this game, but I assure you that is not my goal. It is perfectly okay to have whatever opinion on the game you have. If you like it, cool.
I did not like it. Dude, remember how pissed off Claus got when I didn't like it? He, like, spurred the fuck out, bro. That shit was hilarious.
If you dislike it, also cool. And if you at one point liked it but have grown to dislike it, that is also perfectly fine. This video is meant to kind of take a more analytical approach, I guess, to the things that led to the quote-unquote switch-up on Sonic Frontiers, and how I think Sega could prevent something like this from happening for future releases. If you're at all involved with the Sonic fandom, you're likely no stranger to the term honeymoon phase. It happens with pretty much any game. The hype surrounding its release and the positive reception often clouds any valid criticism of the game. So a lot of people kind of...
Nope. My honeymoon phase is still not done. My honeymoon phase is still not done with this game. Oh, look, FBI is sharing pictures of his beloved. There you go. I'm not the only one with a goon stash, I guess. But yeah, my honeymoon phase with this game's still not over. Almost 2 years later.
kind of, I guess, gaslight themselves into liking the game. I don't really like that way of putting it because, again, it's completely valid to have whatever opinion you want on the game, but there is something about the initial hype surrounding a new release clouding your judgment of whether you actually like the game or not. For me, it kind of happened with Super Mario Bros. Wonder. I initially thought that
this game was great.
That game was a masterpiece, but after playing the game more, I realized that it wasn't actually that good, and my initial enjoyment really stemmed from the fact that we didn't have a new 2D Mario game in such a long time. But when looking at the Frontiers hype cycle, it actually
Mario Wonder was really good.
Really wasn't that perfect. Initially, the game actually didn't look that good in the eyes of many. It wasn't until later in the hype cycle that people were actually starting to warm up to the game. So I guess in this case, pre-release, the game started looking better and better over time, which I guess led a lot of people to enjoy the game based on that alone, which again goes hand in hand with the quote-unquote honeymoon phase. But it's when that phase ended that people started to change their minds about the game. As time went on, more issues started to become more apparent. That, along with two other external factors, I think ultimately contributed to the public opinion shifting. First, there are the actual underlying issues of Frontiers that were overlooked at launch. A lot of these issues were pointed out and discussed, like the pop-in, the art style, all of those things were floating around Sonic discussions even prior to launch. But things that were widely praised at launch, like the gameplay, the story, the writing, and things of that nature, were also critiqued.
The story. Oh my god, man. I don't know. I don't have that type of brain to, get involved in the Sonic story, but it was not good. SNK Nostalgia with the 2. HK works. Bobcat's gone. P30L. Nice, man.
People who once praised Frontier Story for finally breaking the meta-era writing curse that was carried on until Forces were now critiquing things like the over-serious tone, the overabundance of references, and the characterization not being as good as they remembered. All of those opinions are perfectly valid, and it's completely understandable why something like that happened. Frontiers was different, and it was better than what we had previously, but many fans equated better with good, and over time it became apparent that Frontiers' issues were more drastic than what we once thought, and I actually agree. As someone who still loves Frontiers, there are a lot of issues in the game that I think really hinder the experience that I either overlooked or disregarded when it came out because I was just happy we had a good Sonic game again. Things like the cyberspace physics, the random platforming sections, and the fact that the bosses are pretty shallow and lacking any sort of gameplay substance. I was able to disregard those things because I was just having fun with the game, and there's nothing wrong with that. But I think these issues also become more apparent when we got more Sonic games. Shadow Generations is the big one because it's a fully new 3D Sonic game. On a much smaller scale, yes, but one thing that I immediately noticed was that Shadow Generations was actually very polished compared to Frontiers. It didn't really have any significant issues outside of the game just being a little too short for my liking. But this game didn't have anything wrong with it outside of preference. It improved on so many aspects of Frontiers. The linear level design, the animation, the art direction, all of those things were just implemented so much better here. And when going back to Frontiers after playing Shadow Gens, I can admit that it was kind of jarring. It felt weird. It wasn't the Frontiers I remembered playing at launch because Shadow Gens was just that much better in terms of quality. And that's not even mentioning the content updates that Frontiers got. The Spin Dash being one of the greatest additions to the game completely changes how you play it. But when playing without the Spin Dash, which we all did at launch, the game is not nearly as fun. Yet again, that makes a lot of Frontiers' issues a lot more visible. So then it brought up a discussion of whether Frontiers was really the best move for the series. And then that's where the fandom discussion comes in. I think
nope, it was not. I don't understand how people like it. It's literally just a copy-paste open world with the same generic collectathon activities just over and over and over again.
We can all agree that there is a lot of discourse surrounding Sonic Frontiers. And
it's so repetitive.
I personally think it's become one of the most divisive Sonic games. Again, this game is different. It's different from anything we have ever seen in the series. So naturally, discussion would be a lot more active surrounding it, because this is apparently the future of the franchise. But of course, with that discussion comes a lot of toxicity. Now, in an ideal world, you should not let anyone skew your opinions on things like this just because they're being annoying about it. But
it felt more of like a tech demo than an actual game is the problem.
At some points, man, the fandom factor of it all really does affect your overall enjoyment of a game. It's natural. It happens all the time. It happens with me with certain things. This is not me trying to overgeneralize or anything, but I do agree that both Frontiers...
Yeah, Shadow Generations was fine. I don't think it was anything amazing, but it was decent. I didn't mind it.
Fans and non-Frontiers fans do have subsets of people that ultimately turn people away from the game with how they act. This is not to say that criticism of the game is bad, obviously, but in certain cases, for me at least, there have been communities that I've stayed far away from because of how people act within them and how they fail to respect other people's opinions. So with all of that in mind, what can be done to prevent the public opinion from switching like this for the next...
Yeah, Helldivers for me.
Sonic game. As for the fandom stuff, I already made a full video talking about that, so I won't be repeating any of it here. But long story short, just respect each other's opinions and be cool about it. But as for the other stuff, I think there are a couple of steps that Sega could take. Number 1, let this next game reach its fullest potential and have a clear goal in mind. I feel like with Frontiers, a lot of the game's issues came from different aspects of its development changing all the time. The game was once empty, with not a lot to do besides fighting enemies, so they added a bunch of platforming sections, ultimately completely overhauling the gameplay loop. I don't want something like that happening again, and if it does happen, allow the developers to actually fully flesh out that new idea. Secondly, when advertising the game, don't start by showing the worst footage you could possibly show. That IGN footage from June of 2022 did absolutely nothing to give anybody a great impression of this game. It wasn't until more trailers came out that the game actually started looking pretty decent. So just don't do whatever that was, please. Also, let our expectations actually be realistic. I'm not saying show us everything the game has to offer, obviously don't do that, but make it clear from the start what the game is about and what it has to offer to the player gameplay-wise, and then go from there. I think if this next Sonic game improves upon all of those things, Sega can ultimately restore trust within the fanbase, and I really hope that happens, because Sonic, right now, is on a very good track. So with all of that said, Frontiers being more hated than it was at launch is all due to multiple factors. But thankfully, I truly believe that all of those factors can be fixed. Sonic Frontiers, whether you like it or not, is a taste of what's to come for the future of this franchise. And I think collectively, whether you like Frontiers or not, we should all look forward to what this next Sonic game has in store, or at the very least be...
I'm not looking forward to it. I'm not looking forward to it. I don't know. I'm not a Sonic fan, man. What is this? Oh, yeah. It's a shame he left the AC on. I don't know why that's not the standard setup for a PlayStation console. Like, that should be the default start. It's so good. It's so good, man. It should be the default every single time. That's so cool, dude. Like, that's what should happen every time you turn on your PS5. Even from rest mode. What is this?
Hello everyone, it's SpawnPoint, and PlayStation just released a new update today for the PlayStation Portal that makes this thing an absolute game changer. We're talking you no longer need a PS5 to play your games, and you'll be able to play your purchase games from the store without needing a PS5. Plus, there is a whole new UI worth checking out. So cool. I'm going to run through what this update does and how to use it, as well as play some of the supported games. But there are a couple of issues still worth talking about. So up until now, there were only two ways that you could use the Portal for gaming. The first is to remote play your PS5, where essentially you stream your dashboard and games from the PS5 to the Portal like this. Then last November, they brought us the PS Plus beta update, and this is where if you're a premium subscriber, you could stream any of the games that are in the PS Plus catalog. Now, this is far more stable in my experience than remote playing, but it does limit you to whatever games are in the catalog and not your own games. However, today's update is what changes how the Portal can be used. So as soon as you power it on, you should get a prompt to install the new update. If not, just head into the settings and check for it manually. Then once the update is applied, you will get this new home screen. So instead of just having the option to connect to your PS5 or the PS Plus catalog, you can see we've now got 3 tabs across the top. Now, the first tab works like usual, where you can connect to your PS5 and remote play your console. Nothing new there, and if you've already got a PS5, this is a great way to play those games that you've got installed or via disc. But if you tab to the PlayStation Plus icon, it now has this new screen. So across the top, it lists your most recently purchased or played games with these nice large tiles, and under that is the streaming games from your library option, and this is where it lists all of the digital games that you own in the PlayStation Store. So these are listed by most recently purchased first, but we've got loads in here. Games like Ghost of Yotei, Borderlands 4, Mafia the Old Country, Indiana Jones and the Great Circle. Seriously, there are so many games in here. Now, I did actually go ahead and check the PlayStation website, and it states there are more than 2,800 games supported via cloud streaming. Even Fortnite is on here. Then if we go back a screen, there is the streaming games on PlayStation Plus option, and these are the 300 or so PlayStation catalog games that are included in the premium tier. So games like Sword of the Sea, WWE 2K25, The Last of Us, and Spider-Man. Anything in the catalogue are in here and can be streamed straight to the portal like we could already do on the beta. And we also have the search tab, which means instead of scrolling through those 2,800 games, you could just search for them instead and it will bring them up like this. Now, another UI update is if you press the PlayStation button, we get this new quick menu on the right-hand side. You can disconnect from your PS5 if you're on it, bring up the PS5.
That's pretty nice, man. That's actually pretty nice.
Control center, adjust the brightness, troubleshoot, or access the full settings screen. Now, this is far easier than before, where you had to kind of swipe to reveal the screen instead. Okay, so that's how the new menus and the UI look, but let me show you some gaming. And from what I've seen so far, any games that are on the store right now with the PS5 game streaming supported option, or the stream button on the game itself, means it should work with the portal too. Obviously, you need to have bought these games first, but you do not need to have your PS5 on to play. In fact, you don't even need a PS5 at all. So the first game that I wanted to test out was Ghost of Yotei. Now, I have completed this already on the PS5, but it's a great way to see how this plays on the portal via cloud streaming. And you know what? This plays so well. In fact, it is streaming in better quality with less lag and issues than if I was playing it via remote play on the PS5. Oh, and it can also access your game saves too. So as it's part of the premium tier, any game saves that you upload to the cloud are automatically synced to the portal. So I can jump straight in where I last played it on the PS5, which is really cool. But just to note though that in order to play these games via cloud streaming, you do need a PlayStation Plus premium subscription. And then we've got Forza Horizon 5. Now this only dropped on the PS5 a few months back, but it's also got the streaming option enabled. So again, we can play this via cloud streaming on the portal. And yeah, as long as you've got a stable connection, this seems to be playing really well. And then if you press the PlayStation button and then head down to troubleshooting and show network status, it brings up this overlay screen on the left. Now this shows us things like the game resolution, network speed, and latency. So as you can see, I'm playing Forza right now at 1080p and 60 FPS, and it looks good. Now you can also change this setting too. So if you'd rather play at 720 because your internet speed is slow, you can change that. Otherwise, from the games that I've been playing today, 1080p looks sharp, and I've got no complaints about the resolution at this side, especially
yeah, that's pretty cool, man.
For streaming. Okay, what else have we got? Okay, let's take a look at Mafia: The Old Country. So again, another relatively new game that we've had, and another great game to test out on the portal. And as you can see, it loads straight into the game, and I can carry on from my last game save and continue playing through the story. Now, in fact, I have actually finished this game on the PS5 already, so I'm currently just trophy hunting in order to get that platinum. But yeah, once again, this does look really good on here. Okay, next up, even Spider-Man 2 is available, so you can literally now play Spider-Man Remastered, Miles Morales.
Why would you want to, though?
And Spider-Man 2 all on the portal via streaming. It's also a great game to test out the input lag, as it's quite a fast-moving game with loads of motion as you're swinging around New York City. But yeah, I'm happy with how this is performing. I can honestly say that I cannot see me wanting to remote play my games after being able to play them via cloud streaming instead. Okay, so Astrobot is on here, so you can play what was Game of the Year straight to the portal. And if you've not played on the portal before, you might not know this, but the controller is exactly the same as a normal DualSense controller. So it's got things like haptic feedback and adaptive triggers. Oh, and another feature that they've added via today's update is 3D audio is now supported. So if you're using the Pulse Elite or the Pulse Explore, you'll be able—
Who cares? That's worthless. SNK installs with the 2 and 2. I will sell you a Neo Geo AES at a reasonable price. I don't know. That might be too rich for my blood, man. Those things are pretty pricey. And also with the 2, what has games become? It's ridiculous as fuck. Yep. It's unrecognizable.
To get better audio with these games. Now, not all games are available.
Truly unrecognizable.
To play on here though. Now I was trying to think of a few games to search for just to see if they would show up, and the only two that came to mind were Battlefield 6 and Call of Duty Black Ops 6. Now neither of these are available on here to stream. Now I'm not sure if you actually want to play either of these via cloud gaming anyway, but I just thought I'd let you know. Fortnite is though, so it's not a case of all online multiplayer games not showing up, but the best thing to do is scroll through the full list on the PlayStation website just to check out the games that you want to play. They've also tweaked the accessibility features, so you can increase the text size and you can enable a screen reader too, and this is in the main settings area. Now, you might wonder what are the advantages of this update if you've already got a PS5? Well, firstly, you don't need your PS5 to be on anymore, so you can play your games while it's completely powered off, or if someone else is using your PS5, like another user is signed in, then you can play on the portal instead. Now, if you happen to have watched my 2-year review on the portal, you'll know that I did have an issue while I was remote playing my PS5, which was in the UK, while I was in Paris, and that's because the PS5 shut down and I completely lost the connection to my library. Whereas with this new update, I'll be able to play these games straight to the portal without needing the actual PS5 to be on. But remember, just like with Xbox Cloud Gaming or the PS Plus catalog games, you do need an active subscription for this to work. So you will need PlayStation Premium in order to use the cloud streaming option. Also, if you're someone who doesn't have or need a PS5 setup, maybe you don't have a desk or a TV, well, you can now play those PS5 purchase games from the store and play them on here, something that we could not do before today. But there are a couple of issues or things I would like to see changed, because if you search for a game and you try to buy it, you cannot do this on the portal itself. You need to scan a QR code and then buy it on the PlayStation app instead. It's not a huge issue, but it just breaks the user experience a little bit, and I would like to see that changed. You can, however, buy in-game items from the portal, as it gives you a pop-up overlay where you can confirm the purchase, so the store feature is there somewhere. And although cloud streaming is available in a lot of countries, it is not available everywhere yet. So here's a current list of countries, so hopefully yours is listed. And you do need a premium tier subscription in order to stream your own purchase games. Now,
that's pretty cool, though. That is pretty cool. That's a feature it should have had from the beginning, but either way, better late than never. Opinionated Junkie with the 2, Steam is doing this. Well, don't you have to have your computer on, though? It's like remote play, pretty much, right? Or else you need something like GeForce Now, I believe. SNK nostalgia with the 2. I'm ready for Black Ops 7. I hate my friends. Damn. At least you have some. But yeah. When does that even come out? I don't even remember. The 14th? Dude, I had forgotten that even was coming out. I thought maybe it already was out. I was like, oh. Next week. Yeah, dude, honestly, I've heard no buzz about that game at all. I'll play through the campaign, I guess. Why doesn't Japan like Sonic? They have taste.
Games nowadays are expensive. Like, selling a kidney just to afford the new Mario Kart or Doom expensive. It's actually getting ridiculous. I still remember the days when a AAA game here in the UK was like $39.99. You could get a £50 Steam card, pre-order Prey 2017, and then spend that extra £10 gambling for shitty hats on Team Fortress 2. Now, in the economy we're currently in, it feels like a genuine investment to buy any AAA game, and it's just stupid. Which is why most of you are probably subscribed to the service known as Xbox Game Pass. Now, if you don't already know, Game Pass is a subscription where for up to £15 a month, you can play, well, almost anything really. I mean that. You can play shit ranging from Doom the Dark Ages to some random ass indie game you've probably never heard of that'll change your life after beating it.
Yeah, Maheckin sold a kidney meme is very tired at this point. SNK nostalgia with the 2, it gives good head. Whoa.
There's also so many brand new AAA games that come to Game Pass day one. Again, Doom the Dark Ages is a perfect example. Game Pass is probably the most consumer-friendly way to play anything currently. I fucking hate it though. See, as much as Game Pass is an amazing way to have access to and play games, I do think it is kind of becoming a detriment to Xbox and like all of the studios they own, with them all being slowly picked off one by one because of what I assume is Game Pass's fault. I mean, it's like the only thing they have going for them currently. And have you seen the state of them right now? They literally have nothing else apart from Game Pass. The biggest question going around right now is wondering if Game Pass is actually sustainable. And whilst no one has a proper answer for this, as no one outside of Xbox has really seen any data to show this, I do actually think it is sustainable. Very much so. For Microsoft and Xbox at least, and for like nobody else. Especially not the developers from the companies they've been buying out, considering how many they've bought just to shut down due to what I assume are a lack of sales because of people taking the Game Pass route rather than buying the games themselves, which I really don't blame people for doing. Have you seen the price of Doom the Dark Ages? No one is buying that for full price. I mean, I genuinely
Yeah, it had one of the worst sales opening in the franchise. Like, even Doom 2016 sold better. Damn, bro. SNK nostalgia with the 10 gift. Dude. I really appreciate it, man. That's like overly generous of you. Thank you so much. I really do appreciate that, man. It's very, very kind of you.
Don't know what else it could have been. I've even tried looking into what others think online, and it's just constant mixed opinions of people contradicting each other. But personally, I cannot think of what else could have happened apart from this being Game Pass's fault. I mean, Hi-Fi Rush and Tango Gameworks were the first Game Pass victims since the Xbox acquisition. I talk so much about how much I love Tango Gameworks and their games, especially Hi-Fi Rush, and when it came out, it received just as much love from critics and the general audience. It even released at half the price of a AAA game, despite having the same amount of love, care, and quality put into it. It was a success, supposedly. Hell, even Xbox themselves said they needed more games.
Yeah, it literally met all their expectations.
Like Hi-Fi Rush, with the developers celebrating with a tweet saying 3 million people had played it. Keyword being played, not bought. About 80% of those players I can imagine were from Game Pass, because it was on there day one. So if it was such a success according to Microsoft, why the fuck were Tango Gameworks taken out back and shot because of Hi-Fi Rush? See, my theory is, Microsoft, just like many other companies, use the amount of game sales as a way to determine whether or not it's a success. I mean, it's a good way to gather information on general interest in the game, and it's also what a lot of the stinky inbred shareholders like to look at and fucking jerk off to when the green arrow fucking rises. Fucking cretins, I hate shareholders. With Game Pass, the sale for it is an overall subscription that really muddies the water when it comes to general interest in certain games. See, they don't know if people are just getting Game Pass to play Hi-Fi Rush, or any other game for that matter. So when it comes to the chopping block of which studio needs to be shut down so their CEOs can keep their 500 million bonus, it most likely comes down to which game sold the least from which company. And yeah, Hi-Fi Rush, a game that was shadow dropped by a company that is known for an underrated horror series, was probably the easiest target for that chopping block. Well, and Redfall, but that one I do kind of understand because it's fucking dog shit. But I don't think they should have shut down the studio. I really think they should have stopped to think who they were
I think they should have shut it down. They wasted so much time and effort
shutting down beforehand, because Arcane Austin, the creators of Redfall, also made Prey 2017, a project they were actually passionate about making rather than being
yeah, and it flopped. Nobody bought it, so
forced to follow trends like they were with Redfall. And it's only the best game ever made. To be honest, Prey wasn't exactly a hot seller either, so it would have been taken out back and shot right next to Tango regardless. Speaking of Arcane though, the founder of the company spoke out against Game Pass, saying things like, "I think Game Pass is an unsustainable model that has been increasingly damaging to the industry for a decade by Microsoft's infinite money, but at some point reality has to hit. I don't think Game Pass can coexist with other models. They'll either kill everyone else or give up. I'm fed up with all the bullshit they fed us at first, like, don't worry, it doesn't impact the sales, only to admit later that it totally does." This puts a lot of this into perspective. I mean, he could definitely be chatting out of his ass. I would also be pretty bitter if the company I founded was shut down because of subscription service, but what he's saying does make sense. It really does feel like a vicious cycle of Xbox buying out companies to force their games to be day one on Game Pass, only for them to believe there's little interest in the game that's being put on there. Whilst I don't know exactly if Game Pass is to blame for this, I do want to point out they literally laid off 9,000 employees recently and shut down multiple projects, including the new Perfect Dark. Billion-dollar company, by the way. There's also a rumor that they did this because they wanted to replace employees with AI, because it would be cheaper or some shit. I don't know much about that, I can't really comment on that. Before I finish up, I also want to point out that Doom the Dark Ages had a similar post to Hi-Fi Rush about 3 million players. They used the term players instead of sales, just like Hi-Fi Rush. It's only a matter of time until they get id Software, and I have no idea if Indiana Jones did too well either outside of Game Pass, so yep, Machine Games might be next too. So we can say goodbye to a possible Wolfenstein 3.
Thank God, man. I hope we never have to say hello to Wolfenstein 3. That game is disgusting. Wolfenstein 2 is one of the most repulsive, dude. Round up every single person involved with making that game. Round them up right now.
Thanks to Microsoft.
Good. You know?
God!
Wolfenstein: The New Colossus is one of the most repulsive games I have ever fucking played. Period. I straight up removed that shit from my library. It was so bad. Yeah, Wolfenstein 2009 is good. It's made by Raven Software, I'm pretty sure. Let's see. SK Nostalgia with the 2 Brandon Herrera video. All right, we can do that, but I'm going to probably have to get off soon. It's almost 9 o'clock. I just saw. Oh, my God. Which one? The Scandal? Is this it? Or what? Which video are we watching? We can watch one real quick. But I will have to get off after this. Since she gifted 10 memberships, I'll stick around a little bit longer. The good soundboard kills me every time. Yeah. The machine gun anyone can buy. Okay.
If you know anything about guns, especially cool guns, you know that there's fully automatic weapons and there's semi-automatic weapons. Well, there is a new product that's come along in the last couple of years that kind of blurs the line between the two. That product...
Well, yeah, isn't he, like, trying to become a Fed, literally? Like, he's running for Congress?
Fuck up. Anyway, sorry about that. Where was I?
It's a nice watch.
That product is called the FRT, or the Forced Reset Trigger. There's a lot of different variations of it, including the Super Safety, which is one of the things that we're going to be talking about today. At time of recording, it's completely legal for the average American to own, and it really blurs the line between a civilian legal non-NFA firearm and a fucking machine gun. We're going to talk about what it is, how it works, why it's legal, and just shoot it and have fun. Because if you don't do that, what's the point? This is an MP5 SD. We'll get more into the details on what exactly this gun is later, but for all intents and purposes, MP5 SD.
Yeah, didn't he lose by like only a few thousand votes or something like that, or like 100? So I remember it was like really small. So I think he's running again.
Chambered in 9mm. But the thing that takes this otherwise semi-automatic weapon and takes it to the next level is this little lower right here. So this is a surprise mouse tool that will help us later, or right now. This is actually my first time firing one of these. I've shot the semi-auto versions, and of course I own a full auto MP5 SD, but this is my first time firing anything with a super safety. I'm going to semi first, just normal MP5 SD. Very quiet. Very, very quiet. God, I love these fucking guns. And now, super safety mode. All right, I get it. I fucking get it. That was a complete, clean mag dump. As somebody who's got a good bit of experience on the real deal, if you didn't tell me, this feels like a fucking machine gun. The fact that this is available on the market is so based. So based. I want to shoot this one. That's so neat. It's fucking absurd. Oh, okay. Yeah, no. If I did not have an SOT and access to like real deal full auto stuff, I would buy this in a fucking heartbeat. I'm dead fucking serious. If I was shooting machine guns all day and you just handed this to me and told me to go nuts, I don't know if I would know the difference. You think I'm exaggerating? Don't have you try it. Here, we'll trade off. I'll shoot, you shoot. Okay. I see. Like if I told you that was a machine gun, I don't think I would be able to tell that it was not. That felt really good. The cyclic rate is so consistent. Like it's not like you listen to these like slide fires, these bump stocks, different shit like that, and it sounds like it's kind of hiccupy, or sometimes it's hard to get into that proper cadence. This is stupid. The glowing review. You should put that on your fucking website if you're watching this. Super safety. It is fucking stupid. Not like in a soup knife or Jasmine Crockett way, like a good way. Hey, Vsauce, Michael here. What is an FRT and why is this not a machine gun? Well, to answer that question, we have to go back in time a little. Also, we can drop the Vsauce music. That was just it was such a lame bit. I don't know why. I've done hundreds of these videos. I get bored sometimes. I like to play around. But on the machine gun bit, for the last few decades, the gun industry has been kind of skirting the rules of that machine gun ban. Machine guns, of course, becoming regulated in 1934 with the NFA, or the National Firearms Act. And, I mean, kind of...
Another thing you can thank FDR for.
Effectively being outlawed with the Hughes Amendment in the Firearms Protection Act of 1986. It basically makes it illegal for your average civilian to own a machine gun unless it was registered and, manufactured and registered before May of 1986. There are a few exceptions to that. Like, for example, I'm a FFL, I'm an 07, 02 manufacturer with, FFL SOT. I get to manufacture machine guns, SBR, suppressors, whatever like that. But that's because I'm a manufacturer who's engaged in the business. For your average Joe Blow civilian, it can get expensive because you only have a very limited pool of machine guns that were made and registered before the cutoff date in 1986. So your typical AR-15, now if it's a transferable, meaning that you can buy it, it's on the registry, anybody can have it, goes from being a $1,000 rifle to being a $25,000 rifle. Makes it pretty cost prohibitive for most people. And if you also think the NFA is bullshit and the Second Amendment does apply to weapons like this, and well, weapons like that, go ahead and subscribe. These are your people. You'll get along here. Welcome to the community.
Now, I will say I did buy that MP5 base gun with a credit card, which can be tricky when it comes to credit card debt.
Yeah, that's the thing, bro, is Reagan was definitely a infiltration agent and controlled opposition for a lot of shit.
The entire idea is that it's like a sliding stock that had a little piece for your trigger finger to rest on that slid with the stock back and forth, that basically when the gun was rocking back and forth, the recoil, it would be making your finger pull.
Reagan really proved his Bohemian Grove connections, that's for sure.
That trigger. There are slow-mo videos of this happening, which is why it does not fall under the definition of machine gun, even though it fires fast. The reason all this matters is that the federal definition of a machine gun is a weapon that will fire more than one round per trigger pull. So whether it's 3-round burst, whether it's actually fully automatic, the law just considers that a machine gun. And if you are caught with one that is not properly registered, that could be a $250,000 fine and 10 years in federal fucking prison. So because with these bump stocks, you were actually still having to pull the trigger every single time, weren't considered a machine gun. This is something the courts have gone back and forth on several times, but they usually land on the correct answer, which is it legally doesn't fit the definition. And because it's not regulated under that definition, we can have it. Now, bump stocks were kind of on the line. The FRT, this is the line. ED break. Now, last range video, we told you we were retiring the White Claw penetration test once and for all. Been many years of some really good times with that bit. But life is about change. Everything changes. One day you wake up thinking everything's okay, and then the next day you get 2 Christmases. But this is one of those good changes, as we're moving from the White Claw penetration test to the Echelon penetration test. Watch the Unsubscribe podcast. Me and my fellow co-hosts actually became part owners of Echelon, an energy drink company that has a pretty big focus in the military and veteran community. And as much as some of you probably might like getting White Claw wasted, I would prefer to promote a company that actually shares my values and not one that, well, probably just wanted me to go away from day one. So we're gonna line up some of these Echelon cans and we're gonna feed it to the super safety. Telling the White Claw marketing executive it's too late to apologize. In 3, 2, 1. This thing just fucking rips, man. No survivors. Honestly, I am excited for the new flavors of Echelon. We've got some new ones coming out. If you'd like to try some, they should be available at the live shows, which, by the way, I am looking forward to seeing you guys there this around. And there's a mechanism that when the bolt goes backward, pushes my trigger finger forward, forcing me to reset the trigger. And you actually hear it there. It's resetting every time. But if I keep backward pressure on it, I'm pulling the trigger multiple times. And because I have that consistent backward pressure, I can do it very quickly. Not only can I do it very quickly, I will do it in time to the cycling of the bolt, which makes it sound like a machine gun. I mean, fuck me talking about it. Let me just show you. Loaded up another mag here. Go ahead, slap this in. The patented HK slap, because you gotta. Give me ein Klapp, Papa. So what I'm gonna try to do now is make this as easy to demonstrate as possible by keeping my left hand, my forearm clear here, so you can just see like the very pad of my trigger finger here. So when I get on target and I pull the trigger, hopefully you'll be able to see how much this is assisting the reset, so that I'm continuously pulling back, like I am pulling the trigger, but because it is helping with the reset, and the recoil is helping with the reset and all that stuff, I'm able to keep continuous pressure backward on the trigger, and that is what's allowing me to pull the trigger rapidly and cyclically along with the gun, which is what simulates the full auto fire. Now that we're in the sun, let's give this a shot.
That's cool.
Now, this gun itself is not actually a real HK MP5 SD. Now, you may be asking yourself, Brandon, I know you have a full auto actual like HK MP5 SD. Why would you be trading that out for something like this that just has an FRD? Excellent question. Extremely convenient hypothetical viewer. Because this gun's actually not for me. It's actually a gun that we're building up for Jared Isigman. You don't know about Jared, super fucking awesome guy. We've been going up with him the last couple months and fucking around with his fighter jets and just having some fun up in Bozeman. The guy's a tech genius, fighter pilot, big space enthusiast. The guy's gone to space multiple fucking times.
Opinionated junkie with the 2. I wish I had land to test my gun. Yeah. I mean, that's the end goal. I feel like, you work and then make money and then you can buy a big-ass piece of land to do whatever the fuck you want on. But, yeah, that and also the money to buy all the ammo needed, too. Because ammo's fucking expensive nowadays.
Has a Netflix series about it. Was Trump's pick for head of NASA. Hopefully will be soon. But most importantly, great taste in firearms. And this is something he talked about wanting, so we built this one out for him. But he, like most of you, doesn't have access to an SOT, meaning that we had to be particular on the way that we built it. We couldn't just build it up as a machine gun like we would build for ourselves. So I figured I'd try out the next best thing and try this Hoffman Tactical Super Safety. We should have a video coming up eventually over on the B channel where we got some of the political stuff as well. Should have a video dropping there this weekend detailing some of the campaign stuff if you'd like to check that out. Again, links will be down in the description for that. Yeah, that's why I took this. It's actually a Century AP5 SD. This is not real HK, but it was made in Turkey.
Like, I regularly buy ammo. I have like 40 boxes of 44 Magnum ammo. That shit's like $50 plus a box.
Sorry, unrelated. It is Turkish made, but it was on licensed HK tooling though. Honestly, they run pretty good. I've had a Zenith forever that was made on the same stuff. I think it was MKE out in Turkey. As far as MP5 clones, works pretty fucking well. This was not originally integrally suppressed. We had to swap out the barrel and the suppressor and everything for the fake suppressor with a real suppressor. This one is an Otter Creek Labs Lithium 9, and I'm frankly upset at Otter Creek Labs over this just because it's actually quieter than my real MP5 SD, and I don't like that. Fuck you guys. See what you think. Just give her a full-on mag dump.
Okay. God damn.
Now, what if I told you this is a semi-automatic weapon?
Go on.
This is the Super Safety. This is not full auto. Anybody can buy this.
See, NFA, you're never gonna get us.
Can't stop the signal now. No, this is straight up, like, as long as you're not felon and you can actually, like, pass a background check and own just like a normal MP5.
Yeah.
It's a lower kit that you can just switch between safe, semi, and super safe. I genuinely didn't want to tell you that wasn't a machine gun first.
Yeah, I didn't know. I mean, I've only fired probably 10 in my whole life.
Oh, really?
So the nuances of like how they should feel and the trigger and everything is not known to me.
But like, it's just like a normal everyday Joe. Like, you really would never know the difference.
No.
That's pretty rad though.
Did you just shoot one of my chickens?
No. So we did a barrel swap. We're an actual gunsmithing facility, firearm manufacturer. So if you're going to try to, steal this look, please take it to an actual licensed gunsmith who knows what he's doing, because the barrel swaps on these are not exactly intuitive. It's not like an AR-15 or something like that. It's very involved. Barrel swap, put a real suppressor on this, and of course now we have our Super Safety lower. This lower itself, I think it was like $650 for the entire lower assembly with the Super Safety. And I say all of this for this reason. Every single part of this build was bought completely off the shelf. I got the AP5 SD base gun from Firearms Direct Club, the Otter Creek suppressor, and the Hoffman Tactical Super Safety lower. All this stuff is stuff that you can buy off the shelf. Now, full disclosure, it's still because of the short barrel and because this is an actual suppressor. It's a double stamp NFA gun, so you don't get entirely around the NFA. Although hopefully, because of the $0 change in the big beautiful bill, we can get both of those things ruled as unconstitutional. Because spoiler alert, it fucking is. But long story short, you're not getting around the NFA, at least not for now, when it comes to that stuff. But that's easy. But suppressors are pretty easy to attain. A lot of you guys out there have suppressors, and if you haven't jumped into the NFA world yet with short barrel firearms, a lot of you guys have like AR pistols and stuff like that. You've got braces and shit like that, so you're not having to do a stamp for that. The real motherfucker has always been that part right there, making it full full auto, or at least something that simulates full auto pretty damn well. And the best part about it is, like I mentioned earlier, it is completely legal because this does not fit the definition of machine gun. And the even better part is that you don't have to take my word for it. They have a ruling or a judgment from a federal judge agreeing with that. It has gone to federal court where a ruling was made that this does not fit the definition of a machine gun and therefore is perfectly legal for you to possess. No tax stamp, no paperwork, no registration, no bullshit. All said and done, no bullshit. This entire loadout, like something for a gun this fucking cool, could easily be yours for like $3 or $4 grand. But if you want to go cheaper than that, I mean, they make them for like AR-15s. Like I know Rare Breed does FRTs for the AR-15. There's a couple different ones out there for different weapon platforms and stuff like this, but it's becoming much more popular. And honestly, after fucking around with it today, I see why. Ladies and
Asking nostalgia with the 2. My HK SP5 is expensive afterwards. 7,500. Damn, bro. Yeah.
Gentlemen.
I forgot how much mine is, but let me see. My most expensive gun is my 44.
I can't
I
afford
don't remember
this
how
shit.
much it was though.
All right, awesome. Thanks, nigga. All right.
It was $1,800. That's how much it was.
Super safety. Is this an essential piece of kit? Probably not. Is this stupid fucking fun? Absolutely. As I mentioned before, this is my first time playing around with it, and my god, is this,
Nah, my gun is this here. This is my gun.
What's up, YouTube? Look what I have here in my hands. This is the Smith & Wesson 629 Competitor. This one is chambered in 44 Magnum with capacity for 6 rounds, adjustable rear sights, and a single action trigger that is crazy. Look at this. There is literally no take up. There's nothing here. This is the wall. After a very light pull, you have a crisp break. This is insane. This is a very accurate gun. This obviously packs a punch. It's 44 Magnum. Even
it's not too bad. I can shoot it one-handed.
Though it's very heavy, because as you can see under the barrel here, it has a bunch of like little weights. So it adds weight to the front of the gun, but still kicks a lot. So if you're ever out in the woods or you're looking for Bigfoot, this is probably a good option to carry.
Yeah, and that thing will punch a fucking hole through a door too if you need it to, which is nice.
With you. And here's how it compares to the Toro 605. Look at the difference. It's crazy. Let me know what you think about this guy and if you would carry this in the woods. I'll see you next time.
That shit's fire, man. I love my gun, personally. But yeah, it was like, I think $2 grand once I paid tax and everything. It was pretty costly. But that's my most expensive gun. Oski with the 5 Mario Kart 8 Ultimate Edition. When? What's that? Let's see. Oh, Red Dead Redemption 2 is now sold 79 million copies. Now the 4th best-selling game of all time, surpassing Mario Kart 8. Yeah, they'll probably repackage it again. Well, they already did a repackage of it with the DLC in certain markets. So maybe they'll eventually bring that over to the US. I don't know. Who knows? But yeah, I am going to go ahead and hop off, guys. I got to go sign into work and shit. It's 9 o'clock, so... Have a wonderful, what is today? Oh, yeah, Friday. Shit. Yeah, have a great Friday and a great start to your weekends. And, yeah, I guess I'll be on later tonight. Have a good one, guys. Peace out.